Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is lifted up in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 29, Winter's Touch, Sinners and Complaints. I don't know why you're complaining, Rangiku Matsumoto threw over her shoulder as she sauntered down the tunnel. I distinctly recall telling you we were operating on our schedule, not yours. Not all of us have the benefit of being unemployed, Matsumoto. You should try it sometime, Taeko. She responded brightly. It does wonders for stress. She gets stressed. Trudging behind her, Toshiro Hitsugaya decided further crossing of wits with this woman could only dull his edge. And he needed to be on his toes for whatever came next. Honestly, he was disturbed at how much he found himself looking forward to her call. It had taken 3 months to receive word from Jin's cabal that his next opponent in this tournament of treachery was ready. In that time there had been precious little outside the norm. This meant a lot of chances to brood on his lot in life, the opportunities he might be missing, and a general sense of being rudderless. Which wasn't to say he didn't have anything to occupy himself in the meantime. It just seemed like nothing important happened nowadays. Squad drills, personal training, captain's meetings, this was how he spent his time in Soul Society and beyond. Enemies in the field who warranted a captain's intervention were hardly a regular occurrence. As such, only when Matsumoto got in touch with him did he feel the spark relight. Because this offered him something concrete. And Toshiro fully intended to come out ahead with solid proof that he had not just been idling for the past year. Somewhere in this fortress of stone awaited his next trial, whom Rangiku referred to as Lepro, or the Sin of Envy. After she mistakenly referred to them as the Seven Seas, of course. Hitsugaya was half convinced she kept doing this just to mess with him. He couldn't say for sure which of them it might be this time. There were 2 foes remaining before he could face Matsumoto and her deadly partner. One of them was a hollow of unknown quality, while the other defied easy classification. Having faced that monster in combat once before, Hitsugaya couldn't deny the thought of being pitted against her one-on-one left him feeling distinctly inadequate. I kind of hope it is just the hollow. She didn't seem like much. You must still face her with a Lemaitre. Need I remind you how poorly we fared the last time that was the case? He was one of Grimjo's fraction. The personal attendant to an Espada. I doubt there's a comparison. We should not discount any of the souls Jin has lured over to his side. That one stomach's no weakness. All right, you win. I'll give it my all. 20%, at least. Dang it. He came out of his reverie as Matsumoto drew to a halt before him. She flipped open a phone and held it to her ear. Yeah. There was momentary silence as the beautiful soul stood with her back to him, one hand on her hip. Really? Can't you just? A short pause, and then she blew out her breath desultorily. Fine, I'm on my way. Toshiro raised a snow-white eyebrow as she spun about. Is there a problem? Something's come up. I have to get going, she explained, a small frown on her face. Before he could think to question further, the former lieutenant knelt and indicated he should open his coat, which Hitsugaya did without question. She then began to inscribe a Lemaitre seal upon him. Her brows contracted in concentration as she bent to her task without saying another word. This uncharacteristic silence served to unnerve him. Usually Matsumoto was only too pleased to chat, tease, and pester mercilessly. It occurred to him that must have been Jin on the other end of the line. For once they appeared to have had a disagreement. He felt a little heavy-hearted at the thought for some reason, like his body had gained weight. Once finished, Rangiku stood up and dusted off her knees. Keep going straight down this tunnel, she explained. I'll disable the never-ending road spells on my way out. You should have no trouble reaching your destination. She threw him a troubled look and said simply, Good luck, Taeko. Matsumoto then slipped into the rough-hewn rock wall, vanishing from sight. Alone, the ice wizard glanced around his lightless confines, visible only by way of spectral sight. What was that all about? Could it be someone had stumbled across this little hideout of theirs? It had been a constant source of worry ever since he first began this episode. What if the Goatee I-7 caught wind of Jin and launched an attack while he was here? The shame of being caught conspiring with avowed traitors was second only to the life-threatening peril it involved. Toshiro doubted he could talk his way out of such a predicament. And anyway, there was the safety of the less guilty party members to consider. Khan and the humans were due some consideration if open warfare broke out. Then again, wasn't that the whole reason Ichimaru recruited this lot in the first place? To serve as meat shields in case of trouble? With a shrug, the young captain continued on his way. Doubtless, should the forces of Soul Society come knocking, Jin had a hidden escape route available for himself and Rangiku, if no one else. The man was entirely too devious to lock himself inside a fortified box with no way out. Yet even knowing that, I've linked my fate to his. What kind of simpleton does that make me? And is it me, or did this tunnel just get grayer? As he thought this, a blade severed the tendon in his left ankle. Toshiro let out a quick gasp and flung himself forward, drawing higher in Meru and performing Shikai even as he spun to face his attacker. But no one was there. The fight has begun. No sign, whether spiritual or otherwise, indicated where the assault might have originated from. Toshiro knew only that he had been effectively crippled in the first salvo. His first instinct was to go Bankai, but before that. Bakudo number 97, Soul Tower. A column of energy rose around the wounded warrior, going straight through the ceiling of the tunnel as it did. Encased securely within this protective enclosure, the youth crouched to inspect his foot with a frustrated grimace. Whoever it was tried to maim him right off the bat. Still, this spell should be more than sufficient to keep them out. Time for basic first aid. Oddly enough, he felt little pain, the area around the cut having gone numb. Could there have been poison on the blade? Best to be careful. With that, he summoned a double healing/cleansing charm and applied it to the wound. But as the spells touched his bleeding flesh, they simply crumbled into a wash of wasted energy. Hitsugaya stared. What the? Quick as a flash, something sprang from the tunnel wall behind him to slash against his barrier. To his surprise, it actually bent slightly, but otherwise remained firm. The boy captain turned just in time to catch a glimpse of an angry face half hidden by a chameleon-like hollow mask before it sank into the rock and vanished from sight. As it did, the world around him became pure black and white. Startled, the boy captain brought up his sword in a defensive posture and glanced quickly all about. Everywhere he looked, there was nothing but bands of basic color zigzagging across his vision. He himself had reverted to a flat black silhouette. The casting of Soul Tower was a pale cylinder in some places while dark as pitch in others, causing his form to stand out against the white surroundings. Hollow sorcery. Even as he thought this, a winding white tendril sprang from the wall, passing clean through one side of his barrier without resistance to wrap around the wrist of his sword hand. It yanked him off balance, and as he stumbled on his ruined foot, Toshiro saw two curved blades sweeping straight towards him. His free hand came up to catch one of them, but there was no way to prevent the other from reaching its mark and go slashing across his throat. Even as it did, though, there came a sharp cry. Bankai! Daiguren Hyarin Meru! A wash of intense power colder than the deepest ocean depths swept along every inch of this underground warren. Wings unfurled, the great Nodaki longsword now resting in Hitsugaya's frozen claws. Black ice had formed around every part of the hollow's body that touched him. The segmented tentacle unwound with a sharp crack and went retreating into the white patch. But the frozen talon was unable to escape his grip, and he brought Hyarin Meru slicing down to sever the arm that held it. Even as he did, the color of Hitsugaya's body switched. His now moonlit blade went through the limb without doing any harm. His attacker yanked free, and against an inky backdrop there briefly stood out a small hunched figure, completely white with a long curved tail, sickle blades sprouting from the wrists, and a helm with great bulging eyes that boasted triple horns. An instant later it had gone black as well, disappearing in the process. Meanwhile Hitsugaya remained in the same spot, heart pounding as sweat froze on his brow. He touched the collar of his Shinigami battle armor to confirm it had not been penetrated. Fortunate that Mayuri Kuratsuki recognized the throat was a vital spot and so made sure to heighten the thickness and durability there for all military apparel. It might be the only thing that saved him. The same could not be said for his gloved hand. While keeping a cautious eye on the surroundings, Toshiro flexed fingers that had already gone numb. The wound wasn't deep, but he still couldn't feel anything. That only confirmed his previous suspicions. Some kind of poison. It seems we're dealing with an assassin. And I think I know who. You recognize this Lepro? Right before our battle with the Wild Hunt, Rukia Kukaki was attacked by 3 hollows. According to her, one of them had the ability to alter the world around them by color, making you vulnerable depending on where you were standing. The other 2 worked with poison. They were killed, but the third got away. We named her Tone Death. So her powers confer control of the environment, rendering the prey vulnerable while masking her presence. Yeah. But I wonder. Hitsugaya dropped the now useless Soul Tower. Apparently Tone Death wasn't bound to respect any measure of craft or strength when it came to these color bands. She had been able to completely mask her spiritual presence even before activating Resurrection. Added onto this was the way she just blended into whatever strip of color matched her own. But if that was the case, he drifted off the floor, entering a white stripe. In doing so, Hitsugaya Toshiro was lost to view. Let us see which of us can assassinate the other first. For a time all was still in that monochromatic death chamber. There was not even a whisper of sound. Then a small form sprang quickly between 2 bounding colors to enter an adjacent area, once again becoming invisible in the process. Nothing moved. A clash of blades, and black sparks flew, briefly hinting at a struggle that ended the moment one party fled, leaving the other to do the same or risk leaving themselves open to attack. The sound of labored breathing, hastily checked, and then nothing. Silence. Ice roared out to choke off the whole tunnel from one end to another. A black beam of energy roared in response, the empowered Zero plowing through this assault. With the speed of flash steps, however, a white ghost appeared at the source of the blast to lash out with steel and claw at that precise spot. They clanged against matching talons, but when the ice tail whipped around unervingly fast, there came a panicked utterance, and suddenly the frigid ghost found himself black as well. In doing so his tail passed right through its target. Attacks of all stripes proved useless now. They were immaterial as shadows, neither able to touch the other. But once the same color, the Shinigami realized they could see each other now clear as day, despite both being in a patch of darkness. The hollow appeared unnerved by this, scuttling quickly backwards to enter a relatively thin white band. But the Shinigami knew he could not risk losing track of her again, and pressed his assault before she could change to match her surroundings. 2 shadows now fought largely framed against a stark snowy backdrop, their blades colliding even as parts of their bodies sometimes seemed to disappear when they overlapped any adjoining black. Hitsugaya pressed the attack as well as he could on his wounded foot. Wherever her implements touched his icy shell, whether claws or tail, crystal flowers sprouted immediately and began to bloom. He heard her gasp in pain as a result. The hollow threw a quick glance back, looking for a means of escape. When she tried to retreat, his wings grew and spread out to encircle her in a frozen cage. At the same time attacks continued to rain down, almost driving the hollow to her knees as she fought desperately for a few more inches of ground. But her strength was waning. Victory was at hand. In the blink of an eye, the hollow was gone. Caught between one swing and the next, the Shinigami reeled wildly as his blow passed through empty air. He drew up short to gape in confusion. What happened? She couldn't have changed color again, I would have seen her outline against the background. And I'm still black. So what? It was only then something caught his eye. Right in front of him, there looked to be a white circle hanging in midair. While parts of it were swallowed up in the encroaching lanes of color, this thin hoop of light encircled the tunnel. Some kind of magic? But not hollow sorcery, more like Kido. Suddenly it hit him. It is Kido. Never-ending road. The ones they always cast before to keep our fights contained. Tone Death must have known it was there and maneuvered back into it. But if she went in this end, then she had to have come out the other. Even as this realization dawned, a Zero exploded into him from behind. The blast threw him forward, causing Hitsugaya Toshiro to pass into the boundary of the never-ending road spell. Seamlessly it teleported him to a point further back down the passage, depositing him in an agonized heap of ice and blood. Stay awake. He obeyed, flinging his eyes open in time to see the eerie silhouette of Tone Death turn to face him, raising her scimitar talons. Hitsugaya only barely brought Hira and Meru up in time to block them. But even as he did, her tail smashed into his face, and he went flying off to one side. Can you stand higher in Meru? What? Her last strike sent us through the tunnel wall. When inside the earth, soul signatures cannot be detected, whether from without or within. We are essentially blind to one another for the time being. Right, explains why I didn't feel her coming for that first sneak attack. It also could be the reason she did not aim for a more lethal strike at the time. Had she come out into the open sufficiently to reach your vitals, we might have detected her presence and been able to respond. Regardless, we're in bad shape. My wings and tail absorbed a good chunk of that zero, thankfully. Otherwise it might have killed us. Foot's still numb. Hand too. And now there's even more blood loss. While the earth prevents us from casting healing charms, I can seal the fresh wounds with ice. There is no poison there I can detect to prevent it. Apparently whatever venom she is using was applied only to her blades. Toshiro took this moment to inspect his surroundings. Everything around him was dark. Only a vague sense of direction allowed him to know up from down. He glanced around the tomb of bedrock. It was possible Tone Death followed him in here. But then she would be as impaired by the stone as him, unable to see or sense her prey. Considering what he had seen of her fighting style, she preferred to hang back and wait for an opportune moment to strike. An assassin, all the way. We're in a temporary standoff. So where does that leave me? I do not know if an Arrancar's resurrection can be maintained indefinitely, but your Bankai cannot. The longer this fight lasts, the greater the likelihood you will be bled dry of energy. And the never-ending road that surrounds us prevents escape up to a certain point. There will be a limit to how far we can move in this rock before we find ourselves hemmed in. But I've learned something about her powers. From the looks of it, we can injure each other no matter what color we happen to be. But if you're black and in a black environment when an attack connects, it won't do any damage. Only white can, and vice versa. We also cannot register her presence in any way whenever she blends into the scenery. Plus she can change either of our colors, but apparently not the environments. Only she didn't do it from a distance. Maybe palette swaps are only possible when we're touching? And while barrier spells can be negated, something like Never-Ending Road will still affect you. Right. So now that we know all this, what's our best move? Going from Shikai to Bankai and vice versa costs too much energy. Much as I would like to conserve my strength while we are not fighting, that would only hasten the inevitable. Ideally, you should find a way to turn her power against her. Regain control of the terrain, as it were. She's waiting for me to come out so she'll know where to strike. If any of our squad was here, they might distract her long enough for me to get in one good shot of my own. You have no allies but me. Yes. But you're all I need. Infane Tezima hung at the core of her domain, a spider in its web. She balanced on one of the lines between hues, wrapped securely in a wash of pure white that hid her every move. Like this she could neither be seen nor sensed. And yet she did not feel safe. Protruding reptilian eyes rotated around, keeping careful watch of the whole passage. No telling where he might come out. The Arrancar curled in on herself, stress and anxiety building by the minute. One of the biggest benefits her power afforded was it took advantage of her own small size. Regardless of how Chiaroscuro painted the landscape, there was an excellent chance she could fit herself completely into a single band and thus reduce the chances of being injured. Considering how much bigger than her most opponents were, even those of regular build, that was a huge tactical benefit. But this puny Shinigami was actually smaller, if that could be believed. Once he figured it out, he could blend in even better as a result. It was almost a relief when he activated his Bankai and grew somewhat in size, becoming easier to pinpoint despite the drastic elevation in fighting power. He was wounded now. Perhaps not severely, but sufficient to put her on top. Tezima had discussed the fight with Ichimaru beforehand. While initially suspicious as to whether he would really permit her to kill another Shinigami, it soon became evident that, much like with everyone else, Jin didn't give a damn what happened to this kid. He was perfectly happy if one or both of them perished. Infane had her own preference. And that would require effective use of every tactic at her disposal. So she waited. Patience was proving to be the key factor in this fight. She had worked to hinder his dexterity initially rather than risk it all on a fatal blow. Right now the boy was beyond even the reach of Chiaroscuro. But once he emerged, however briefly, she would have him. Even if he filled the whole tunnel with ice magic, she had already seen it came out black, and could quickly switch colors and location. While it limited the spaces she could safely occupy, that too might work in her favor if the target proved reckless. Meanwhile, her opponent was living on borrowed time. He couldn't maintain that Bankai forever. In fact, according to Jin, the boy was even more limited in that respect than other captains. Tezuma took careful note of the flower petal timers that accompanied his second release. They had crumbled to less than half by the time she lost sight of him. Only one timer remained intact, perhaps not even that by now. Soon enough he would be forced to act. And then she'd move in for the kill. Tezuma climbed a little higher on her perch, grimacing as she did. Since her earliest memory as a hollow, the ghostly spy had never been comfortable with heights. While other spirits flew with ease through the world of men, Tezuma grew more panicked and queasy the farther she got from the ground. It was a weakness, but not the sort she couldn't overcome if necessary. And she had learned to work around it. Suddenly the hollow tensed. "He's here." The Shinigami, colored black, burst from hiding down the way. She made no move against him, only watched warily. A good thing too, because the boy immediately went on the attack. His Zanpakuto whirred around him, talons and tail swinging wildly in every direction. The speed at which he fought was unnerving, even more so when there suddenly appeared an exact copy of him performing the same sword dance only a few paces off. Gamelos Sonido? No, they call it Yozutsemi. Same thing either way. As she watched, one of the flailing images disappeared, the speed clone being replaced shortly after by another, and then a second. There seemed to be no more than 3 of them at any given time, zipping around the corridor in a frenzy as though attempting to strike every inch of surface they could find. Was that the best he could come up with to counter her ability? Slash around, you're bound to hit her sometime. He was only wearing himself out. Still, Tezuma scaled a little higher to put herself out of reach. Since he was currently black, the after images proved to be as well. Let the brat exhaust himself. Once she judged him sufficiently weakened. Abruptly something caught her eye. One of the clones had stopped moving and now stood stock still with sword raised. Or maybe it was the real thing. But the Gamelos remained moving around it, so that couldn't be right. Then the same thing happened elsewhere, leaving a solid silhouette of the Shinigami captain outlined in perfect relief. Before she knew it there were half a dozen of these dark copies standing motionless in different postures all along the hallway. Tezuma hunched in on herself as she considered this new development. He must be trying to confuse her. But how could this be of any benefit? Then she spotted another telling detail: the statues, or whatever they might be, had neither wings nor tail. Rather they looked more like the boy in his unreleased state. Disturbed, the Arrancar resolved to learn a little more. She slid cautiously through her personal hideout, careful not to emerge from hiding until coming upon one of the unmoving mannequins. Its outline looked precisely like the Shinigami captain, yet no spiritual power dwelt in it that she could detect. Without making a sound and ready to flee at the first hint of danger, Infane reached out and lightly touched her claw against a part of this thing that shared the same color band as her. Ice. The boy's making ice statues of himself. As she puzzled over this, a voice said, "Now I got you." One globular eye had been keeping track of the Shinigami and his doubles while she performed her inspection. It did not escape her notice, therefore, when the speed clones simply vanished. At the same time, the Shinigami's power level took a sudden nosedive. He deactivated his Bankai? No, more than that, even his Shikai's been sealed. When the hollow looked around, all she saw were frozen statues scattered throughout the tunnel. Nothing moved. They were works of art, standing with swords raised ready to attack. Yet under the influence of her magic, these solid black counterfeits were visually indistinguishable from the real thing. Like a hall of mirrors. "Try and guess which is real," her target called again from somewhere in that parade of duplicates. Though she concentrated, Tezuma could not make out which of them spoke. "Just know, the second you get too close, you die." His words chilled her. Yet at the same time, she recognized this for what it was, a desperate ploy. He's masquerading as one of these things, wants me to start smashing them and give myself away. Even if I use a Zero to rid myself of them in one fell swoop, he'll still be able to pinpoint my location just like before. Then he'll hit me with some kind of finishing move. Without his Bankai, I can't depend on him to drain his reserves, so he's counting on me getting nervous. And since he's actively suppressing his power, he thinks I won't be able to sound him out. But I can. With that she activated her Pesquisa. The advanced hollow move echoed soundlessly through the cave, rebounding off any and all spiritual loci, registering only to her senses. While constrained by the bounds of the sealing spell they both found themselves captive in, a signature immediately leapt out all the same. Ah, there you are. Ringed by other ice sculptures, the boy had positioned himself before one of the openings to that never-ending road spell. He crouched there without moving a muscle, the right side of his body presented towards the gate, blade held horizontally before his face. She studied him, then glanced back down the tunnel's length. I see, he doesn't want me to come out from behind him like I did before. There are chiaroscuro stripes running through those portals. One's mostly black, and the other's largely white. From that position he can keep an eye on both of them. Even if I try to sneak in on one side, no matter what color I am, I would be visible immediately before or after coming out. He'd spot me coming either way. Not bad, boy. Even as she thought this, the Aaron car was gliding along the strands of her abode, drawing ever nearer to the unsuspecting youth. She took care to find intersecting white lines while avoiding the sculptures. It was like following a path through a maze. Given the time to select her route, she could approach him without exposing herself at all. Most of him was in a white area, with bands of midnight passing through other parts of his body. Were Tezima herself black, she couldn't touch him in those spots, but being currently white, he was vulnerable no matter how she chose to attack. Only a few meters separated them now. Here the hollow assassin paused to inspect the surroundings while debating how best to proceed. A headshot would be the surest means of finishing this. She had observed the boy's tendency to put protective magic around his throat. But the venom she applied to her weapons had already proven capable of piercing that. Tezima stole a suspicious glance at the surrounding ice statues. There was nothing special about them to her eye, none of those sleeping Kido spells or anything like that. They were only meant as a distraction. Still, it was necessary to maneuver around them inch by inch, just in case touching these things would alert him to her presence somehow. By now she had settled on her strategy. Come at him from directly above, the one true blind spot. No armor on his head, no way to stop her this time. Just have to make sure and strike deep. Alert for any danger, she crept above her prey, mastering the sense of disorientation this produced in her. Heart pounding, Tezima licked her lips. She stared down at the hapless target. As always, fear and uncertainty rose up to choke her heartless soul. If anything goes wrong, I might, no, stop it. Doing nothing gets you killed. Only those who act stand a chance. Victory demands risk. Now go. Silently she dropped down, blades ready for the kill. Tezima hit the ground. Disoriented, she scrabbled to her knees. I missed him. How? All around her, everything was black. Primitive instincts screamed a warning. She spun around, and time seemed to slow as the tip of a sword came rushing towards her face. Pure white blood spattered against the ebony earth. The power of chiaroscuro shattered even as an awful scream erupted through the cave. In vain Tezima staggered back, her right eye a ruined mess. Somehow she had managed to jerk her head back enough to keep it from being a fatal strike. But before the Aaron car could make any further move to save herself, something wrapped around her upper body, pinning both arms to her sides. Through a haze of blood and hate, the hollow looked up to find Toshiro Hitsugiya standing over her. A chain now emerged from the hilt of his Zanpakuto to wrap around her, crescent moon dangling off it. There was nothing but cold contempt in the boy's face as he raised his executioner's blade before bringing it down to split her skull. Nope. Metal rang against metal. Both opponents were too shocked to move upon finding Jin Ichimaru standing between them with Hirin Meru caught on the haft of his dagger. Congrats, kiddo. Ichimaru grinned, eyes squeezed shut with malicious glee. You passed another test. He then gave a negligent flick of his wrist. Under normal circumstances, Hachugaya would have been able to resist this. But with the Lemaitre seal active, it felt as though he had been hit by a truck. The boy captain was sent hurtling away. Jin watched him vanish into a wall. With an amused chuckle he returned the short sword to its sheath before rounding on the defeated Hollow. "Ya doin' all right there, Tezuma." Infane could do nothing but thrash and kick on the ground, uttering animalistic snarls as she pressed both hands to her bleeding socket. When no response came, Ichimaru uttered a slight humph before passing a hand leisurely through the air. "Hakufutsu," he murmured. Purple cherry blossoms fell around him, followed by a white haze. Moments later his subordinate's struggles diminished until at last she lay still, lost in the balm of dreams. Jin picked her up and, after taking a final look around, shook his head before departing. Moments later Hachugaya popped out ready to do battle come what may, only to find his enemies had already vanished. Instead Matsumoto leaned against a wall with arms crossed and a smile on her face worthy of Jin. Just as he was about to demand an explanation she began to applaud. "That was awesome, Taika." When he appeared skeptical at her sincerity, she went on to add, "Seriously, this is me being impressed here. I don't even know where to begin, so just please, accept my sincerest praise." "Right," he grumbled, returning sword to scabbard on his back and striding off. Matsumoto took notice that he was still limping, so clearly not all was right with the world just yet. She trotted gamely beside him, pretending not to notice his discomfort as she strolled leisurely along with hands crossed behind her head, bosom bouncing with every step. "So?" she finally asked. "So what?" he retorted harshly without even looking at her. "Aren't you just dying to explain how you triumphed?" "Because I thought she had you dead to rights," and then, blammo, she flicked a glance down at her tiny colleague. "I mean, if ever there was a time to boast." He stopped and turned to look her square in the eye. "You sent me into a trap." Matsumoto hesitated, face clouding over slightly, only to lapse into an expression of cool dispassion. Her voice did not alter in the least when she said, "I did." The boy continued to stare at her, wrath brimming just below the surface. Ice crystals formed around them, invisible in the lightless confines. At last he seemed to find his voice. Had it been? Here he paused as if searching for the right words. "Would you have come to my aid, if it looked like she was about to kill me?" There was no need to ask whether Jin would have. She cocked her head to one side, honey gold hair shifting in a cascade of beauty. "I can't. Not anymore." We both agreed. "From now on, it's all up to you." They stared at one another. At last Rangiku simply had to ask. "Are you still determined to proceed, Captain?" His expression was unreadable. She found herself holding her breath at what response he might give. When he spoke, all Hachugaya said was, "I wouldn't want to disappoint you." After that he continued on his way. There was a hint of accusation in his tone that hurt. But the former lieutenant knew she deserved it one way or another. She moved to catch up and immediately resumed her interrogation. "So with that out of the way, be honest, what happened back there?" "I had to find a way to catch her in a trap." Apparently Toshiro was not quite cruel enough to leave her stewing with curiosity. Or maybe this was his way of dealing with frustration. Either way, it was a relief. She controlled the environment, and the only Kido that seemed to work on her for sure was Never-Ending Road. So I cast multiple versions of the spell all around me to create a sort of box. That way whatever direction she came at me, even above or below, I could trap her in one of them. Though I couldn't tell where she was coming from, the moment she got too close, I'd have her. Matsumoto's eyes sparkled as the plan became clear. "Oh, that explains it." She threw a look filled with admiration at her short colleague. "You saw that the charm for Never-Ending Road was visible as a white circle because of her power. So you made sure to keep each one small enough to fit completely inside a white space and blend right in, using the cover of all those Yuzutsemi clones and ice sculptures to disguise your casting them." The statues were more than that. They were passing one of the items in question, and Hachugaya reached up to casually break off an icicle of spiky hair, which he then began sucking on like a popsicle. Between licks he added, with the environmental constraints, I had to make the box small. And once I was inside, if I moved around too much, I might wind up stepping into the spell myself, tripping it prematurely. That meant I would basically need to stand still for an extended period. But if I did that, she might have grown suspicious and not taken the bait. This way served to explain why I wasn't moving, and also made her think that was my only plan. Yeah, I wasn't too impressed by that battle strategy myself, Matsumoto confided. Then a thought occurred to her, and she rounded on him brightly. So you hid one end of each spell in the white stuff around you, thus preventing her from reaching you once she was inside. But in order to disguise their other ends you stacked them all over the one that you had already made, he cut in, probably just to beat her to the punch and deny any bragging rights. Which also meant you would know exactly where she'd come out no matter which spell she was trapped in. Matsumoto made sure to rush. A girl had her pride, after all. The pieces had clicked into place. The result was his victory. Sure, there might have been a bit of luck and guesswork involved. But when you came right down to it, this boy really was something else. He figured out how to use the enemy's own trump card against her, and in a miraculously short amount of time. All despite being wounded and taken by surprise. You're a genius, Teiko. He merely grunted, consenting to let her escort him to a more comfortable locale. Matsumoto found herself humming with excitement. Still think we can take him? Oh, yes. Good. Because afterwards, we're gonna fuck his brains out. Down, kitty. Strike while the anvil's hot, my girl. And so is he. Toshiro looked at her strangely when she chuckled, but she knew he wouldn't find it as funny, and chose to keep mum. Hey. Hirako looked up. It was lunchtime at daycare. Having gone outside to eat, she and her friend Yua now crouched watching a praying mantis walk across the playground. 3 bigger boys she didn't recognize stood across from them. The one in the middle came up to her and said, "Your brother's a liar." Hirako scrambled to her feet in an instant, neither knowing nor caring what brought this on. "No, he's not." "Yeah, he is." The boy took a step closer. "He scared my sister. He said a ghost was following her, and my mom said there's no such thing as ghosts." Fuming, she faced him down. "You're a liar." By now Yua had gotten scared and run indoors. No one else was outside. Breathing hard, Hirako glared at the boys. There were 3 of them. It wasn't like in the dojo, where you were only allowed to fight 1-1-1. They were going to hit her all at once. But Arisawa-sensei said she should always be ready to fight back, no matter what. "You don't know my brother," she insisted. "He can to see ghosts. Now you're a liar." And with that, the boy shoved her hard in the shoulder. Hirako's eyes narrowed. "Thank you both for coming in at this time of day." The head of the daycare center, Mr. Muyo, took his seat behind the desk and regarded them with a frown. "I am afraid this incident is very serious." The Kurosaka family sat across from him. Until today he had only met the mother, a very proper and dignified young lady who ran a grocery store. The father was unknown to him, but looking at the man now, Muyo could tell where the problem originated. Even at his age, Ichigo Kurosaka dyed his hair a ridiculous shade of red. No wonder his daughter turned out this way. Between them, little Hirako stared at the floor with tears in her eyes. Her hands twisted the fabric of her dress. Despite this, she in no way appeared contrite. That simply would not do. Muyo leaned forward in his chair and laced his fingers before his face. "Hirako-chan," he said sternly, and observed her flinch with satisfaction. "You hurt that boy very badly. Do you understand? That kid didn't even go to this daycare." Her father interjected hotly. "Why was he allowed to?" Angrily Muyo slammed a fist on the table. "That is not the point." He had been willing to treat them respectfully, but clearly someone needed to educate this young couple. "Your daughter broke that child's nose and shattered his arm. I hate to think what might have happened if a teacher had not come out before anything more could be done. What do you have to say for yourself?" he thundered, glaring down at the little girl. In response she sniffed and muttered, "I didn't do it." "Hirako." Her mother sighed regretfully. For his part, Muyo could not believe this level of entrancence in a 4-year-old. Didn't do it. The boy's friends saw you. The teacher saw you about to. They're liars. Hirako suddenly screamed in a voice so loud it made him jump. Hirako. The father's voice cracked like thunder, and immediately the girl cringed, shrinking into her seat where she began to sob. Her mother immediately placed an arm around her shoulders and she buried herself against the young woman's side. Distressed at his loss of composure, Mr. Muyo coughed and stood up a little straighter. I am very sorry, but considering this behavior, I cannot countenance allowing her to. Muyo-sensei. He drew up short. Across from him the tiny mother still held her crying daughter in a secure embrace. But her large eyes fastened on him with an almost palpable chill, and the administrator could not suppress a shiver. I can understand you are upset, she informed him, speaking in a very precise, dispassionate manner. After all, were I the head of a daycare program that just permitted 3 youths off the street to come walking in and go wandering around, I would be appalled as well. A measure of accusation crept into her words. And I know many other parents who would be equally distressed to find your facility so lax in regards to their children's safety. A horrible feeling settled in Muyo's gut at the prospect, such that he feared becoming nauseous. Which is why I believe it would be best for all concerned if you quietly but firmly instructed your staff about being more attentive. And we, for our part, will not press charges against you for this incident, provided you take full responsibility in regards to the injured boy's parents. She then picked up her daughter and stood before him with the bearing of a samurai lord confronting an unruly peasant. I truly hope this is the last time we will have to speak on this matter. So saying, she nodded to her husband before turning and striding from the room. Kurosaki appeared about to say something to Muyo, hesitated, and then simply followed in his wife's wake. The thought of angry parents invading his office with threats of legal action made his innards clench. Hurriedly Mr. Muyo set about arranging a meeting with the other family involved, whom he would do his best to placate and thus hopefully not require any sort of call to the police. If only his deadbeat son didn't already have a record. No wonder they called him Yakochini behind his back. Tatsuki. A thrill went up her spine, and the world champion karate practitioner glanced up from the autograph book she was signing. Sure enough, Mr. Ichigo Big for his britches Kurosaki came storming across the outdoor food court at the mall. He wore an angry expression that made her want to kick his ass even more than the tone he used when calling earlier to find out where she might be at. Excuse me, Tatsuki Arisawa handed back the booklet to her fan, who bowed his thanks and went racing ecstatically off clutching his prize. She then rolled her neck and, adopting a pleasant smile that many opponents would recognize as a prelude to pain, went to chat with her old friend. So, what's got your diaper in a twist, huh? She asked upon drawing closer. Ichigo appeared taken aback by this hostility. They faced off amidst a crowd of people enjoying this beautiful summer day. Shoppers passed by chatting or absorbed in their phones, sometimes both, while others took pictures of their meals or, in some cases, whispered at the confrontation brewing not far away. It was good to have spectators, Tatsuki reflected. Wonder how many of them would cheer if I fractured his jaw? Inwardly she strove to get a grip. Sheesh. I need to skip a few meals. Fool. It took a moment for Kurosaki to recover that anger high he had been riding. The big lump now confronted her as though he posed a threat. My daughter just got into a fight at preschool. She's 4 years old. What the hell have you been teaching her? Hirako? This sounded serious. How'd she do? He paused mid-tirade, blinking. What? The fight, Tatsuki pressed him intently, itching to grab the big idiot and shake the answers out of him. Did she win? She broke the kid's nose, he informed her. Ichigo appeared to have calmed down a lot. Pity. And shattered his wrist. Her eyes drifted off to one side. Huh. Then a slow, satisfied smile dawned on her face. Nice. He now regarded his childhood friend with a disbelieving stare. Are you nuts? There's no way a kid her age should be doing things like that. Tatsuki. Ichigo took a step forward. Are you alright? His arm rose. She knew he was only going to take hold of her shoulder, to offer reassurance through intimate contact. As a lifelong friend, he had that right. But all Tatsuki could think was seizing his wrist in both hands, twisting to throw him over her shoulder, and then taking advantage of his P1 state to stomp him repeatedly in the face until there was nothing but screams and ruined bone, eyeballs smashed, teeth and brains spurting everywhere as he choked on his own blood. He means you harm. The young woman watched the hand approaching her. Kill him. Her fingers seized his wrist end. Tatsuki felt bile in her throat. Her vision swam. But before she could lose her balance, and her sanity, she took a deep breath, steadying herself both inwardly and outwardly. She still kept a firm grip, preventing him from reaching her. Now, however, there was no chance of violence. I don't know all the details, she informed him in a voice that seemed oddly detached. And I don't need to. I've been training Hirako to fight back against anyone who tries to hurt her. Sounds like she can. You should be glad for that, Ichigo. He still seemed confused. And for the life of her, Tatsuki couldn't understand why. What's wrong with him? What's wrong with you? For a moment it wasn't clear to her which of them had said that. Tatsuki felt her heart pounding, body growing hot as it did before a match. Sweat dripped down her ribs. What's wrong with me? She asked. Giving an angry shake of her head, she let go and took a step back. All of a sudden, things were getting weird. Arisawa regarded her ally feeling more in control of herself. She never wanted him to look at her that way. Hey, listen, Tatsuki, Rukia and we don't feel Hirako should train with you anymore. His words struck like a punch to the gut, harder than any blow he could have delivered. It left Tatsuki feeling hollow inside. And, sad? Did I make a mistake? They looked at each other. Standing there, the center of attention for a whole mall, Tatsuki opened her mouth to tell him she understood, that he was right and there really was something going on with her. Only what came out was, "You'll regret this." Then she turned and walked away. Arisawa was prepared to transmit herself if he tried to come after her. Even if suddenly disappearing made him suspicious. Whatever his intentions, right now she knew it wouldn't end well. Let him suspect her all he wanted. As long as they were safe. Fortunately Ichigo made no such attempt. She got out of the mall feeling more and more frustrated as she replayed that confrontation over in her mind. Why did he say that? And why did I? This is infuriating. I'm all on edge. God damn it, that little shit Toshiro, when's he gonna stop screwing around with the small fries and fight me already? Right then a silvery chime resounded in her ears. Speak of the devil. Quickly she snatched out her phone and held it up. Yeah. Hey, there, little lady. Listen, the kid just beat Tezuma, so whenever you're ready. Yes. Sorry. Today, tomorrow, whenever. As soon as he's at 100%, once he's recovered fully from what she did to him, get his ass back here. A fierce smile of unholy expectation stretched her lips. I'm ready to pop. Okay, then. And the line went dead. Satisfied, Tatsuki was about to pocket the phone, then thought better of it. Instead she called Kon and told him to meet up at her place. This much pressure wasn't healthy. If she let it all out on the kid, he'd probably wind up dead. And there were other ways of relieving stress. Besides, who better to listen to her complain about Ichigo? Carrot-headed jackass, indeed. Tasan and Kaa-san were both angry with her. And Hirako hated herself. Sitting in the front yard of the Usagi Shoten, the preschooler lamented the events of this day. There hadn't been a chance to explain. They just punished her. No TV for a month. That meant she couldn't watch her favorite program, Ghost Monk, also featuring the spiritual savant Don Kanonji. Now she'd never get to know what happened to the planned exorcism of the ghost party at Osaka Castle. It wasn't fair. The star of the show happened to be one of Tasan's friends from high school, and his girlfriend/assistant/boss/whatever was the big sister of Kigo, who was always fun to visit. She never missed an episode. It wasn't her fault. Why wouldn't anyone listen? Her parents told her she should run if another kid tried to fight her from now on. But Tatsuki-sensei said you should never run from a fight. Tatsuki would understand. During their next practice, she planned to tell her karate instructor everything. For now, Hirako continued to sniffle into her knees, mad at herself and the world in general. Suddenly she felt a weight settle on her head. "Hola, Prima," a merry voice chirped. "What's got you down?" The girl perked up immediately. "Nobio!" she exclaimed with delight, plucking him off and holding him out before her. "S up." The Capuchin monkey bared its teeth and blinked great black eyes. He then squirmed loose and went hopping around, rolling and somersaulting in a blur of black and white energy. Hirako scrambled to her feet, all misery forgotten, to chase the frolicking critter through the yard. She was never happier than when they got a visit from their cousin Noboru. Always ready to play with her, full of games and stories, and so much fun he left her feeling exhausted after each visit. And he knew magic. Hiding behind the bole of a tree, the little girl peeked around it. Her primate playmate had hopped atop a bench with his back to her and now made a show of peering about, shading his eyes with one paw. He mused dramatically. Now where did that funny little girl go? I can't see her anywhere. Quiet as could be, she emerged from her hiding place and crept toward him. Each step closer was a harrowing thrill in anticipation that he might spot her and bolt. It was one of their favorite games. Only a few feet away now, and Nobo still hadn't turned around, mumbling to himself, looking every which way but deliberately not behind him. Finally Hirako couldn't take it anymore, and dove forward to snatch him up. Poof! A puff of red smoke rose around her. Shrieking in delight, the child spun waving her arms through fat clouds until she had dispersed them. In doing so she lost her balance and fell down, laughing fit to burst as she lay gasping on her back staring up at the sky. That's more like it. I'd rather see a smile than a frown any day. She rolled over on her side grinning. A few feet away Noboru Shihoin was pulling on a pair of worn-out jean shorts he had conjured from somewhere. A red sleeveless t-shirt then slipped down his slim chest. All healthy brown skin and messy black locks, the barefoot prince looked more like a street urchin from the Americas than a noble of the afterlife. But Hirako didn't care. She scrambled up and raced over to throw her arms around him, which Noboru reciprocated gladly. He picked her up and spun her about before depositing his beaming cousin on her feet again. The seeming youth then walked over and sat down on the same log as before. Reaching behind his back, he produced a cheerleading baton and began twirling it aimlessly around his fingers. Hirako watched him excitedly, hoping they were going to play a game again, but instead Noboru just patted the seat beside him. "Come on, sit. Tell big brother what's got you so down." And just like that she remembered everything. The little girl's face fell, spirit deflating fast as it had swelled. Crestfallen, she sat down in the dirt right where she stood and started playing with her shoelaces. Nothing. Noboru's head cocked to one side. He lazily kicked out his legs up and down, then finally spoke in musing tones. Did you get in a fight?" Silence and an uncomfortable squirming told him all he needed to know. "So I guess that means you lost, huh?" Her head shot up. "No," she declared vehemently, surprising him with the level of passion displayed. Seeming to remember herself, the girl settled down. He could have pressed her for more, but Feng had taught him the many uses of silence, something that did not come naturally to a boisterous soul like himself. So Noboru kept quiet, waiting to see what else might come out. "Ka-san and to-san, hate me?" Grief stabbed into him at these words. Instantly Noboru was down on his knees holding onto those tiny shoulders with a firm grip. "That's impossible," he declared adamantly. "You're the best and cutest little girl in the whole world. Even ghosts say so, and I should know. I am one." His attempt to inject some levity into the situation fell short, as his cousin continued to stare morosely at the ground. Recognizing this, Noboru drew closer to her with knees tucked against his chest. "Everybody hates me," she murmured. There was no way she could know how much it hurt to hear her say that. "Nobody hates you, Chika," he insisted. "You're not old enough for it." She gave a big sniff, face gone red as she began angrily tugging at her ponytails. Unlike her brother, Hirako had a wild, unruly mane that she no doubt inherited from her father. Any attempt to style it went horribly awry, So often they just settled for slipping 2 hairbands of different color on and letting her go running off. I don't hate you. He craned his head down so that they were face to face. Do you believe me? After a bit of squirming she managed to mumble, yes. Good. That's 1 down. Now let's start on the rest. The playful prince hopped up and began marching around her, spinning his baton like a high school cheerleader. He tossed it into the air, caught it, then did the same thing behind his back. As he had hoped, Hirako was enthralled by his performance and had seemingly forgotten what got her down. At his command, 2 sparkling firecrackers appeared at either end of the baton, and when he next sent it soaring skyward to dizzying heights, their flashing crackles turned into a blazing wheel of fire. Noboru caught it and bowed with a grand flourish. However, to his dismay, there was no applause. And when he looked up it was to find Hirako staring at him with tearful eyes. Teach me to do magic, she begged. Unsure how to respond, the prince simply asked, magic? Climbing to her feet, Hirako held out her hand. Warily he passed over his disguised Zanpakuto. A part of him felt intrigued at what might happen next. Was he about to witness something special? To his mild disappointment the girl stared at the colorful implement hard, then gave it a shake. When nothing happened she turned to its owner with a crestfallen expression. It won't work. It's broken. No, Chika, he sought to assure her gently. A soul cutter will only really work for its owner. His feisty little cousin appeared to chew that over, then said, how do you make it work? I perform his release command. Then it all comes out. Eagerly she thrust out the weapon. Show me. Well, if it made her happy. He accepted his Zanpakuto, held it aloft and declared, Grow, Hanuman. In a swirl of scarlet, there now rested a gleaming power pole in his hand, topped by golden pointed knobs. Noboru spun his partner around his fingers, causing it to lengthen and shrink with every revolution. Then he snapped it back, and once more a plain old baton appeared in his palm. All throughout Hirako stared with an intensity that only children could display. When he finished she timidly held out her hand. Can I do it? Ouch. Let her down easy, will you? We'll try. Once again he handed over Hanuman. This time the determined little soul stared at it for a long time, concentrating hard. At last she shouted, Grow Hanuman. Nothing happened. At this Hirako gave a dejected gasp. It's not fair. Tears welled up in her eyes again, and her lip began to tremble. Noboru came to a decision. Here. He reached out to place his hands over hers so that they held the Zanpakuto together. Murmuring a spell, he allowed his spirit to reach out. A light chime like a silver bell sounded, and Noboru waited for some kind of response. Anything would do. But at last his face fell. He looked at her sadly. There was no point in lying. I'm sorry, Bonita. I don't feel any kind of soul power in you. When she seemed ready to cry again, he quickly sought to lessen the blow. But that doesn't mean you never will have any. I mean, look at your papa's friends Chad and Ryo. They started out regular people, but over time, they got super strong spiritually. So maybe the same thing will happen to you one day. She shook her head, sniffling. I wanna be good now. Hirako sobbed. I wanna be like Jaku. I wanna see ghosts. He took his little cousin's hands and squeezed gently. One day it will happen. I promise. No, it won't. And she lifted her head, wearing the most miserable expression he had ever seen. 'Cause I'm broken. You are no such thing. At these calm words they both looked to the front gate. Standing there in a sleek tuxedo was Byakuya Kukaki. Instantly Hirako took off and ran to her uncle. When the mournful little soul came up to him he knelt down to take her into his arms. She hugged him fiercely back, weeping out parts of a story he already knew by now. But if it helped her, nothing else mattered. Noboru came over to stand by his father's side. He patted Hirako's head gently. Eventually they went inside. After promising to come play with both her and Kyojako later, they seemed to find his drawings highly amusing for some reason. The Lord Commander of Siridi left the little girl in his son's care and went to speak with her parents. They conversed for a time on certain topics that needed to be addressed. At last Byakuya felt he had said everything of value, and went to join Noboru in playing with his niece and nephew. He found himself quite pleased by the promise shown in Hiriko's calligraphy, and made sure to convey this to her in a suitable fashion. "Are you feeling better?" Absorbed in practicing her penmanship, the little girl concentrated on getting it to look just the way she wanted. Noboru and Aji-san were sitting a ways off being regaled by one of Kyojaku's stories. They did not notice her talking to herself. "I'm glad." She could feel Kukaki's approval. Her spirit guide did not often speak to her when other people were around. He could be very shy. For this and other reasons, she had not told anyone about him yet. "Hiriko? Do you really wish to see ghosts?" Make it a nice smooth line. Then I will show you. Look out the window." She did so, and the child's breath caught in her throat. Outside, night had fallen. The full moon bathed Karakura town in its gentle glow. And leaping across the rooftops, two death gods stood out against that glowing white orb. Hiriko recognized them immediately. How could she not? That was her father, Ichigo Kurosaki, tall and handsome with a gigantic sword bound to his back. He moved with strength and purpose, completely free, unhindered by the problem with his knee he often complained about. The blazing smile he wore made her heart leap to see it. He looked so happy. Like a hero. At her dashing parents' side raced a smaller figure, though no less impressive. A black cloak flapped elegantly behind Rukia Kukaki as she danced on air. The sheathed katana hanging at her hip seemed to sparkle under the moonlight. Tiny yet irrefutably graceful, she kept pace with her partner, leaping assuredly across the sky like a butterfly. The only observer to their departure whispered, "Beautiful." Bounding up towards the clouds, the Shinigami pair were eventually lost from sight. Shaking her head, Hiriko let out an amazed laugh. Noboru noticed and smiled at her, as though asking what was so funny. But his cousin only grinned and went back to her drawing. Only now she concentrated on getting that scene committed to paper. The Shihoan prince was just glad to see her in good spirits again and soon returned to the storytelling prowess of his other cousin. While their parents engaged in a less-than-legal spiritual patrolling of the town, father and son played the part of babysitters, taking a shared delight in watching these two dear souls who had brought their family even closer together. It came as a shock when the hell butterfly alighted on Hitsugaya's arm to inform him his next opponent was waiting. So soon? It had only been 4 days since his battle with Tone Death. Time enough to recover here in Soul Society. Still, they were cutting it close. Perhaps someone is feeling anxious. Think I know which it is. Better check my itinerary to see who's available for me to blow off. A quick review confirmed he was scheduled to spar with the leaders of Tiger tomorrow. Toshiro didn't like to admit how relieved he felt at the prospect of excusing himself from another round of that particular nightmare fuel. Fortunately Zaraki hardly ever came in from the field these days, so there was little chance of him showing up to ask what administrative affairs were keeping the head of Leopard Squad busy. Yachiru, on the other hand. Maybe I'll have Ryoko send the cancellation notice. An hour before we're scheduled. And then give myself time to clear out. Just in case. Truly, the machinations of a genius. Spare me the criticism. I should at least get support from my own soul cutter when it comes to our continued survival. Wherever you run, I shall follow. There were less insulting ways of putting that, you know. Be grateful I did not use them, then. Whatever. There was more of an audience this time. By the looks of it, Ichimaru's entire crew was in attendance, minus the recently defeated Hollow. Hitsugaya narrowed his eyes as he followed behind his guide. At the very least there would be no worry of an ambush this time. Care to let me in on the reason for them being here, Matsumoto? They're your cheer squad, she drawled glibly over one shoulder. Also your field support team, second line of defense, funeral mourners, really, whatever you need. I appreciate your concern, he gave a sour grunt, which only made her giggle. Hitsugaya's attention now settled on the reason for his being here. Standing in the center of this prayer hall, the human girl Arisawa Tatsuki returned his steady stare with a disturbing intensity. Barefoot, She wore the same black sleeveless karate gi pants he remembered seeing her in that day he fought her all unawares alongside Ichigo Kurosaki. And like then, the white Tengu mask that previously concealed her identity was hiked up around her temples. No sign of her eerie partner, either. But Khan was in attendance at her right, leaning down to whisper in the girl's ear. She nodded absently and waved a hand in idle fashion as though dismissing his concerns. The mod soul wore a worried frown as he hustled over to rejoin the human pair of Kuniya Dairyo and Yasutara Sato. Behind them, standing on the raised platform once used for rituals of all kinds, Ichimarujin looked down upon his court with a sick grin. It would seem we are being thrown to the lions. Then let's give the Emperor a show. He was just reaching up to remove his coat when a gentle hand settled on his wrist. Glancing at her with a wary look, Rangiku just smiled bewitchingly. Not today, I'm afraid, she informed him. There's no talk of a Lamiter when you're going up against Kadam Suleiman, the 7 voyages of Sinbad. 7 deadly sins, he informed her with a sigh. That's what I said. The sin of gluttony. Across the way, his enemy had donned her mask in preparation. The Tengu now watched standing seemingly at ease while Matsumoto activated the encircling ring of never-ending road spells which left one side of the cavern lost to view, obscured by an endless forest of pillars. We'll be ready to intervene if things get ugly. Rangiku stepped back to regard him critically, one finger pressed to her cheek with a pouty mood. It occurred to Hitsugaya she did not seem impressed by what she saw. Then with a bright exclamation of, "Oh, well." The charming brigand turned and sauntered over to speak quietly with the other fighter. For his part, the captain of Leopard Company studied both women. I'm not sure which of them is more dangerous. Considering we still cannot sense the Tengu's power, that much is obvious. We don't need to feel it. Unlike Tone Death, I've fought this one before. So I already know she's stronger than me. That is, a surprising admission, coming from you. Not like I considered myself invincible. Especially not after the year I've had. Hitsugaya continued to wait while their conference continued. The Tengu, or Kadam Suleiman, reciprocated. Even covered by the mask, he felt her eyes boring into him unsettlingly. There was a hint of bloodlust in the air he usually only attributed to hollows. Which left him even more uncertain as to the spiritual makeup of the person he faced. Just what kind of being was this? And can we beat her? There are many ways to achieve victory. By now Rangiku had finished going over the rules, or whatever that had been about. She drew to a spot halfway between the combatants, looked between them one last time, and said, "Begin." Then they were alone together. One hand crept up to take hold of Hirin Meru while every spiritual sense he possessed focused upon that weird figure. She made no move against him. Grasping the hilt, Hitsugaya began to ease the blade free. Even when it cleared the scabbard, the expected assault did not manifest. He hesitated. Was it possible she didn't want to fight? Just as he was about to try and speak, the Tengu uttered a shaky sigh. "Don't make me wait," she whispered. For some reason those words filled him with dread. The implication was clear, and the danger very real. There would be no chance of mercy on that end. So he came to a decision. Bankai. Daiguren Hirin Meru. Spiritual energy roared. It felt like an icy comet colliding with the planet, followed immediately by a cry of only pain. For a moment the scene appeared to be frozen to the onlookers. Tatsuki now stood before Hitsugaya, her first driven into his stomach. The boy captain's face had gone white. Then time reasserted itself. Those emerald eyes rolled up in his head, and Toshiro vomited up blood before collapsing in a shuddering ball on the floor. No. The Kadam Suleiman stepped past his prone form, muttering angrily to herself. No, 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 no. She threw a punch at empty air, followed by a roundhouse kick. Emitting a frustrated snarl, Tatsuki then spun around and screamed, that it. Vainly Hitsugaya strove to rise, only to find his arms could not lift him, and he sank back to the ground coughing. Observing this, the Tengu gave an exclamation of disgust. She padded a few steps off on bare feet, that lone black crow's wing flapped restlessly at her back. Feathers ran along the tops of her arms and shoulders, while wicked talons curved from bare hands and feet. Appearing to mull over the situation, Tatsuki then glanced back over one shoulder at her fallen foe. On the periphery of the fight, beyond the reach of the looped dimension-altering spells, Kon cast a worried look around. Matsumoto had a hand to her mouth, those beautiful blue eyes wide with horror, while beside her Jin kept right on smiling. He was clearly enjoying this. Meanwhile, Kunieda and Chad observed with equally impassive faces. But the giant's hands had curled into fists. His girlfriend kept a grip on his shoulder, perhaps to keep him from charging to the rescue. Disturbed, the mod soul turned his attention back on the two fighters. Against all odds, the kid had climbed to his feet, though he had to use that huge sword just to remain upright. It was sickening how bad he looked. One hand clutched his stomach as he mouthed the words to a healing Kido, the incantation interrupted by retching, bloody coughs. Fortunately Tatsuki must have been feeling merciful, because she let him pull it off without going in for the kill. Now as restored as he could be under the circumstances, Toshiro focused on the maniac across from him. A single punch nearly ruined me. It felt like taking a hit from Zaraki on a bad day. Where is she getting all this power? Toshiro. Not now. We cannot defeat her. I am sorry. I'm not backing down, Hirin Meru. There is more at stake than you. We have a purpose to achieve. Dying here will accomplish nothing. If I can't even beat her, then what chance do I have against the real enemy? Head swimming, blood dripping from his nose and mouth, Hitsugaya studied the girl. I wanted to get in one real hit, just in case that was all I got, she called. A malicious chuckle followed. In a voice dripping with mockery, the Tengu said, but if I'm too much for you, guess that means the others can have their shot. Her wing extended down to cover Arisawa's whole body. When it swept out, three hollows launched themselves screaming for Hitsugaya's throat. Their eyes burned yellow in the confines of their masks. Icy steel flashed. Toshiro did not appear to have moved at all, eyes locked grimly on the Tengu. Yet all around him, severed body parts fell, dissolving into flecks of inky ash. What have you done to yourself, girl? He demanded softly. Tatsuki merely lifted her arms in a shrug. As she did so, the feathered pinion stretched out, and her feet left the ground. She drifted upwards to hover several feet in the air. Watching her, Hitsugaya took a deep breath. When he exhaled, a cold mist came out with it, along with the words. Tenso Jurin. Immediately the room turned to ice. Walls, floor, pillars. Any moisture in the surrounding area, no matter how small, was frozen. Everything, right down to the very air she breathed. However great her power, she was still human, which meant with every breath, his power should weaken her. I appreciate you have to kill me. He gave a start. Before him, the Tengu floated unharmed. But I'm afraid you have no fucking idea who you're dealing with. As she spoke, 5 more bulky monsters dropped to the ground to come charging at him with hungry roars. Hitsugaya made short work of them and took to the air. Without a doubt, those hollows were emerging from her somehow. The Tengu lifted her chin as he rose above her, uttering a contemptuous laugh. It was then he finally noticed the black speckled band around her throat. At the same time, a small white helm briefly appeared before coiling in once more, arms and legs tightly gripping the skin. A faint red glow lit her mask from below, causing shadows to flicker across that inhuman visage. Breathing hard, Hitsugaya could only stare incredulously. Is that another hollow? Some manner of animal variety. Perhaps a salamander? Whatever the case, I believe it is providing her with heat sufficient to negate my influence on her. Where are they all coming from? It's like she's stored them in her body. Only then did he recall Matsumoto's title for this challenger, Khatam Suleiman, or Ring of Solomon. The name meant nothing to him, but in addition, she had referred to this human as the sin of gluttony. All-consuming greed, devouring everything it came across, could that be the source of her strength? Had this human developed supernatural abilities like Kurosaka's other friends that allowed her to host hollows inside herself? Arisawa was also one of the captives he helped free from the cultish caverns of Hueco Mundo. Could that explain her abrupt spike in battle prowess? A bat-winged huge hollow suddenly tore at him with multiple clawed limbs, only to die seconds later, shattering in icy pieces on the ground that vanished soon after. The Tengu watched its remains dissolve, and heaved a sigh. Okay, she said. So the small fry aren't cutting it. In that case, why don't we try something more hefty? At this she extended a hand. For an instant in her palm there bloomed a small blue flame. This will-o'-the-wisp flickered briefly. Moments later a fat Arrancar dressed all in white appeared out of nowhere and immediately went streaking for Hitsugaya. Go all out! The Tengu screamed, and immediately her follower bellowed, expand, Istamago. At this the hulking hollow swelled like a balloon, turning darker as he did, a lurid shade of reddish-purple, until his body grew to 3 times its previous size. His facial features melted into that swollen mass, leaving only a lump with 2 glowing round eyes waving on stalks. All 4 limbs shriveled to dangle limp while lengthening and multiplying at the same time. The body then split neatly in half. From each gelatinous midsection there now emerged coiling masses of tentacles. An even larger mouth sprouted in the middle, ringed with concentric rows of stubby pointed teeth, big enough to devour a Minos head in one bite. They resembled some manner of invertebrate sea creatures, one glowing a phosphorescent black and scarlet while the other had a more aquamarine coloring. Strangest of all, a great pulsating tube emerged from the blue one's mouth and attached to its counterpart, keeping them connected together. The twin gurgling blobs rushed at him with tendrils outstretched, only to become solid ice. There was no time for Hitsugaya to appreciate his vicious mastery of the environment afforded by Tensojurin. As he watched, cracks appeared in the Arrancar's surface followed by escaping steam. An instant later both halves of the hollow burst free, wriggling wildly and uttering an inhuman bellow of rage. The Shinigami prodigy banked away with a frown, his enemy in hot pursuit. I would have thought it vulnerable to ice, seeing as how it resembles an aquatic life form. Incredible regenerative power, even for a hollow. I froze it to the core and still it survived. Or perhaps, it reanimated itself somehow? A beam of noxious crimson energy sprayed from the red one's tentacle straight at him. The valiant death god interposed higher in Meru to knock this attack aside. Even as he did, however, a fresh occurrence dawned on him. To his consternation, a long tube had emerged from the scarlet jellyfish's mouth with a bulb on its end. In under 3 seconds, it had grown into a brand new blob monster to match its progenitors, only green. All 3 interconnected creatures shot in pursuit, the scarlet one continuing to fire death rays while its chlorophyll-colored counterpart emitted large glutinous bubbles from its tendrils that bobbed around the room. Safe to assume those are toxic in some fashion. Hitsugaya paid scant attention to his guardian spirit's assessment. Instead he concentrated on nimbly evading these attacks while at the same time invoking a spell. Disintegrate, you black dog of Rondonini. He growled. Look upon yourself with horror, and claw out your own throat. Bakudo #9, Gaki. Immediately the string of bubble monsters froze, awash in glowing red agony. Wasting no time, the master magician streaked in and brought his sword down on one of the creature's pulsating arteries. Perhaps they needed to keep in contact with each other in order to survive and produce more? To his consternation, the blade passed clean through without doing any visible harm. Cursing, he was just preparing to try again when he caught of something streaking towards him out of the corner of one eye. A lash of his icy tail caused this projectile to explode. But when it did, a great burst of cotton candy-colored gas emerged. Rather than risk breathing any of this effluvium he quickly put some distance between them, only to be followed by even more exploding pink cannonballs. They derived from a new beast of similar hue which had emerged to join its fellows. The binding spell faded, allowing all remaining members of this thing to continue their vibrant pandemonium of carnage. Toshiro was easily able to keep his distance, and was just considering how best to proceed, when the crimson half-sphere began spinning like a top, emitting rays wildly in all directions. They laid waste to the cavernous hall, ripping apart stone and leaving smoking rubble in their wake. Even as the Shinigami captain ducked and dove around these questing death beams, it occurred to him such an indiscriminate assault might have unintended consequences for anyone else in the vicinity. However, when he spotted Tatsuki, she was hovering in midair, wing flapping idly while the initial turquoise component of her chosen champion floated overhead emitting a field of energy that encased them both and served to deflect any approaching shots, still connected to its attacking members by a throbbing umbilical cord. Kadam Suleiman tilted her mask up as though feeling his eyes upon her. She then gave a bored shrug that clearly said, "Is this gonna take much longer?" His lip curled in frustration even as he found himself on the run once again. Does this guy just keep producing more variations until he hits on something that works? It is like an interconnected organism. Or rather, a group of internal organs, acting together to form a system, and growing to meet the needs of its host. A new ochre-flavored monster disgorged streams of syrupy fluid that melted anything they came into contact with. It resembled a long string of Chinese lanterns bobbing about the room. By now it had become obvious even the power of Tensojurin wasn't enough to affect this creature for any length of time. Coordinated series of flash steps left after images that served to befuddle the hollow sufficiently for the real Toshiro to get his bearings. He observed how his maneuverability was growing increasingly limited by the moment. Soon the whole hall would be filled with this thing and its all-encompassing attacks. There seemed no limit to its growth potential, blessed with the ability to instantaneously reproduce from any attack. Or perhaps this was simply a form of consumption, swallowing up surrounding spirit particles which were then digested to create globs of excrement? A goldfish followed by its own trailing waste, well, its resurrection release was stomach, after all. If it is a digestive system, then let's give it a case of constipation. He flew then, soaring about the room at such speeds his cumbersome enemy was hard-pressed to pursue and settled for carpet bombing the area until it seemed every available inch of space was filled with some lethal peril. But the soaring Shinigami found minuscule gaps in this deluge that served to keep him safe while mouthing a double incantation. He needed the full strength of both in order to assure maximum effectiveness. Fortunate that Hinamori had long tutored him in the practice of concurrent spell casting. At the same time, a pearly mist began to encircle the captain's form, leaving sparkling diamonds of ice wherever he passed. The swirling cold grew more intense as it danced from head to toe. This was a move he had taken inspiration from while fighting the Espada Tia Halibel beneath the desert of Hueco Mundo. When he froze her blood-based body, she simply converted the resulting fragments of ice into daggers that served to spill his own blood. The concept behind it was indiscriminate carnage. At last his preparations were complete. And not a second too soon. There was hardly anywhere left to stand. But this strategy seemed the most dependable. His Bankai still had well over 3/4 of time left. And he would need all his remaining strength to deal with whatever the Tenga threw at him next. Time to risk it all. His breath came in a frigid exhale as he murmured, "Tsurera Yorawi." With a grinding sound, the tiny captain of Siritii was shrouded head to foot in a carapace of sharp knives a foot long. The icicle armor added blade implements even to his wings and tail, making him resemble a porcupine. If broken, they grew back almost instantly. An opening in his visor allowed him to see. While somewhat limiting his dexterity, he could still move fairly well. With this taken care of, he completed the final syllables of his first concurrent spell. Bakudo number 89, Danku. As he spoke, a shimmering wall of warding energy appeared to cover the mouth of the hollow's turquoise member, the first of its breed. At almost exactly the same time. Bakudo #89. Hitsugaya then launched himself fast as possible at the most recent blob beast's gaping maw. Danku. With an almost audible gulp, the tiny warrior was swallowed by that grinding gullet. Yet the moment he disappeared from view, another high-ranked warding appeared to block the monster's mouth, effectively stopping it. Watching this, Tatsuki Arisawa gave an unimpressed humph and fell to examining her own sharp talons. Meanwhile, a disturbance was clearly taking place within the bowels of her protector. Something that resembled a glowing white star zipped through the pipe-like intestines of its lagging end, traveling back along the tracts of its whole length through one vibrant nodule after another, only to reach the end and go bouncing back. It repeated this process over and over. The horrific monster was seized by a terrible thrashing, resembling a snake that had swallowed some vicious struggling prey which continued to claw and bite savagely even while being digested. More telling than this, there seemed to be a bad case of indigestion at play. From within every one of the chromatic creatures, new blends appeared. Blue and yellow alongside green, then the addition of red created a rainbow effect. Their bodies began to inflate as well, struggling to contain this unrestrained bout of input and output, still walled up by both powerful castings of Danku. The colors blended together to form a phosphorescent white. Low gurgling screams could now be distinctly heard as the hollow flared like a piece of lit magnesium. "Shit or get off the pot, kid," Tatsuki huffed while buffing her nails on her shirt. As if waiting for this, it all became too much, and the Aaron car simply popped. Hitsugaya Toshiro emerged from its guts largely unscathed. There was less of a mess than expected. This was because his enemy had transformed back into humanoid form and lay on the floor of the cavern. The hollow's stomach had burst open, allowing organs with sprouting mouths to snap and spit ineffectually before quietly expiring. "Looks like somebody's eyes were bigger than his stomach." The hollow coughed up blood as Tatsuki alighted beside it. She ruffled her feathers loudly before holding out one hand. The blue glob of fire from before continued to flicker in her palm, and the Tengu gave an irritated sigh. "Come on," she demanded in a casual voice. "Get back in here. Better luck next time." No. The lone Blackwing shivered violently. "Say again. I didn't catch that." "Let me die." Trembling, whether from pain or fear, the fallen spirit managed to spit its next words clearly. "Even a slave is permitted to die eventually. I fought a worthy foe, and lost. My death should give no dishonor to Lord Aizen. So grant me a warrior's death." Without warning, a shadowy figure appeared at Arisawa's back sporting horns, wings, and a long pointed tail. White eyes glowed in an otherwise featureless face. "You've gotta be kidding." She lifted a bare foot and pressed down on the hollow's bleeding guts, causing him to draw breath and scream like a wild beast. "Guys like you're not warriors," she spoke as though carrying on a casual conversation that didn't involve torture. "You're just things. Creatures who gave up their humanity by telling themselves they could kill whomever they wanted. And it makes me sick to have garbage like you swimming around inside my skin, polluting me." She then lowered the flickering azure nub until its light played softly over the hollow's bloody tear-streaked face. "But even more disgusting is the thought that your putrid ass might be purified from that kid's power. Then you'd go to Soul Society after you died, and live out your days happily alongside decent people who never became fucking cannibals just to stay alive. So instead, a spastic jerk of one arm might have been an attempt to snatch the blue orb. But the Aaron car caught himself and snapped his jaws shut to permit no final whimper to come out. You can just fuck off and die." And so saying, she clenched her fist, crushing the shuddering candle flame. It burst like a grape, squirting cerulean plasma that trickled through her fingers. The hollow's whole body spasmed then sagged. His face went slack, eyes gone blank. Moments later his ruined form turned the color of ash and then crumbled away to leave nothing behind. Senin Hiro. Water crystallized, rising to form multiple ice pillars surrounding Tatsuki and her shadow. The flotilla converged with a boom like massive icebergs grinding a wooden vessel on the open sea to dust. Hitsugaya lowered his sword panting. He watched the cold prison in which his enemies were entombed. The ice exploded. And from within there came pouring hundreds of hollows. An army of heartless killers, shrieking and scrambling over one another as they bore down upon the lone death god in a rush. In moments he was surrounded, then subsumed. The undead mob bit and tore at one another in a frenzy to partake of his flesh. They screamed wordlessly, driven mad by their desperation and need. Slobbering and shrieking, snarling and snapping, they bled and raged, fought and cried. With a snap like crunching snow, the hollow army froze down to the bone. They remained in that lifeless tableau like a painting of white empty death before crumbling with soft little whispers. Toshiro stood unharmed. His armor was gone. Tatsuki too regarded him from the melting remnants of his attack. "Come on," was all she said. He lifted off the ground and dove at her, wings spread and sword aimed for her chest. Before he could even cross half the distance she appeared beside him. A clawed foot slammed into the small of his back so hard all his ice appendages burst into shards. She then whipped around in a tornado kick that sent him flying, only to reappear in his path and deliver a fearsome punch straight to the chest. His bones crumbled like chalk, and Toshiro collapsed to the floor. "Why don't you try making me a popsicle while you're down there?" she sneered. "Somehow I don't think I'll be getting much more out of this." When he did not respond, the Tengu spat disdainfully and raised her claws in what was clearly a death blow. Before she could finish it, Khan appeared before her. Stop! He ordered fiercely, arms spread wide. His sudden appearance seemed to give Tatsuki pause. At the same time, Kunieda Ryo crouched beside Hichugaya's body with her back exposed and both arms wrapped tightly around the fallen Shinigami. Rangiku knelt close by holding onto the human girl's hand, while Chad crouched over them both, shield arm raised for cover. Arisawa gave a slight shake of her head as though confused about something, then focused on her angry lover. What? Matsumoto watched the befuddled Tengu carefully, and when Ryo gave an assured nod to indicate her power was working, she turned her attention to Toshiro. Captain! The golden-haired spirit whispered. Can you hear me? At first she feared they were already too late. But after a moment he gave a shuddering breath. His eyes cracked open painfully, struggling to focus on her. Blood-flecked lips parted, but only a ghastly croak came out. Rangiku paled. She hung her head, shaking it slowly back and forth. Toshiro-kun, his former lieutenant sighed with regret. It's time to decide. I can call a halt to this right now, provided you concede defeat. The broken youth stared at her. It wasn't clear if he actually heard a word she said. Rangiku hesitated, searching his bleeding features for some sign of recognition. Eventually she decided to proceed as if he did. That means the trials will end. For good. Jin has agreed to let you go free. Once you leave, you can never come back. But I think we can agree, it's certainly better than dying. Again she studied him for a sign. A rasping quality to Toshiro's breathing spoke of severe internal injuries. Rangiku was just debating whether to throw in the towel on principle and start first aid right away, when a sudden hitch in his breath made her own catch. With it came a faint but definite shake of the head that said, no. Hot anger rose inside her suddenly. It took everything she had not to slap him in that moment. Damn you! She swore. Damn you, you little! Panting with fury, Matsumoto strove to calm herself enough to gain coherence. Of all the stupid. I know why you're doing this, and it's completely insane. Do you seriously buy that delusional nonsense Aizen relies on? He's as much a child as you are. So convinced of your own greatness and self-importance that you honestly believe nothing can stop you. Her face thrust close to his, blue eyes blazing as she snarled, forget about destiny and prophecy. No one's going to save you again. If you keep going with this fight, you're going to die. Do you believe that now? So just. As quick as it came the fury was gone, and she found herself lifting a hand to her mouth as tears began to fall. Gazing down at the blood-spattered boy with a tearful smile, Matsumoto whispered, Don't make me regret being on your team, kid. I don't need you to win every battle. You'll always be my hero. No matter what. And you're. Her heart leapt for joy at hearing his voice. Mine. Rangiku blinked in disbelief. She looked at Kunieda to make sure that hadn't been her imagination. The human's face was cold and determined, but even she appeared a little shaken by what had been done here. Now let me go. He had made his choice. There was no gainsaying him. Grief settled over her like a shroud as it became certain she would now have to watch this foolish boy throw his life away. As his loyal second, what else can you do? Let him have his honor. That's not enough for me. I'm sorry, sweetie. But this was never about you. At a nod from her, Kunieda and Chad stood up. Carefully they edged as far away as they could. Steeling herself, the Shinigami took a firm hold of both humans and flash-stepped them away, leaving her hero behind to die. As soon as Toshiro reappeared, Tatsuki took notice. Oh. She placed a hand on Khan's chest and gently pushed him aside. He gave ground with an aggrieved expression but departed all the same. Their last resort had failed. Now it was up to him. Scant time had been spent for Toshiro weighing Matsumoto's offer. He was preoccupied with dying, and horrible memories served to remind him of the last time this happened, when he faced a seemingly insurmountable opponent. Overwhelming power. Helplessness. Fear. All this and more he had experienced fighting against a Vastolord, even when she had been limited in her strength, on the day another hollow god long thought dead abruptly re-entered their lives. And suddenly it came together in his head. Every piece fit. While Tatsuki readied herself to strike, Toshiro rasped, "Why don't you come out and face me? Quarta espada." Arisawa paused as though debating something. Over her shoulder, the winged shadow turned its head to regard her. The Kadam Suleiman ignored this questioning look. She studied the small Shinigami sprawled there coughing wretchedly. After a while, when no further attacks came, Toshiro managed to roll over onto his side and began the slow, agonizing process of getting back on his feet. At last they faced each other once again. Tatsuki cocked her head to one side. "I take it this means you won't throw in the towel." Body screaming, bloody sweat dripping down his face, he managed to shake his head. Upon seeing this, Arisawa reached up and dragged her mask off. She flung it to one side, black eyes thoughtful while continuing to inspect the resolute youth. "You know we're going to win. The outcome was predetermined. I can't imagine you've got any tricks left, much less the strength to cast them. There's no way to beat us, so just what do you hope to achieve?" Toshiro said nothing. He just swayed dizzily, looking about to keel over at any moment. "You must have figured it out by now," Tatsuki continued in a bored vein. She examined her black-clawed hand disinterestedly, as though wondering whether to get a manicure after this was done. "I didn't take that soul-cleansing pill you guys gave me. And as a result, I've gained power the likes of which you can't hope to defeat. But what good would come if you did, huh? This." She swept a hand down to illustrate the changes in her body. "You would have to take all this away. The power I fought to keep. No one gave it to me. I took it. Maybe the others would have gotten abilities too, if they had chosen to keep the Vastolord's mark like I did. Then they'd never have to feel helpless anymore. Does that make me not innocent enough for you to save?" When he didn't respond, her eyes narrowed. Suddenly in the palm of one hand a pale flame burned once more. As it did, the hovering shadow gained dimension. Flesh and hair grew, expanding into the outline of a man wreathed in demonic power. Like a dreadful fiend risen from the abyss, Ulquiorra Schiffer loomed over the two of them in his segunda etapa. He did not speak. Lifeless green eyes absorbed the grisly scene before him without interest for what it might portend. Death held no concern for the espada. "Are you going to save me?" A sneer twisted Tatsuki's lips. The wings, feathers, and claws she previously boasted were now gone, presenting a visage more human yet somehow even less humane. "Is that it? Man, you are so much like Ichigo it's not even funny. Both thinking you're fated to come out on top no matter what." She crouched to get on his level, leaning an elbow on her knee with a wicked smile. "Come on, hero. Gimme a speech. Something you can hang your hat on when they're carving your tombstone. Let's hear it, I'm waiting." Remarkably, Hitsugaya began to edge toward her, the tip of his sword dragging across the ground. There was not even enough power to form ice. A whisper of movement, and Ulquiorra's tail slapped the Shinigami across his face, sending him pitching in a heap once more. Lying on the stone, Toshiro raised his head, shaking from effort as though racked with palsy. He watched her with an unreadable expression. This continued silence on his part proved troubling. No doubt it was what led her to say what she did next. "I feel like..." She reached up a hand to clutch at her chest, twisting the black fabric and snapping it taut away from her. "There's something missing. Like there's a hole where my heart should be. It's been this way for years. A piece of me just got lost along the way. And every time I take a hollow into me, that feeling goes away for a while. Maybe their emptiness counteracts mine just a little. All this, the hollows, it's all to try and make up for that absence." Her eyes drifted off to the side. "I can't describe it any better than that. But it's why I can't stop. Not until this feeling goes away." To her disbelief the boy tried to stand during her speech only to end in abject failure. As she turned a cold, unforgiving look upon him he collapsed to take quick, short breaths. Restlessly the living Impjar waited for some kind of response. But nothing came from him. In the end she decided to just ask. "So, can you do it? Can you save me? Or..." She bit her lip hard enough to draw blood. "Do I have to kill you, and do it myself?" Her voice descended to the very depths of weariness. "Because I don't really care anymore. In response his fingers tightened around the sword hilt. Bits of ice began to climb up his arm from there. Tatsuki's eyes narrowed in irritation. This was getting them nowhere. Let Khan chew her out later. Right now, that seemed preferable to letting this mess drag on any longer. Okay, then. Have it your way. Next thing he knew, Toshiro was yanked upright as his head snapped to the side from a punch that felt like it was going to break his neck. Another blow to the stomach ruined his insides. He spat blood, eyes growing wide with the realization that he couldn't breathe. Ulquiorra let him go, only to lace both hands together and bring them crashing down on the back of the falling Hitsugaya's skull. Before his body could even hit the ground, the hollow grabbed the boy by the front of his coat and held him on high, examining his quarry. The kid hung loose as a rag doll. Head dangling limply, the sword slipped from his hand to lie on the floor like a whipped cur. There was not a trace of strength left in either of them. And yet despite all this, the Shinigami still lived. The Vasto Lord's eyes narrowed slightly. Anger stirred in his soul. Why do they never just die? He drew his free hand back, fingers extended like a spear in preparation to deliver a fatal blow. Upon seeing this, Tatsuki felt sick to her stomach, but all she did was bend over and put a hand to her mouth in order to try and hold it back. Oddly enough, this made her smile. Hitsugaya felt nothing. Neither fear, nor grief. There was no further impetus to try and strike back. Instead he found himself thinking about what might happen after his death. Ichigo Kurosaki would start to worry when he didn't show up for their training session tomorrow. He'd probably ask Nanao to look into it for him. His sisters might wonder whatever happened to the strange boy with white hair. Momo would no doubt remain missing. Byakuya would curse him for a fool, dying like this, leaving Leopard Company without another captain. Growing up, it never seemed possible so many people would end up relying on him for anything. I really let them down. What a waste. It occurred to him then that he had been thinking about this for a while now without anything happening. Faintly Hitsugaya brought himself back to the world, wondering what might be holding up his execution. Ulquiorra stood motionless before him. There was no light in the hollow's eyes. He remained with arm upraised to finish the boy captain. Behind him Tatsuki was bent over slightly, one hand raised to her face, lunatic smile baring her teeth in a savage grimace. She made no move either. Nothing did, actually. What is going on? Captain. Someone touched his cheek. His head turned painfully, to be met with a surprise. You? Yes, she said with a sad smile. The face was unmistakable. Still, he found himself quite perplexed to be thinking of this person right now. She had been dead for years. Another loss from the Autumn War, when he first faced Ulquiorra Schiffer in battle. After the fight ended, her body was found nearby. No explanation for how she came to be there ever surfaced. Toshiro always suspected it had something to do with her own past trauma. They regarded each other for a while. Hitsugaya remained too confused to even ask any questions. Of a sudden she turned to face the espada poised on the cusp of his murder. I won't let him take another life, she declared firmly. Especially not yours, Captain. You were kind enough to allow me to continue as a Shinigami, even when it was obvious that I could contribute nothing of worth. That gave me peace. I felt proud to die as a death god by your side. What is going on? You were there for me in the end. Which is why I can be here for you, his former subordinate explained. That human girl might yet be saved. I know from whence her grief derives. The miracle couldn't affect me, for I was already long gone when it was cast. With my help you might have an opening, for a few seconds at least. What happens then is up to you. She bent close and uttered a spell into his ear. Hitsugaya recognized it. Without thought, he found himself mouthing the words to Kagami Tojire, the broken mirror. Sachiko Fugunashi, former 10th seed of Division 10 in the Godi I-13, took care of the rest. As he was about to tear his victim's heart out, something moved off to Ulquiorra's side. He flicked a wary glance in that direction. What he saw caused him to doubt his sanity. Noticing this, Tatsuki frowned. She was just getting ready to call out to her familiar, when a voice she didn't recognize spoke her name from behind, and instantly the karate expert whirled ready for battle, only to go completely still as she found herself confronted by a vision of loveliness. The young woman standing before her had long red hair similar to Ichigo's, with blue pins sparkling at her temples like stars. A strange white dress encased her curvaceous figure. There was no expression to be found on the beautiful stranger's face. Tatsuki couldn't remember ever having met a person like this in her entire life. And yet for some reason, just seeing this girl made her heart feel ready to burst. Her chest ached so hard she couldn't take a breath, limbs trembling with a horrible numbing chill. A scream came bubbling up from the deepest depths of her soul, but not a sound passed her lips. Who? Meanwhile, Ulquiorra remained motionless as his mistress, rooted to the spot. Every instinct he possessed was shrieking at him to escape this evil place. As much as he wished for it, though, the figure from his nightmares wouldn't go away. Dressed as a Shinigami. Both hands extended out to the espada as though offering an embrace. The face, unforgettable, as it belonged to a dead man. A man I killed. He abruptly remembered again with stark clarity the moment before his previous death, when he had been about to destroy Ichigo Kurosaki and all his allies, only to be taken aback by the inexplicable appearance of this hideous specter from beyond the grave. The same death god lieutenant who fell to him years ago, slain by his hand. Dead, dead by my hand, the dead, the dead. The dead won't die. No. A whisper emerged from his throat. Petrified, the espada could only stare, shaking in pure terror. He had completely forgotten about everything else in the room. His claws opened, and Hitsugaya went tumbling to the floor. The battered Shinigami lay there for a while, aching and uncertain. Part of his brain began to wonder what might have saved him. Then he gave an angry shake of the head, dispelling this line of thought. It didn't matter. All that counted was he had been given a second chance. A few feet off, Tatsuki remained turned away. While she hadn't moved, something told him that wouldn't last much longer. His only hope was to end this fight in one shot. But he could barely stand. There was not enough strength in him to kill a fly, let alone this inhuman horror. Human, that's right. No matter what else, she's still human. Which means... One hand slipped into his robe, soon finding what he sought. Standard issue for any Shinigami in the living world. It might just do the trick. If not, at least I went out fighting. Summoning up whatever power remained to him, Toshiro Hitsugaya took a deep breath and performed flash step. He slammed into Tatsuki from behind. Instantly the spell was broken, and she came back to herself with tears coursing down her cheeks just as an arm encircled her throat. Sleeper hold. Automatically she performed a vicious elbow strike to her opponent's stomach, feeling it connect solidly. She seized his wrist and twisted, then heaved forward to fling him over one shoulder. Hitsugaya landed before her with a cry of pain, and immediately she dove upon him, furious for reasons she couldn't pinpoint, knowing only here was someone who had attacked her, hurt her. But instead of snapping his neck, she caught him in a chokehold just as he had her, constricting his throat with an unbreakable grip. Tatsuki felt her eyes burning from tears, and as the boy struggled she hissed painfully in his ear, "Sweet dreams." "You." He gasped, fingers scrabbling ineffectually at her arm, first. As he spoke, what looked like a Pez dispenser thrust before her eyes. The cap was a little cartoon bird, and before she could think to question this odd sight it popped, bouncing around on a spring accompanied by a colorful puff of smoke. As she breathed the vapor in, Tatsuki immediately felt drowsy. Her body went limp, all questions ceasing to matter. The world started going blurry around her even as the young woman pitched to one side. It proved strangely peaceful. Tears slid warm and wet down her face. She could see the bloodied Toshiro gazing down at her with concern. Then Ulquiorra appeared behind him, a Lanza del Relampago drawn back to take his head off. The blade swept down. Cheap shot, Tatsuki thought as sleep claimed her. The moment she passed out, Ulquiorra's shiver was reduced to ash, his Lanza dissipating an instant before it could connect with Hitsugaya's flesh. A slight breeze ruffled his hair and nothing more, moments before he joined his defeated opponent in sliding into unconsciousness. Rangiku caught him. Immediately she threw herself into action with every spell and technique she could summon, working to stave off death. After confirming Tatsuki remained unharmed, She was joined by Khan, who utilized the skill set of his Jikungan uniform to help stabilize the boy. Neither of them asked questions of each other. Standing off to one side with Chad, Kunieda looked over at Ichimaru. The Lord of the Mountain watched life-saving treatment being performed on his enemy with arms crossed and smile blazing forth. She couldn't tell what he might be thinking. Eventually Jin turned and walked away. There were only two left. But Kunieda was seriously starting to wonder if they needed to call in help. Is he dead? I don't know. The two children looked at each other, and giggled. Hirako started poking and prodding the white-haired spirit as he lay before them. But when Shiro-kun refused to move, Kyojaku shook his head matter-of-factly. It's not working. He's asleep. His sister blew out her cheeks and flopped on the ground beside him. But we're dreaming. She insisted. You can sleep in a dream. Hesitantly Kyojaku crouched down and peered at the motionless Shinigami's face. At last he stood up. He knows we're here. But he's too tired. Let's leave him alone. Okay. The older Kurosaka sibling took his little sister by the hand and led her off. They walked through fragments of worlds and memories. Some of them he had long familiarity with. There was the kind old lady who lived in the woods. She was Shiro-kun's grandmother. He watched her meeting with the man carrying the baby again, before accepting it and going back to lay the infant in a crib. Abruptly the scene switched to when the person he had come to know as Sosuke Aizen invaded the old woman's home. Jaku quickly hurried away from this one. It always made him uneasy. The two of them journeyed past places and people that might have been in Soul Society. There were some very bad memories here. A lot of them seemed to revolve around a black and white demon with cold, frightening eyes. Shiro-kun fought this monster alongside their father and uncle. Others were there as well. Rumblings shook the world, though, and Kyojaku was quick to avoid these places. They felt especially bad for some reason, now more than ever. Instead he led them back into the woods of childhood, where things seemed much safer. Shiro-kun and an older girl with brown hair played together in this forest a lot. The white-haired boy seemed content when he was with her. But there was a shadow following the girl around. When Shiro-kun saw it, he became angry and kept a closer watch on his playmate. It was around this time Jaku realized his sister had wandered off. Hirako. He called. Don't go far. I won't. Came back faintly. He watched the two childhood friends at play. They were passing a ball from one to another. Abruptly the girl said, You shouldn't look for me. I have to, Shiro-kun replied. Maybe I don't want to be found. Kyojaku noticed something odd then. The girl's shadow didn't belong to her. Instead it was that of a tall man. The spiky-haired youth seemed to brood before tossing the ball back to her. Momo. Yes. Who were your parents? I don't know. She continued to play catch. Granny never told me. Why? I just wondered. His eyes grew thoughtful, drifting to one side. The girl called Momo caught the ball and held it to her stomach patiently. Back there, in the house, why was there a... Her shadow twisted, and began laughing at them silently. Something about the way they looked at one another made Kyojaku uneasy all over again. He decided it might be best to leave. Where was Hirako? Ko. He yelled. Koko? Where are you? Silence. Then, far away, and scared he heard, Jaku. He started to run. Fear grew with every step. The woods were changing around him as Kyojaku raced desperately along. No longer did they hold comfort. Now the trees looked dead, sky heavy with looming gray thunderclouds, and the soil turned rocky and unforgiving. He tripped and fell a few times, gashing open his knees. When he tried to catch the trees for support, they cut him. This place hates me. It was now absolutely imperative he locate his sister. To his great relief he came out into a small clearing and found Hirako standing there silently. When Kyojaku came up to her, though, she turned her head to him. Face filled with fear, his sister pointed into the surrounding trees. Someone's coming, she said. He looked where indicated. Nothing was there. Nothing that he could see. But, it was moving. Through the forest. He could feel it racing along. Fast, and purposeful. It knew they were there, and was coming to get them. He couldn't see it. Whenever he tried, it wouldn't let him, but still it ran, drawing nearer and nearer, filled with so much rage. Run! Run! Kyojaku grabbed Hirako by the arm, but she yanked herself violently away. We don't run. She snarled, not even sparing him a glance. Before he could respond, it entered the clearing. Poised motionless, the monster seemed to be waiting for them to make a move. It was huge. That much he could distinguish clearly. Despite this, though, he had no way to tell what it looked like. The most Kyojaku could make out was something standing on 4 great legs. But the higher you looked, the less clear it became, like trying to see through smoke or fog. A terrible snarl made him stiffen. He could badly feel the threat this thing posed. It looked down upon them with unspeakable savagery, ready to tear them limb from limb. What should I do? Don't worry. And Hitsugaya stepped in front of them. His face was eerily calm. I'll protect you, he said. As the children watched, those silent figures stared one another down. Just when both felt sure they were about to fight. Never come here again. The terror turned and slipped into the concealing woods, disappearing from sight. As soon as it did, all 3 of them were back in Tashiro's childhood memories. Thank you. Oddly, Kyojaku found himself uncertain who said that. But more importantly, the shame that now gripped him proved unbearable. Why didn't I do anything? Hirako might have gotten hurt. I'm supposed to protect her, that's what big brothers are for. Tasan always says so. I shouldn't have left her alone. Fists clenched at his sides, trembling with impotent frustration, he wished so badly to have actually fought back there, beaten the monster and sent it flying. But a sickening fear inside let him know that the creature would have killed him. And he could do nothing about it. Why are there so many monsters? The boy gasped. Right when he felt himself about to burst into tears, Hitsugaya placed a hand on his shoulder. You don't know what that was, he spoke with quiet resolve. What he meant wasn't clear. Still, the boy found himself feeling a tiny bit better. He looked over at Hirako. You want to go home? She gave a nod, and he went to stand beside her. Are you going to come pay with us for real? His sister asked their guardian suddenly. I need to get well first, Tashiro informed them. Don't worry. It won't take long. They seemed happy to hear that. And so the children faded away, going back to their own dreams. When they were gone, he looked around for Momo, but she was nowhere to be found. Could it really have been her? By now they had long realized that the Kukaki lad was not only capable of slipping into their dreams, but drawing others in as well. He shuddered at the thought of what they had so narrowly escaped. It would seem even here, Ichimaru remained a nightmare. This caused him to remember something, and Tashiro found himself saying aloud. Why was there a crib? When Tatsuki came to, she found herself lying on a cot in a darkened room. A small measure of light came in from the crack beneath the door. Other than this she was in shadow. As she watched, part of the blackness moved. Dead. It was Ulquiorra. Her primary prisoner had been reduced to that semi-material form which was the best he could muster without her consent. In this state he was harmless, yet even were that not the case, something told Tatsuki he posed no threat to anyone right now. Schiffer was hunched in on himself, inky fingers clutching his arms tightly as he shuddered, muttering to himself. She had never seen the Espada so shaken before. I killed him. The dead won't die. Why won't they die? What am I doing wrong? What have I done? Her body felt hardly capable of moving. Yet seeing him like this made Tatsuki want to reach out and offer comfort to that evil soul. Sympathy for the devil? Not so very strange, after all. Tatsuki was surprised to experience the most profound sense of connection with the frightened hollow. Maybe it had something to do with how drained she felt right now, empty of all that surging restless animosity that had been building up over time. We're the same, she murmured in commiseration. His wings flapped restlessly. Silence, trash, he rasped without even looking at her. Rather than prompting outrage, this only made her smile. We're both haunted, Ulquiorra. At this the anxious spirit grew still. He rounded on Tatsuki, eyes wide with shock. What does that mean? She didn't answer. Instead Tatsuki Arisawa closed her eyes, the memory of a stranger's beautiful face guiding that broken girl into the first peaceful sleep she'd had in years. To be continued. Chapter 30, Winter's Touch, Dying Wish. Around them the war continued unabated. Hell on earth, the forces of damnation waging an unimaginable frenzy of slaughter, as though aware they would soon lose their connection to this plane. Graf Thotholtz sank to his knees clutching the silver arrow protruding from his chest. Fangs bared, he strove to pull it free unsuccessfully. A snarl emerged from his throat as the holy weapon remained lodged deep in his heart. Its power coursed through him, obliterating the vampire lord from the inside out. His true demonic visage flashed through, failing to manifest after this mortal blow. Once again the gates of hell opened wide, yearning for his black soul. The young Romany lay where she had fallen, encircled in Ulrich's arms. His broken bow was cast to one side. All his attention focused on her pale, beautiful face. At last, to his utter relief, her eyes opened, only to instantly focus on the dying Graf. Red eyes focused on Rania in turn. They burned with a hunger unmatched. And to Ulrich's dismay, she held out her hand to him. Radu, she whispered. Help. Awash in his own ruin, hellborn, and holy power burning him with their internal conflict, for a moment Thotholtz felt only bafflement. Did she honestly expect his aid at a time like this? Help. Rania gasped, her. Only then did he understand. His gaze traveled past her, to where his daughter burned just like him. The human boy Engelbert held tight to Xiomara, screaming in pain yet unwilling to let her go. The curse would destroy his daughter's body once more until he was resurrected, just as it had decades passed upon his first death and every 17 years since. Rania's last words came back to him. You can. Just as you chose to be damned, you can choose to be redeemed. The curse is not unbreakable. Redemption does exist, if you can only find it in your heart, to admit it. There in her hand lay the promise of redemption. And death. If he accepted Rania's offer, he would die for good. No more would his vampiric powers enable revival at a later date. Within her palm rested the ultimate sacrifice. To give his life for the sake of another. Her hypocrisy and self-interest were blatant. All she wanted was to end his hold over her for good. Which Radu would never allow. His hatred must endure. The world would be made to pay for what it cost him. Even should he die here, one day his followers would restore him to existence, and his campaign to plunge the world into hell would begin anew. Thotholtz was just about to spit his rejection of her offer. But in that moment, Engelbert lifted his head and let loose a soul-shattering scream. The sound shocked him. For in it Radu von Thotholtz recognized the same devastating lament he himself had uttered upon losing his Susan. Grief. Agony. Helplessness. All this and more he knew. History repeating itself, the same thing happening again, as grief begot grief. His body blazed, skin burning to ash, bones melting and snapping like heat-bathed twigs. The vampire lord felt none of this. He only continued to stare spellbound at the sight of his dying daughter. A torture he himself had subjected her to for over 70 years. Please, her golden eyes seemed to beg him. Let it end. His child was in pain. Only he could put an end to it. In that moment Radu remembered 100 moments when he and Susan had cared for their infant babe, nursing her through sickness, abandoning sleep so as to never leave her side, awash with dread at the thought they might lose her, and rejoicing when she pulled through and they could be a family once again. My family. My daughter. And he reached for Rania. Even as he did, Thotholtz knew it was too late. Holy fire consumed him, obliterating his presence from this world. No force of earth or hell could possibly stand against the judgment of heaven. His chance had slipped away. Despite knowing this, Graf Thotholtz of Wallachia once again defied the Lord as he surged forward and seized hold of the Romany girl's offered hand. Immediately a joyous carillon of bells rang out, so loud it brought the war to a halt. Both sides were stunned, whether human or demon. A great light flared at the hillock where the leaders of these armies fought, and all those who looked upon it could only tremble as they felt the power of the Almighty descend from on high. Rania kept her fingers tightly wound around Totholz. She refused to let go, even as the infernal flames that destroyed his mortal body made her want to scream. Without regret, without hesitation, she poured out all that had been imbued into her. She was the conduit for something so profound mere words could not do it justice. Mercy. Forgiveness. Reconciliation. Joy. Acceptance. Just as she had when lifting her own vampiric essence, Rania felt engulfed by the enormity of it all, cherished beyond belief, and all this she unselfishly offered to Totholz so that he too might experience it. Another soul passed through her then. Rania felt the earnest gratitude as Susan leapt to be with her husband, come what may. It was only right. That much she knew, though it grieved her somewhat. The light of Providence blazed, a divine lamp lighting the entire cosmos. Greater than the sun, no shadow could exist in that conflagration. Only truth. For one brief moment, the entire human race forgot to hate and fear one another. Held in the embrace of the divine, doubt was impossible, and for decades hence they would try to explain to those who came after them how it had felt. Soft as a candle flickering out, the heavenly presence departed. Engelbert held his breath. The entire time that had taken place he had not taken his eyes off Xiomara. Whatever prayers he offered in his heart seemed to have been answered, for the woman he loved lay whole and well before him. The red-headed hero could find nothing to say, even as her golden eyes flickered open and she looked all around. Upon catching sight of him, she smiled with such relief that he knew this was not a dream. Then Xiomara appeared to notice she was naked. A frustrated sigh escaped her throat. Damn it, she muttered sullenly. Not again. At this Engelbert swept her into a tearful embrace, and she had no choice but to hold on to him just as tightly. The tears that fell then were only from relief. After a time, though, both remembered the reason for this miracle. Rising together, the hopeful lovers stumbled weakly over to join their fellows. There they stood looking down, Engelbert cradling Xiomara's head against his chest as she stared sadly at her life's work come to a close. Radu von Totholz was dead. Yet unlike both times before, his body remained in this world. The Graf lay stretched out upon the sward, eyes closed as though he were only in peaceful slumber. That unearthly face no longer held a trace of pride or malice. Only the dignity of a man who had accepted death without fear. Rania still held onto his hand, examining that noble visage which remained hauntingly beautiful. Even knowing that this was the only way it could be, a small part of her still yearned to hear his voice once again, gaze into his bewitching grey eyes and marvel at the force of this singular personality. Only one man could have tempted her to eternal damnation. The young Romany knew then that a part of her would long for the Graf until her dying day. But as Ulrich whispered her name, she remembered a gentle man's love, and what it meant to have a home. Together, the four of them helped to bury Totholz on that hillside, marking the grave with his sword in a garland of wild roses. They stole away before anyone could seek to question them. 3 gigantic monitors froze on an image of the 4 heroes departing towards the sunset, and everyone watching erupted in cheers as the anime ended and the credits began to roll with special extended footage. It was truly a wedding for the ages. The entire Rokugien Gardens in Tokyo had been rented out for this special occasion by the production company for Wanderer in Shadows. Partygoers mingled freely with wedding guests, neither quite sure which was which. Many attendees of the actual ceremony elected to come in costume at the behest of the bride and groom themselves. The chapel pews had been crowded with vampires, werewolves, shapeshifters, and succubi. A few daring souls even came as smiling Shinigami. Many sought to outdo one another in terms of sheer attention to detail and extravagance. Yet all agreed that the couple themselves stole the show when it came to creativity. Uriu Ishida entered the chapel dressed in tailor-made raiment of Imperial Archer Angel Ulrich Stern. White cloth with touches of vibrant turquoise and shining silver caused murmurs of wonder and appreciation as he entered the cathedral, and many lamented their lack of cell phones as the official photographer made sure to capture this moment for posterity. When the bridal procession began, a hush fell over the guests. For Mikuru Ogawa had elected to be joined in wedlock wearing a faithful reproduction of Rania's gown from Volume 3. Glossy green silk dark as ivy leaves made the red scarf wrapped around her throat stand out all the more, and the heavy veil still could not hide her tears as she walked beaming down the aisle. Her father handed her away with a kiss on the cheek, and then there was just the two of them flanked by bridesmaids and bridegrooms. The priest, a bit uncomfortable at all this pageantry, still performed his duty without a hitch. And when they exchanged rings, vows, and a kiss, the chapel was filled to the rafters with shouts of joy. Afterwards the wedding party drove to the park where they hosted their fans. No expense was spared. It was like a Renaissance fair in the heart of Tokyo, complete with an outdoor banquet offering food free to all attendees. There was spiced wine, roast lamb on spits, and a red velvet cake boasting 6 tiers and black frosting. All this was magnificent enough. But when an antique carriage pulled by 6 thoroughbred horses came trotting down a lane, few seemed sure what it might portend. Those at the bride and groom's table were equally mystified, and Uriah threw a sharp glance at Ichigo Kurosaki, who shoved both hands in his pockets and whistled while gazing up at the sky. Before the eyes of all, the carriage door opened, and a gasp went up from hundreds of throats as Radu von Thotho-Oltz swept out into the night. Many were wont to admit afterwards that they almost felt compelled to go to their knees before this regal figure. Wrapped in the vampire's black cloak with blood-red lining, he made his way to the main table where the bride sat transfixed clutching her husband's arm, who seemed no less thunderstruck at this occurrence. That majestic figure swept them a European bow, extending one arm out with great cape draped over it. "May your union be blessed," he intoned quietly in a deep, cold voice that gave the audience chills. Then without another word, the vampire nobleman returned to his carriage and vanished into the deepening dusk like a ghost. "I thought for sure he'd burst into flames under direct sunlight," Ichigo drawled while leaning against a cherry blossom tree with a cup of grog in one hand. "Or at least turn into a bat and fly off." "Oh, hush, you oaf." Beside him Rukia dabbed at her weeping eyes with a handkerchief while wearing a proud smile. She had never seen her Nii-sama look more majestic, even more so by a gracious willingness to go along with his sister's unreasonable yet honest request. No one else would go so far for a loved one's happiness. "Just saying," her lover continued without any appreciation for the significance of this moment. "There are going to be some frustrated paparazzi when they find out none of their shots caught his lordship on camera. They might think he really was a vampire." "I made that concession myself," Rukia remarked without bothering to acknowledge his rudeness. "It allowed Nii-sama to maintain anonymity in the mortal world. They can just resign themselves to never knowing the truth of the matter." "Rukia-san." They both turned as Mikuru Ishida herself came racing toward them waving excitedly, followed closely by Uriah, almost tripping over her gown so exuberant was she. The tiny bride rushed to wrap the equally slight Shinigami in a giddy hug, weeping and laughing so hard it took several seconds to catch her breath. "That," Mikuru managed to gasp once she had steadied herself enough to pull away, still gripping Rukia's shoulders with unmatched strength. "That was amazing. How did you convince him?" She was crying too hard to continue, until at last with a determined shake of her head the newlywed finally got herself under control. "Thank you," she managed, wiping at her glistening cheeks with a laugh. "Thank you both, so much. It was perfect." "I'm glad you enjoyed it," Rukia smiled. Byakuya Nii-sama was more amenable to the idea than expected. "Yuriuki might have had something to do with that. Plus this stunt also gave us a chance to have those Kokaki guardsmen buddies of yours show up," Ichigo added to Uriah. "They told me they would try to make it." The newly married Quincy gave a wry grin. "Imagine my surprise to see them unobtrusively escorting His Highness." Still chatting animatedly with Rukia, at this Mikuru rounded on her husband. "Your spirit friends were here? When?" "I wanted to finally meet them." He regarded her with a measure of surprise. "They were walking right behind Byakuya." "You didn't see?" "Really? Well, I guess not. I must have been concentrating so much on Lord Kokaki that I completely overlooked them." She threw an apologetic glance at Rukia. "Sorry. My ability to spot ghosts has never been something to brag about." "Will you apologize for me, Rukia-chan? We can make formal introductions later," the Kokaki princess sought hurriedly to placate her anxious friend. "It's no problem, really. I still can't believe it. But Here Mikuru stopped and took a step back. Her head tilted to one side. I meant to ask before, why did you two choose those costumes? They glanced at each other. What do you mean? Ichigo asked. We're Rajini and Bernadette, Rukia added. The newlyweds looked the other couple over, with her in red wig, green contacts, and boy's apparel, while he resembled a rough-and-tumble ruffian with long red hair and pointed furry ears. It was clear what their intentions had been, but you didn't. Mikuru started to say, then switched to, there weren't any other characters you felt were more relatable. Ichigo and Rukia just stared back. She could practically see the question marks floating over their big dumb heads. Seriously? Are they both that dense? Oh, whatever. Never mind, the blushing bride offered a fond smile. I'm just glad everything worked out so well. This was something of an understatement. Uriu's mother showing up at the ceremony out of the blue was made even more uncomfortable when she ran into both her ex-husband and Governor Misato Oki. Ever since the previous governor's unfortunate accident left him unable to fulfill his duties, the lieutenant governor and former teacher had assumed the position in his absence. Her proclaimed annexation of neighboring districts was met with confusion all around, but when their unstoppable head of regional government then began making noise about seceding from Japan altogether, things went from bad to worse. With a bloody civil war looming on the horizon the likes of which had not been seen since the Warring States era, the government was just gearing up to send in the military when Oki announced all plans for forming her own country were off. Few knew that this turnabout came entirely as a result of Ryukin Ishida offering to marry her in exchange for calling a halt to the madness, which Misato happily accepted. That this might have been her goal from the beginning somehow seemed even more scary than what just took place. A small private wedding followed, and with that, the crisis had been averted. Uriu privately confided to Mikuru that his father first considered just killing Misato, but was talked out of it by Komamura. The Ishida family's guardian deity attended both weddings, first in spirit guise, and now in a customized Jigai which, thanks to the theme of the whole affair, served to raise only a few eyebrows. As the two girls conversed, Ichigo sidled over to Uriu. He examined the white-clad bowman from top to bottom, then said simply, "It suits you." Ishida arched an eyebrow behind his silver glasses. Was that meant to be a joke? It's handmade, what do you expect? I meant marriage. Oh. His eyes drifted over to the happily gabbling Mikuru. The smile that came over Uriu's face was so soft it rendered him completely unrecognizable, at least to Ichigo. I believe, this might be the best thing I've ever done in my life. Such an emotional moment left Ichigo squirming in his wolfman costume, and he decided now might be a good time to bail before the topic of marriage turned to his own unusual living conditions. Hey, I'm gonna go grab some food. Take care of the girls for me, will ya? Certainly. Ishida remained absorbed by the love of his life. Enjoy my largesse. I'll instruct the staff to provide you with a doggy bag. Bastard. A punch to the arm only made the Quincy grin in response, and with a brief nod to Rukia that she reciprocated, the substitute Shinigami wandered off into the crowd of revelers, for once not feeling in any way out of place. Everyone seemed so carefree. As he walked, snippets of conversation came to his ears that made him grin. And Warhelm's mask coming off? I literally screamed at that reveal. It's because he was Xiomara's guardian angel. The feather when he died, the symbolism? Come on, so obvious. An angel with a dog's head. Cherubim in Western mythology are sometimes represented with the heads of animals. But did you see that huge guy cosplaying as him? When the author and her husband came in. That blew my mind. So lifelike. Ichigo moved on, searching for one of the food tables. It was somewhat mind-boggling, seeing all these people in costume. And that from a person who had witnessed a veritable war of the worlds in real life. Kind of like an anime convention, which technically it was by this point. Over the press he caught sight of a small stage where another power couple was holding court to the delight of their fans. I could easily see Rania and Xiomara as a couple. Well, of course you'd say that. But wouldn't it lead to daddy issues? I mean, her father was trying to score with the same woman. Yes. The tension. The awkward romance. Walking in on them when they're tangled up on the floor together, smooth strong legs wrapped around one another, moaning and panting. Okay, thank you, Chizuru, remember there are children here. Good point. You add that little Bernadette to the mix and we're moving on to our next guest. The sound of their talk show receded into the mayhem as he moved away. Maihana Natsui and Chizuru Honsho were too busy streaming a live interview session with fans and people of relevance to bother with an old high school chum anyway. They had been promised an interview with the newlyweds later on, having already spoken to several voice actors from the anime, the mangaka who illustrated the comic, and some clearly enraptured audience members. Those two had really proven to be a good team. Their show was a mix of gossip, social exposition, and off-the-cuff humor. The duo popped up all over Japan, interviewing random passers-by, patronizing venues to give their critiques, or just hanging out. If it weren't for Mikuru and Yuryu, he'd rank them as the most successful members of their graduating class. Speaking of which, I wonder what Chad's been up to lately? Haven't heard from him in a while. I should ask Kenta or... Excuse me, but, can we take our picture with you? Sure ya can, sweetie. Ichigo ground to a halt. His head whipped around, face pale and heart laboring as he tried to determine from which direction. All right, everybody, smile for the camera. Thank you, thanks so much. I can't wait to post this on my account. I mean, your costumes are just incredible. Did you make them yourselves? Enjoy the show, girls. Cute kids. Oh, hey, look who's here. It had only taken a few seconds to reach them. Even so, he had been afraid of losing their trail in this massive crowd. Small chance of that. Obviously they weren't trying to hide from him. As such, Werewolf Rajani found himself standing before the Shinigami Lohengrin and Semele the succubus. How's it going, kid? Junichi Maru smiled from beneath his hood. You look parched, Rangiku Matsumoto added beside him, hoisting a jug of sake over one shoulder. She took a swig and then held it out to him, blue eyes dancing with wine and merriment. Care for a drink? He ignored the invitation. What are you doing here? Lohengrin peered around the festivities and gave a shrug. Same as everybody else, I reckon. Having a good time. Seeing the way Ichigo's jaw clenched at their facetious behavior, Matsumoto of all people attempted to cool things down. We're really not here to cause a stink, Kurosaki-kun, she informed him, drawing closer and bending down to offer a playful wink. It warmed her heart to see the boy color at this, even considering their adversarial relationship. Such a cuddly little delinquent. I'm actually a huge fan of the title. And there was no way I'd pass up an opportunity to flaunt these babies out in public. She hefted her breasts, straining against the revealing temptress apparel she had on. It was amusing how fast he snapped his eyes away to keep from staring. That's the God's honest truth. Ichimaru rested against his scythe topped by an animal jawbone sharpened down to a point. There was nothing artificial about that prop. Some poor creature probably gave its life just so he could put it on display. Just consider us a happy couple out enjoying the fair. We got nothing up our sleeves. To confirm this, he slipped his skinny arms out of his robe and waggled his fingers, weapon held loosely in the crook of one arm. Ichigo glared, unconvinced but confident nonetheless. There was no way they'd try something here. Drawing attention wasn't their style. Plus he had a large concentration of strong allies at hand. If these two made a stink, it would only take a few seconds to bring the cavalry down on them hard. All the same, I can't just let them walk around free and clear. Ah, did we put your nose out of joint? The Shinigami mocked. I think he ain't got a clue what to do with us, dear. Well, now I'm just feeling guilty. Adopting a tragically crestfallen expression, the succubus leaned on her partner's shoulder. With trembling lower lip and eyes brimming with tears, she said, here we've gone and ruined this nice young man's evening. It's such a shame. Actually, Lohengrin jumped in before Ichigo could retort. There is a way we'd see clear to leaving y'all to your festivities and not cause any more trouble. They regarded him expectantly. If this was all just an act, that was clearly his cue to speak. What? Ichigo growled, eyes flicking between them suspiciously. Introduce us to the bride and groom. Over here. Speako the devil, Ichimaru grinned. For his part, Ichigo felt his spine stiffen as Ishida Mikuro came trotting over to them, hiking her dress around her ankles so as not to trip. The bride's face was red from joy and tears beneath the long veil that still crowned her head. She came dashing up to Ichigo's side, only then seeming to take notice of the company he kept. A delighted smile lit up her face as she took in their costumes, and she was about to exclaim in delight over such devoted effort, when the Shinigami turned his cowled head to her and smiled. "Hello, Imuto-chan." Her heart almost skipped a beat. Mikuru's eyes grew wide as all the strength left her body in an instant. Even if the voice wasn't familiar enough, she knew that smile without a doubt. It had held a place of prominence in some of her worst nightmares over the past few years. Seeing it again gave her the dizzying impression that despite being surrounded by literally thousands of people, she was back in that deserted city, not a soul around. For a moment Mikuro felt certain she was about to faint. A strong arm wrapped around her shoulder. It offered both support and protection. And just as bizarre, the person providing this show of strength was Ichigo Kurosaki, the person she used to find most intimidating. Perhaps it was this dichotomy that allowed her to find her voice. "What's going on?" "Hey, the blushing bride." This new voice drew her attention to the woman. For a moment all she saw was a character from her novel. Then another memory from years ago arose, allowing her to recognize this figure as well, one who offered far more menace than Kurosaki ever had. Still, there was nothing but friendliness to be found in that beautiful woman's face as she crouched before the smaller girl, cocking her head to one side in charming fashion. "Well, look at you, Semili-kun. All grown up. And into such a fine young lady. You really proved all the doubters wrong, Ogawa-chan." "Oops. Sorry, I meant Ishida-chan. Congratulations on that, by the way." Bewildered, Mikuro glanced between the deadly pair and Ichigo. His attention remained fixated on that sinister smiling duo. Nonetheless she felt comforted just to have him near. Almost like a magic aura encasing her in a spell that would brook no harm. For the first time, she understood a little what caused Rukia to fall in love with this man. "We really did come here to have fun," the voluptuous Demonis informed them. But there was one other reason. Behind her, Lohengrin flipped open an old-fashioned cell phone and passed it to his partner. This she accepted and held out to the bewildered bride with a serious expression. "It's for you." About to question what this meant, Mikuro jumped slightly when the phone began to ring. She glanced imploringly from one face to another, not sure what to do here. To her surprise, even Ichigo gave a quick nod, indicating it was safe to answer. Feeling somewhat more secure, she inhaled and timidly reached out to take the device, bringing it to her ear and pushing a button to accept the call. "Yes?" she asked. "Hello, child." For the second time that night, her heart rose up in her throat, almost choking her. "You'll have to forgive me," the woman on the other end spoke in chillingly familiar tones. "I had no wish to take away from your evening in any way by appearing there in person. But at the same time, it seemed ungrateful not to reach out in some way. And any gift I sent would be viewed with disfavor. Understandably so, I'll admit. So I settled on this." The person she had known simply as Ogaiso continued to speak without giving Mikuro a chance to interject. "Good thing, because no reply came to mind. I'll be brief, Mikuro-chan. The work you made provided me with so much entertainment. I'm glad you finished your story, and applaud you for making such a success of it. Even had fame and fortune eluded you, however, in my eyes, it would not have diminished your achievement. Because you were able to bring joy to one person, when they needed it so very, very badly, and I." There was a discordant quality to the speaker's voice now. Like the reception had gone bad, so that a haunting echo could be heard behind every word. "Wanted you to know." Mikuro had the strangest feeling like she was falling down a long black tunnel. A pause. Then in trembling tones, as though forcing something out, "that I am so very glad you didn't live to kill you." The bride stared up at the sky, cradling the phone against her ear. At last she said, "Thank you." And the line went dead. When it was apparent the conversation had ended, Semili took the phone away from her. She squeezed the girl's hand as she did, offering a smile and perhaps something more meaningful, For Mikuru smiled back, wiping a hand across her eyes. "Thank you," she said again more clearly, "for letting me have a chance to say that." Blue Eyes studied that sweet face thoughtfully. At last the succubus decided on simply saying, "You're very welcome, beautiful. And may I say, a girl really does look her best in a bridal dress." She shot an accusing glance up at her colleague. "I wouldn't know, of course. Plenty o' guys willin' to do the honors," he sniffed somewhat testily, peering around their environs. Then, in a lower voice, "I think we better get goin' now." With a light-hearted sigh the scantily clad temptress rose to join him. "If you say so." Hooking arms, the mismatched couple both saluted Mikuru together. "Our sincere congratulations to you, young lady," Semele spoke. "Give our best to your hubby," Lohengrin added as they turned away. "And knock his socks off in bed tonight," Semele called out gaily. With a final light-hearted wave, the two of them slipped behind the bole of a tree. They did not emerge around the other side. Perhaps some spell broke with their departure, for all at once several people around them suddenly became aware that one of the stars of the evening was in their presence. In no time, Ishida Mikuru found herself bombarded by exotically dressed fans eager to offer their own warmest regards while also demanding to know the answers to their most pertinent fandom questions. Still somewhat shaken from that experience, with a little help from her glowering self-appointed werewolf bodyguard, Mikuru fielded their exhortations and interrogations with a confidence she would never have guessed she could possess only a few years prior. And as the night wore on, she found herself not regretting the incident, frightening though it may have been at the time. In truth, it felt like a bad part of her life had been laid to rest. Now the future opened before her, a path she need not fear walking alone, for the man she loved would be at her side. It was truly a wedding for the ages. One people would talk about for decades to come. Toshiro was not surprised to find Kon waiting at the arranged rendezvous point for his next trial. Considering his opponent, she would probably want all the time available to prepare. The two of them did not speak much during the trip. And when at last they came out into the temple cavern that was their base of operations, he made no comment when Kon simply turned and left without a word. "Yo! Over here!" Sitting by himself in the shadow of the huge bronze statue dominating this tableau, Jin Ichimaru waved gaily at him. Feeling his blood run cold, the ice sorcerer squared his shoulders and headed cautiously over. The renegade waited for him with no outward sign of impatience. At last they faced one another. Ichimaru lounged on the idol's dais with one knee pulled to his chest, rocking slowly back and forth. The same small replica of a pagoda that had been here on their first encounter remained beside him. "Hope you're prepared, little fella," the fox spirit grinned at him. "She's really been looking forward to this." A quick glance around confirmed his initial assessment. They were alone. Upon seeing this, Jin gave a malicious chuckle. "See, thing is, I'm sure you were startin' to get bored, havin' your ass kicked in the exact same place time after time. Which is why we set up something special for this bout." Jin pointed a finger at the model's base and traced all the way to its tip. "Me and Ranjika called in a few favors and got ourselves a little pocket dimension, kinda like the one you hid all those souls in back during the Autumn War. She's in here. Waitin' for ya. All I gotta do is send ya inside." "Then what are we waiting for?" Hitsugaya demanded sharply. In response Ichimaru rested his cheek on an upraised knee. "Just wanted to make one thing clear," he declared softly. "Ranjika's not the type to go easy on people. Fact is, you might be in greater danger now than with any of the others. So be sure and show her a good time. I'd hate to see my girl disappointed, you know." "Don't call her that, you filth." For a time there was silence as the two powerful souls gazed at one another. It had not been his intent to pick a fight with Jin at this time, but even Toshiro was shocked to find how angry it made him to hear this beast refer to Ranjika so familiarly. A sense of sharpness settled over his mind, as though focusing on the man before him even more than before, to better appreciate the menace he represented. This had always been the way between them, from the first moment they laid eyes on each other when he came upon Ichimaru menacing little Momo. He had known then this demon meant deadly harm to the people most important to him. As the standoff continued, Hitsugaya had the strangest feeling, as though he were on the cusp of realizing something important. But before he could grasp it, Jin simply said, let's begin. With that the silver fox hopped upright. Giving a flick of his wrist, something like a white hell butterfly emerged. At the same time a shoji door appeared before Hitsugaya. The spectral insect landed on him, and the portal opened wide, revealing an intense outpouring of white light. There was no time to spend debating what dangers this might involve. Instead the captain of Soul Society marched resolutely into that gleaming void. The doors shut behind him. For a moment he could make nothing out. Squinting against the glare, there came a rush of wind, mixed with a familiar scent. Something soft brushed against his face, and he brought up an arm reflexively. Finally! There you are! When he dropped his hand, he found himself in a wide field of white daffodils. The wind stirred his hair. Off in the distance, hazy mountains ringed this valley to thrust white-capped peaks into a beautiful sky shaded the color of sunset. Yet there was no sun visible. Rangiku Matsumoto stood some distance off watching him. She wore the modified battle regalia of a Shinigami similar to what he had on. Her Zanpakuto was strapped to her back, a pink scarf wound around her neck. To his surprise, she had on her lieutenant's badge as well. Was this some attempt to mess with his head? After what Jin said, he had been expecting a war maiden similar to that Arisawa girl. But the pleasant smile on Rangiku's face spoke only to happiness at seeing him once more. Take care. She is without a doubt your most troublesome challenge. I know. What do you think? The sultry Shinigami extended an arm to take in the whole landscape. Nice view, eh? I had it specially made for you. Hitsugaya cast a searching look around, and finally gave a short nod. I like it, was all he said. She crossed her arms and cocked her head charmingly. You notice the daffodils? They're hard to miss. Then, because she seemed to be expecting more from him, he added, I'm glad you still feel connected to your old squad enough to reference it. For some reason, the look she gave him right then made Hitsugaya feel like he had given the wrong answer. After a few seconds spent regarding him in that light, she bent down and broke off a flower. Bringing it up to her face, Rangiku regarded the beautiful white petals sadly. Do you know what another name for the daffodil is, Teiku? His hand itched to draw his sword. This presentiment of danger had no bearing on their current predicament, however. Perhaps Rangiku was finally going to explain what this whole business of trials and codenames was really about. A part of him couldn't help but be curious at the prospect. I never was much for ikebana. Flower arrangement was more Anohana's thing. She smiled at that, but only for a moment. It's called a narcissus, Matsumoto explained patiently. There's a legend about it from ancient Greece. Supposedly a young man was so beautiful that he fell in love with the sight of his own reflection in a pond, and remained there yearning after himself while the woman who loved him was forced to watch from afar heartbroken, able only to echo the feelings he held for himself. The firman slipped from her fingers, and she dusted off her hands. Eventually the gods changed the young man into a flower that flourishes on the banks of streams, and that's how this little beauty got its name. The moral of the story is not to be too enamored with yourself. Hitsugaya could only marvel at the irony of that statement as Matsumoto brushed one hand lazily through thick honey-colored locks with a long, drawn-out sigh. This act only served to emphasize how a more perfect example of physical beauty could not be conceived. Is that what this has been all about, Rangiku? He asked softly. Were you trying to tell me I shouldn't be so self-absorbed? Her shoulders merely lifted in a shrug. Maybe, she murmured. Those half-lidded blue eyes traveled around their private paradise. His old lieutenant wore a troubled expression now, and she hugged herself, shivering slightly as though cold. You know me, Teiku, never one to plan too far ahead, always taking life as it comes to me. Her gaze traveled over to rest upon him. I, for one, never thought I had a destiny. Or any sort of purpose, actually. That's probably why I never made any headway when it came to learning Bankai. For all her faults, Hanko knows what she is meant for. Which is why I was always a little confused by you, Captain. It felt like you knew what you were meant to do in this life. But after a while I asked myself, is it because he was just born that way, or did someone kind of, force that idea on him? Like a kid brought up with no clear goals who's suddenly told that he's some great savior destined to rescue the world, and that's become his perception of himself to the point where it's all he sees, his own impressive tailor-made fate reflected before him, to the exclusion of all else. Before he could respond, she offered him a pointed look. "Why did you become a Shinigami, Hitsugaya?" To his consternation he found himself squirming under her cool gaze. Was this what she intended their battle to be? One of introspection, of character? Not the sort of clash he had been expecting. Then again, Matsumoto had no real chance against him in a one-on-one fight. Was he meant to defeat her with words? Having come to this realization, Toshiro chose his reply carefully. "I was following Momo," he admitted. "She wanted to be a Shinigami, and I planned to be close by, to protect her if need be." "That sounds about right. You certainly are a natural-born protector." Her bosom swelled as she inhaled deeply and offered him a canny look. "But then you found yourself a captain, and everything changed." That was true. Upon entering the Shino Academy, he had been somewhat surprised to learn how powerful he was in comparison to everyone else. But after graduating, the revelation that he was being fast-tracked to head of a division came out of the blue. There hadn't even been a chance to get accustomed to the regular uniform before he found them draping a white haori around his shoulders. And from then on he was Captain Toshiro Hitsugaya, first seed of Division 10. No longer just the quiet shunned urchin in the first ring, but a leader of men. And he took to it well, there could be no denying that. Leadership, command, combat, having observed other people's interactions from afar for so long, he found himself better suited than he ever realized to orchestrate the running of a division. Momo's well-being remained on his mind, to be sure. But in addition to that, there were the people who looked to him for leadership. One of whom was standing right across from him now. It was then he realized something. "Do you blame yourself, Rangiku?" A slight flickering of the eyelids. Nothing more. But being a seasoned observer of other people, he noticed this telltale sign. "How do you mean, Taiko?" He lifted his chin to regard her seriously. "I never forgot what you did for me. You woke me up to my potential. I found higher in Meru in large part thanks to you. By meeting and interacting with a real Shinigami, the first I ever knew. I saw what people like us were capable of. I realized we didn't have to just accept what was given. We could demand more. And be loud about it, even." A slight, affectionate smile softened his face, and Rangiku actually blushed to see it. "Were it not for you," he continued, "I might never have had the courage or the inclination to even think about pursuing my future. I wouldn't have cared enough to become a death god. And because of that," he continued in a somber vein, "Aizen found me. And Jin. They both want me dead. But that's not your fault. In fact, I'd almost assuredly be dead already had you not picked me up that day. Without you, I wouldn't have been prepared for them. They'd have killed me in an instant before I even knew what was happening. You saved me, Rangiku. And I believe that's what you're trying to do here with these trials. You want to make sure that when the time comes, I'll be as capable as I can be. And for that, I thank you." He then clasped both hands to his sides before bowing deeply from the waist. "Oh, Taiko." The scent of smoke tickled his nose, and he felt something shift on his back. "You are dead wrong." Before he knew it, the straps holding the scabbard on his back were cut, and the whole thing lifted free. When Hitsugaya jerked upright, it was to see his sword settling neatly into Matsumoto's hand, deposited by a swirling cloud of smoke. "She got you." Rangiku gazed at him, tucking his purloined Zanpakuto neatly into her belt like a spoil of war. "I'm actually here to do as much harm as I can. Because I want more from you than just a noble hero with stars in his eyes." Her own head narrowed, focused, and hungry as a wolf stalking its prey. "For I am Ishtar, the deadly sin of lust. And you belong to me, little boy." So saying, she attacked. Hanko swirled around her mistress and came launching towards his face. In response, Hitsugaya vanished only to reappear 100 yards away, an incantation already tripping off his tongue. Udo number 61, Rikuya Koro. Immediately 5 beams of yellow energy blazed around Matsumoto's midsection. However, rather than pinning her in place, the sealing spell flickered, then warped, and finally shattered. The look on his face as she turned to regard him seemed to amuse the lovely thief. "Oh, come on, Taeko," she scoffed. "Don't look so flummoxed. The very first time you sparred with Kurosaki Ichigo, you pulled the exact same move." She then patted his purloined scabbard. "Our sheaths serve to contain the power of our soul cutters, and as such can be used to block their powers." She offered him a flirty wink. "Consider yourself effectively emasculated, young man." A quick dash toward her was met with a raging galestorm of gray particles sharp as shuriken that tore up the earth before him, forcing Hitsugaya to leap back. Hanko almost seemed to growl as she swirled about her lady, indicating without words that she would not abide any attempt to do Rangiku harm. "Are you still with me?" "Yes. But as to our well-being, Hanko will not speak to me. I cannot divine their true intent. You may wish to abandon subtlety. Something tells me she's got that covered." Another blast from Hanko went wide as he leapt nimbly around it before aiming once more to reclaim his soul cutter. Even as he did, though, there came a preemptive warning of hot magic as his foot touched a particular patch of ground, right before bands of burning flame burst up to wrap around his body. Sleeping Kido. She must have set them beforehand. There could be dozens scattered around. She really is using every trick in the book. But it's nothing I can't handle. A sudden exertion of his own immense spiritual strength saw the bindings fray and snap a few seconds later. Not soon enough, however, as Matsumoto suddenly called out, "Heido number 4, Byakurai." At her command, a bolt of blue lightning leapt from one outstretched finger to collide with his chest. The deadly spell impacted with the force of a cloth yard shaft, and he grimaced as pain registered. But this low-level attack failed to penetrate his Reishi-enhanced armor, causing more discomfort than any real damage. By now Toshiro had freed himself from the restrictive casting and moved to find surer footing. He regarded Matsumoto with newfound wariness. The gorgeous enchantress had once more draped herself in the protective embrace of her Shikai, a cloud of deadly mist churning swiftly, as though spoiling for a fight. "You all right over there?" she called playfully, cupping a hand to her mouth. His captain's coat was burnt black in that spot, but otherwise unharmed. Toshiro wiped a hand over it while glowering at her. Reikoho would have packed more punch, or even Soren Sakasui. He observed, watching her for an opening to retrieve his weapon. "Are you playing around, Matsumoto?" "We always hurt the ones we love, Captain," she responded brightly. "Anyway, it's one of the most hotly debated topics at the Shino Academy. Can a lieutenant in Shikai match up against a captain even when their Zanpakuto is sealed? They've been pondering that question for ages. Thought I'd give it a try, you know." And she threw him a flirtatious wink. This isn't her style. "How so?" "Matsumoto likes to get a feel for her opponents first during a fight. But once she's taken their measure, there's no hesitation, no chatting. She just crushes them, swiftly and without mercy. And yet there is no need for her to evaluate us. After all, she knows very well how we fight. So why hold off? Maybe battle isn't what she's after. Like I thought before, it could be all about the whole reason she roped me into this spectacle. Then perhaps you should ask." So he did. "What's your game, Matsumoto?" She twirled a lock of hair around her finger. "You're the genius here. Why not tell me?" Whether she really meant it or not, he took the time to ponder his response. "If it's a fight you wanted, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Or even the other matches before this." His eyes traveled up to that heavenly view awash in the colors of deepening twilight. In truth, he had given serious consideration long beforehand to what running this gauntlet of diverse and dangerous opponents might signify overall. Toshiro Hitsugaya did not rise to his position without having a good head on his shoulders. And there was far more to being a captain than combat skill, with a few notable exceptions. But even someone like Zaraki was widely considered to be a very perceptive and versatile fighter. So much variety just screamed an overarching purpose. And certain things did become clear in hindsight. First there had been Atlanta, who clearly outmatched him in terms of speed, perhaps even without the disabling limiter. Then came the duo of Samson and Delilah, brute force meshed with the ability to beguile the senses and strike without warning. To disregard them in a real fight would have meant certain death. Afterwards he faced the Hollow Lepro, an enemy who could manipulate the world around her and hide anywhere. She might be standing right beside you and you'd never even realize it. Fighting Kadam Suleiman was simply a question of being overpowered. Her strength was leaps and bounds beyond anything he could currently produce. It could never be called a fair fight. And now there came Ishtar herself, the goddess of pleasure. What did she represent? Putting that aside for the time being, what one constant theme ran through all these challenges? On this there seemed to be no other solution than, "You're preparing me to face Aizen." "Yeah," Matsumoto shrugged and let out a weary laugh. "I guess I am." He nodded. "Thought so." Then those serious green eyes she always found so exhilarating rose to focus on her. "I'm ready to resume our match. May I have my soul cutter back now, Matsumoto?" She patted the black lacquer sheath, careful not to touch the handle for fear of its icy power. "Come and get it, sweetie pie." "I see." With that Hitsugaya reached into his pocket and produced something that looked like a child's bubble toy. Matsumoto actually gave a gasp of amazed laughter upon seeing him raise it to his lips and blow. Surprising to see him acting his age, so to speak. There then came a popping sound, and instantly a figure resembling Hitsugaya tumbled to the ground, fully clothed in human attire. Her eyebrows rose in surprise. "A portable Jigai? Interesting. Rukia Kukaki gave it to me," he offered back while the doppelganger rose to stand beside him, proof it already had an active Jikangan inside. Apparently it was one of Urahara's old products that he left lying around the shop. She claimed them along with a few other things. This was not exactly breaking news. What caused Rangiku to do a double take was the realization that the Jigai carried a Notaki longsword taller than itself. About to press for more information, a sudden shift in her weight caught Matsumoto's attention. Glancing down, she was alarmed to find the confiscated sword at her hip to be melting. Rangiku looked up with a crafty smile. "Oh, you little cheater," she cooed. Never losing that appearance of studious calm, he held out a hand, and the mod soul responded by flipping the sword around and presenting it hilt first to its master, which he accepted. Examining Hirin Meru from handle to tip, he nodded approvingly at his servant, upon which the Jigai bowed and went trotting off a ways to crouch down among the field of flowers, peering over the tops with a grim expression as though convinced it remained completely hidden. "You knew I'd try to steal your sword, huh?" He looked over to where his crafty second now stood with arms crossed and a smile of admiration on her face. "That or put a Lemaitre seal on me. But this seemed more likely, since I suspected you intended to face me at close to your real strength. I also anticipated you would summon Hanko beforehand and put the handle back in its scabbard to try and trick me. It's just the way you are, Matsumoto." "Ah, got me." Heaving a put-upon sigh, the tall beauty once more pushed a hand through her thick luxuriant locks, looking terribly disappointed. "I hate being predictable. It's not my style." This bouncy tease act served to make him crack a grin. Hitsugaya took this chance to have a look around. It really was a fantastic locale she made for him. That had been his first clue she wasn't serious about fighting him here. Why go to the trouble of fashioning something so lovely just to destroy it? Small though this dimension may be, a lot of detail had gone into its design. Could this place be special to her? It suddenly dawned on him that he knew precious little about Rangiku's past. She had always been close-lipped about that, if nothing else. Clearly she and Jin shared some measure of history together, but what about before that? Did she die in the real world and become a spirit afterwards, or was she a native of Soul Society like himself? Was that what she meant about this place feeling like home? Just where was she from, anyway? Hitsugaya shook his head. There would be time enough for that later. He still had one task left to accomplish. "Matsumoto!" The captain called. "I take it we're done here. Will Ichimaru face me now? I'd like to get this over with." "You're not eager to get away from me, are you, Teika?" she teased. "Got some sweet young thing waiting to go on a date, maybe? And besides..." Her hand slipped back to grip the handle of Hanko. Who said anything about being done? Something in the way she spoke made him tense mistrustfully. Remember that old academic question before, about whether a lieutenant in Shikai could beat a captain. Matsumoto called gamely. I don't think they could, really. So in that case, why don't we take it one level higher? The airborne ash began to swirl around her even faster. Hichugaya's jaw clenched as a previously unthinkable occurrence began to take place. No, it couldn't be. Ranjiku's next words confirmed it could. Bankai. There came a growl like thunder, or some huge cat. Aome no Reija. In a flash, the world exploded. In mere moments, that previously peaceful setting was transformed. The sky turned black, and icy winds whipped crystalline snowflakes sharp as daggers. Bolts of lightning rained down to devastate the valley from one end to another. Every bit of vegetation had frozen solid, leaving only a white field robbed of any life. Savage flaming bursts appeared as well, seemingly out of nowhere. Clods of scorched soil and shattered daffodils pattered down from the resulting explosions. Aloft with the aid of his Bankai, Toshiro Hichugaya dodged desperately to one side, narrowly missing as a jagged bolt of lightning shot to impact the earth far below. There was no time to catch his breath or think of a strategy. The bolts fell with the speed and ferocity of a maddened Greek god, laying indiscriminate waste to their environment. Devastating peals of thunder accompanied every strike even as snowborn gales howled in challenge. Ice and lightning, the very forces of nature itself gave battle. An instinctive sense of danger caused him to frantically vacate his current position moments before lightning arced from the sky, only for another to fall in tandem with the force of a guillotine blade and shatter his right wing. Off balance, Toshiro dove straight down to land on the ground, counting on the old adage of lightning never striking the same spot twice to give himself a bit of breathing time. This time-honored saying proved false, however, as another jagged bolt even bigger than the last connected with a tremendous explosion of thunder that blew the earth to pieces. Thank you for letting me keep the scabbard, Teiko. I don't feel the slightest bit chilly. A last-second casting of Danka overhead had saved him from any major damage. Still, Toshiro's ears were ringing as he clambered to his feet, shattered ice crumbling off his wings and tail. No heavenly death fell in the vicinity. This allowed him to get his first good look at its true source. Ranjiku Matsumoto was in her element. Literally. For curled around her was a giant four-legged beast 30 feet from nose to tail. Whether cat, dog, or some animal not found outside storybooks, the blue-eyed thunder creature flicked its tail lazily, baring crackling teeth at him with eyes that flared a stunning azure. Its claws extended in murderous flashes of pure energy. Hanko's Bankai had a skin composed of electrical webs, leaving it transparent as a result and allowing him to see its mistress illuminated within that unearthly form. White lightning played over her body and coursed across the ground at her feet. The shining goddess admired the play of electricity crackling between her fingers, weaving them back and forth to watch arcs of power dance. She then popped a thumb in her mouth and laughed as it came out with sparks. Matsumoto flicked her wrist, grinning. Ouch. Well, that'll teach me not to do anything so stupid ever again. I should have. Clutching Hiranmaru so hard the handle bit into his ice claws, Hichugaya drew breath in quick pants. His wits were still rattled by that last explosion. Known. You always did, like to hit your enemy, fast and hard. Admit it, Teiko. You didn't really believe I could pull it off, did you? The smell of charred earth. Bursts of intense light that made everything stand out clear as day. The taste of blood in his mouth. All this left him feeling woozy. And angry with himself for not realizing it sooner. He recalled Renji Abarai once telling him that Ranjiku might be the strongest out of all the lieutenants from his generation. The current captain of Siamese Company achieved Bankai after several decades of trying, eventually earning himself a place among the highest coterie of the Godi I-7. Given her own phenomenal talent, he should have known that with just a little dedication, Matsumoto would be more than capable of achieving at least that much. Guarded by her towering familiar, the former second seat looked immensely pleased with herself. As well she should be. I'll admit, it wasn't easy. Hanko and I, well, let's just say we have a bit too much in common. Full of ourselves, averse to intense effort, inclined to distraction. As if to emphasize this, Aome no Reija turned its head and began busily licking a paw. Long ears of tufted lightning twitched in studious absorption. It more closely resembled a combination of lynx and jackal, but there could be no definite consensus considering how its spectral form was in a constant state of motion even while sitting relatively still. But I gave it my best shot. The new Storm Queen declared triumphantly. With a little bit of prodding, I'll admit. Jin can be a cruel taskmaster, in case you didn't know. She ducked her head, a fond smile causing her face to shine with happiness. But he knew how much I wanted this. So he never let up, or allowed me to get down when things didn't work out the way I wanted. My guy, all the way. Clear blue eyes leveled once more on the battered youth. They glowed with phosphorescence similar to that of her Bankai, and even more threat. I did it all for you, Taika. For this moment. So that we could go out with a bang. Toshiro looked at her, then the hellscape in which they resided. Snow lay in drifts, but all this lightning was interfering with his control. It wasn't just that, though. Ash still whirled around, leaving streaks of sharp orange flame whenever a stray spark ignited them. The particles in the air were so fine, every shot of electricity created an explosion. Any ice he tried to form was blown apart almost immediately. He couldn't get a hold of the environment as a result. A raw, untamed Bankai, but it served to negate his own elemental weapon to no small extent. Fire and lightning, two fierce sides of the same coin. Did Hanko give her wielder a Bankai specifically designed to counter his? They really were a good match. Bombastic force of nature, impossible to ignore, and yet undeniably arresting. Heart-stopping, even. How very appropriate for the goddess of desire. She wants something from me. If I'm right and this really does come back to Aizen, if Matsumoto's goal is to prepare me for the next time I must face that treacherous madman again, then what purpose does fighting her serve? She knows I can't hurt her. Not really. I would never do that. Not for any reason. Could that be the reason? Tough love, you think? Or a harsh lesson? We always hurt the ones we love, as she said. And in case you did not know, in the legends, Ishtar causes as much pain as pleasure. She is cruel. I was afraid of that. Swallowing, he lifted tired eyes to the mistress of this chaotic domain. I won't do it, Matsumoto. Lightning flashed, illuminating her form in stark detail. She flicked a nod over to Hanko, who growled sulkily but lifted one paw. In response, a line of current snapped from one claw to rake across his cheek, burning him so severely the flesh sizzled and turned black. Do you think I'm playing around with you, boy? She purred acidly. The cold frown she wore made him shudder. Hitsugaya touched his flaming cheek, wincing at the feel of hot burning flesh. Could this be considered a light slap? Matsumoto always said he had better get used to that sort of thing from women. He let his hand fall. No. But you're crazy if you think I'm actually going to hurt you. So saying, he started to walk towards her. The thunder deity gave a small tch of disapproval. She crossed both arms over her stomach and blew out her breath. As if this were a signal, Aom no Rage arose to all fours. It uttered a snarl that quickly built to a roar, and from its mouth a stream of electricity flew to impact with Hitsugaya's chest. It felt like a giant swatting a fly. His armor proved no use against this attack. Hitsugaya flew backwards, losing control of his own body as he did, so that he could only twitch and jerk numbly. His helpless form tumbled to the frozen turf where he convulsed in a ball, feverishly shaking as everything he knew about himself just went wrong. Get up. His thrashing died down. For several seconds the captain just lay there panting for air. But at last he obeyed, struggling to a sitting position before standing to face her once more. And he took a step forward again. Higher and Meru lay on the ground between them. He made no move to retrieve the weapon on his way by. Instead he concentrated on the lesson this punishment was meant to teach him. I know what these trials have been about, he whispered, voice hoarse and eyes narrowed to slits. Jittery pain still surged through his limbs that made every movement torture. But there were worse kinds of agony in the world. Every one of the challenges up till now was an aspect of Aizen. He's faster than me. He'll hit me when I least expect it. He controls any battlefield he stands in, and if that's not enough, he can just overwhelm me so that there's simply no hope of winning. But worst of all, he doesn't really need any of that. Because with one flick of his sword, he can make me see, hear, and feel a person whom I care deeply about. And while I'm frozen from my own feelings, he'll cut me down. And that's that. I'll be dead. Lightning reflected in her eyes as she watched him approach. So you know what you have to do, then? Yeah, Hitsugaya nodded slowly while continuing to draw closer. Yeah, I get it. You want me to harm someone I care about. You want me to drive my sword through your body for real, so that when Aizen calls up an image of you, Momo, Granny or anyone else, I won't let it distract me. His head came up, and Matsumoto exulted at the fury in every line of his face. You want me to know the difference between an illusion and reality. Toshiro snarled. To burn that feeling into my soul, and kill any hesitation before it can take hold. So that I won't hesitate. I'll just cut right through without a second thought no matter what trick he pulls. That's right, Matsumoto declared softly, a thrill of menace and seduction flavoring her every breath. Plant your sword in me, Hitsugaya Toshiro. Drive it in deep, hard, and sure, until you break my flesh and spill my blood. She reached up and tugged aside the cross flap of her robe to expose a measure of full smooth breast, tantalizing, perfect. Don't be afraid. It'll only hurt for a second. You don't have to worry. Jin's observing the proceedings. If things look bad, he'll spirit me right out of danger. Big Sister is here to help you guide it in. Her smile brimmed with the deepest and darkest lust. Because I want you to. She panted. These words made his blood run hot. There must have been some insidious magic at work, because for a moment it felt like not Matsumoto standing before him, but her twisted lover Jin. A mass of sick desires yearning to draw blood. A wild animal, a fox on the loose. This demon would hurt him if he didn't fight back. Hurt him badly, and then go on to do the same to someone else. Another innocent falling prey to her deadly wiles. Because a weak little boy couldn't man up and do what needed to be done. Murderous lust throbbed in tandem to the ache of his battered body, screaming to find release. Attack. Kill. Plunge icy claws into her chest. Tear out her heart if need be. Revenge for the injuries inflicted on you. By all that's holy, that woman is literally asking for it. In that instant Aom no Reiju snarled. Thunder rocked the air, loud enough to deafen everything. And as the world went quiet around him, Hitsugaya took a deep breath. He then turned his head and spat out a wad of blood. Not gonna happen. Yes, it will, Teiko, she declared softly. The beautiful woman smiled as she wiped away a tear. I will make you do it. Even if it tears your heart out, you are going to hurt me. Otherwise. What? He countered. You'll kill me. Someone will, she gave a gasp of near hysterical laughter. You'll wind up dead, kid. This caused him to crack a smile. There are worse things. Matsumoto stiffened, face clouding over in sudden rage. Are you that much in love with yourself that you can't take a little pain in your heart? A heart's there to help you deal with the bad stuff, not avoid them. It won't break from a little trauma. What are you so scared of? Think you're too perfect to descend from heaven to join the rest of us and make a mistake? Get over yourself and do it. She swept out an arm angrily. Lightning flowed over his limbs, intended to inflict hurt but not incapacitate. And it was awful. Like being attacked and torn apart from the inside out. The pain blazed so bright he could almost believe he wasn't going to live through it. But Toshiro kept walking. And after a while they stood practically toe-to-toe, him looking up at her steadily, while she gazed back wearing a look of utter contempt. What will you do, Matsumoto hissed, if at the very moment you're about to deliver the death blow to Aizen, he brings up an image of me? You really going to die for a fantasy? It was heartbreaking the way he smiled at her then. Honestly, if that happens, I'll thank him. For letting me have one last look at you, Matsumoto. The lightning had died out a while ago. But it was only right then that she knew she had lost. Above them, Aom no Reiju opened its mouth and gave a great jaw-cracking yawn, as though bored by all this. The lightning beast then curled up in a ball, tucked both paws under its chin and closed its eyes. Slowly it began to fade from view. The skies cleared as it did, until finally there was just the two death gods together in a broken field of blasted flowers. Petals drifted through the air, white and harmless. Rangiku knelt and rested one arm on her upturned knee. She studied the boy before her gravely. It had always been a long shot. Stubbornness was one of his most endearing traits. But maybe there was more than just being a thick-headed little brat at work right now? There were parts of every individual that made them who they were. And this right here might represent a fundamental aspect of Hitsugaya Toshiro's personality. He would never hurt the ones he loved. Not even if it killed him. With that she withdrew his stolen scabbard and handed it back. Thought you were more proactive than this, she informed him a bit accusingly. Throwing in the towel isn't your style, Taeku. He accepted it with a lazy shrug. I don't always have to win. You could have had your moment of clarity a bit sooner, you know. I don't like torturing people. Right, the boy captain retorted glibly. That's more Jin's thing. She opened her mouth to issue a hot retort. A flash of white came, fast as another bolt of lightning. Rangiku knew what this meant even as the spell seized hold of her, so that she could do nothing but cry out. Jin. It wasn't much. But it saved Toshiro's life all the same. He fell, rolling across the blasted soil in a desperate flash step, snatching up Hirin Meru as he did. Coming upright, Hitsugaya jerked his sword around just in time to deflect a vicious sword strike. Another followed that he barely managed to parry. It passed over his shoulder, cutting through the armor to draw blood. He hissed in frustration but stood his ground. Doing all right there, Toshiro-kun. You're looking a little pale. Over 100 meters away, Ichimaru Jin retracted his saber and stood tapping it on his shoulder with hand on hip. He looked extraordinarily pleased with himself. The reason for that was obvious. In the cleared space between them lay Hitsugaya's left arm, severed below the elbow. Taking advantage of this momentary respite, the boy captain tore a long strip off his own cloak and wound it tightly above the elbow, tightening the knot down with his teeth. Ice formed around the wound to seal it up. All the while, he kept angry eyes leveled on Jin. His nemesis seemed uncharacteristically willing to let him perform this much in terms of first aid. No reason to ask why. Your Bankai is depleting by the second. I know, Hirin Meru. There was no need to look at the pedal timers at his back for confirmation. 2 down, with a third well on its way. Even if he went all out now, there was no guarantee it would be enough to kill Ichimaru. But sealing the sword came with its own risks. Still, better to have the option of resorting to Bankai in the future than burning through his reserves now and winding up dead. Ice prosthetics shattered, wings and tail unable to sustain themselves as he reverted to the less powerful Shikai. But a dragon emerged from the sickle-blade sword all the same, rising to hover at its master's back and fix red eyes on the sneering fox regarding them right back. His final trial awaited. And this one might really be to the death. So be it. With that he flew across the field at Jin, blade aimed at his heart. The architect of evil stood his ground, whipping out Shinso to deliver a flurry of long-distance attacks. Hirin Meru interposed pillars of ice between them which served to decrease the speed of these sniper shots, but only slightly. Still, it allowed Toshiro to alter his route, slipping past the extending blade as it returned to its fount. Thanks to this he was able to bridge the gap, and with a shout of pure loathing he swung down. Shinso snapped back to dagger size and caught the strike on its razor-sharp edge. A deep boom resounded from the conflict of their power. Jin held the blade before his face one-handed as though to mock his opponent's recent incapacitation, smirking all the while. As their swords strained against one another, Hitsugaya took this chance to ask a single question. Where's Momo? The way Jin bared his teeth gleefully at this confirmed what he had known all along. Ichimaru had never known Hinamori Momo's whereabouts. He just used that to guarantee Hitsugaya would play his little game long enough to see the younger man dead. They broke apart in a quick blaze of sparks. White robe flapping around him, Jin dashed nimbly across the plain with Toshiro following in hot pursuit. When a wall of ice rose behind him at one lash of the icy familiar's tail, the fox spirit simply swept out his Shikai in a blow that would have chopped down a whole forest, causing Toshiro to duck and leveling the barricade in the process. Toshiro. I know. There was no other choice but to keep fighting, though the enemy had clearly planned this well. First Rangiku served to force him into Bankai where he used up energy fighting her. Then the amputation took him unawares, not to kill, for Jin did not believe in letting his victims off so lightly. Instead the wound served to cost him strength. Even with limited field medicine, Tashiro's blood continued to stain the ground, leaking spirit energy with every drop. Jin need only continue to press the fight until Hitsugaya had drained himself and could no longer muster a defense. Then the fox would cause even more pain, grinding down to the bone, until finally, the end. Despite knowing this, Tashiro gave pursuit, engaging the deadly swordsman without stop. He did not surrender. He did not admit defeat, even on the slight chance that groveling might be sufficiently humiliating for Jin to spare his life. Tashiro Hitsugaya would never demean himself in such a way. After all, he had his pride. Some might consider this his greatest failing. Tashiro liked to think he knew better, but past experience told a different story. He did indeed hold himself above the rest, perhaps not in the same way as other men, scorning their words and deeds in favor of his own, but putting his own decisions before theirs and reasoning that it was all for the best. Of this, he knew himself to be guilty. No law could hold him back when he made up his mind. No enemy was beyond the reach of his blade no matter how high they might stand. Once his course was set, he could not be balked by any force in heaven or earth. And that was why this final foe truly served as his most arduous struggle. He didn't need to wonder what code name Rangiku had chosen for her partner in this little game of theirs. While not quite as well versed in matters of mythology as some of his learned cohorts, there was only one being in all creation known to embody both limitless pride and unholy evil. An angel, nay, an arch-fiend, one who held his head so high above others that even crouched in the deepest depths of hell, his overweening sense of self-worth caused baleful eyes to fasten upon the very throne of heaven with selfish purpose. The deadly sin of pride, Lucifer. Their battle continued apace. No spells were cast, nor further words spoken between them. Instead came only the clash of steel on steel. Tashiro sought to limit the loss of his own depleted soul energy by not relying too much on manipulations of ice, which would prove costly to his already dwindling reserves. A desperate thrust proved too aggressive, and upon sidestepping it Jin clenched one hand into a fist and backhanded Tashiro across the jaw. He staggered, ears ringing, stamping down on Hirin Maru's chain to catch a stroke that would have taken his leg off at the knee. Jin didn't seem to mind. He just kept smiling. Always that vile, bloodthirsty smile. The ancient blades rang against one another. Ichimaru used the power of his Shikai to good effect even in close quarters, changing the length of the blade to suit his needs so that Tashiro never knew just what to expect. Up close it became a Tonto dagger to block his swing with minimal effort, then a Wakizashi scraping along his weapon's length to slice through the armor around his underarm. Blood now flowed beneath the enchanted cloth, threatening to cost him his grip eventually. He stumbled back, and the rebel Shinigami did not follow, dagger presented defensively before him, left hand hovering over the shaft with fingers spread wide, though he was missing two on that hand. Thinking quickly, Hitsugaya decided to take a cue from his current lieutenant in terms of amputated limbs. He bent down and snatched up Hirin Maru's sickle, slapping it against the bleeding stump of his left arm. The chain wrapped around that half-moon blade for better purchase, and ice further encased it. Now equipped with two weapons and a makeshift shield, he once more sprang in pursuit of the sneering spirit. Jin seemingly considered this development sufficient to change strategies, for he kept his distance. They were well matched in terms of strength, but smaller size meant Hitsugaya had a leg up as far as speed. To counter this, the Kitsune turned once again to the power of his soul cutter. Shinso stabbed out from any length, sometimes impacting against his warding arm with the force of a cannonball, others feinting backward to cause him to defend against an attack that never manifested. In this way he kept the younger captain on guard, unable to draw close enough to so much as draw blood. When Shinso next crashed against his sickle full force, the sword found itself immediately encased in ice, frozen against Hitsugaya's body. Rather than be caught like any regular weapon, the Zanpakuto simply retracted with the same level of strength as its initial impact, cracking the snare and sending Hitsugaya stumbling off balance as it rewound only to come tearing back with a malicious hiss. A wild stroke served to knock Shinso aside, but she came again, and again, fast as Rangiku's Bankai and far more merciless. The tip grazed his shoulder, then succeeded in punching a hole clean through his ribcage before sliding out smooth as water. Hichugaya felt his body contract instinctively around the wound, and he doubled over with a wet cough. Jin gave a negligent flick of the wrist to remove any blood as his partner came back, then began to close in, sword arm extended to one side carving a path through the frozen field of wildflowers. The white robe flapped around his ankles. Death approaches. He hasn't gone Bankai yet. That means we still have a chance. I am prepared. In a flash Ichimaru swung his arm up, and suddenly Shinso was the length of a redwood. Toshiro twisted his torso, feeling the wind ruffle his hair as that lethal edge nearly took his ear off. But such a big move left Jin momentarily exposed. Hichugaya took this opportunity, springing forward and delivering a blow that would cleave his skeletal nemesis through the collarbone. But Shinso retracted with unerring speed to protect her master. Once again she was back at minimal size, permitting him to manipulate her fast enough to cross blades and save himself. His free hand then lashed out to seize Hichugaya's sword arm by the wrist. When the captain countered by swinging his scythe prosthetic, Ichimaru struck fast, flipping his weapon adroitly to block the blow. At the same instant, the now downturned blade shot out and impaled Hichugaya clean through the foot. Touching the blizzard mage's body even through cloth proved deadly cold. Feeling his whole arm go numb, Jin gave up on inflicting any further damage and let go of the icy youth, springing back to gain a measure of distance. He wiggled his limb to try and get the feeling back. Meanwhile his opponent had no intention of letting up. Fighting the likes of Kenpei Kazaraki and his Lupa lieutenant this last year had taught Toshiro what his body could endure in terms of pain. Whereas before this accumulation of wounds would have overtaken him long past, now he could continue to fight without regard for any injury. And so, bleeding but undaunted, he launched himself at Ichimaru once more. The fox demon grinned, and met his charge. Their swords rang. Almost. Blood sprayed from a cut on Hichugaya's temple. Almost. Shinso catapulted into his shield at close quarters, even stronger at this distance, knocking him away. He felt bone snap halfway to the elbow in explosive internal injury. Hichugaya landed hard but came back to his feet instantly, only to see another flash of white headed straight towards him. He prepared to defend. Now. With a tired gasp, the captain of Leopard Company dropped his guard and let the ghastly spear slide straight into his chest. As Toshiro crumpled to his knees, Jin watched the boy suspiciously but did not press his advantage. He had not been expecting the fight to be over so soon. Could this be a trick, an attempt to draw him in closer to perform some last-ditch suicidal assault? Considering the kid's real target was Aizen, he did not discount such a tactic as implausible. One should go to any lengths to kill your enemy, after all. Perhaps best to press down and carve him open first before. Jin. Startled, he called Shinso back to him. As she snapped into his hand, immediately a white aura around her stood out. An alarm triggered inside him such that he prepared to call on his trump card. There was no time to summon Bankai, though. For at that moment, Jin Ichimaru and his deadly weapon were completely frozen. Across the way, the architect of this prison wasted no time. He leveled higher in Meru at the serpent's head and raced to deliver a killing stroke. Trapped in ice, Jin could not escape. For this was an attack developed while under the tutelage of Shinji Hirako and the Vazard, designed specifically for combating Aizen Sosuke. It could be used even in Shikai, and in terms of fatality, was on par with any move he had using Bankai. Bore, the flash freeze. When an enemy's blade entered his body, by concentrating every scrap of frigid power he possessed at that point, he could plant a bomb of sorts upon the blade which then latched onto it irremovably before detonating. The one limit to Kyoka Suijutsu's sense-altering power was a self-imposed one. No matter how or when he did it, Aizen preferred to let his opponents feel his blade entering their flesh, so they could better appreciate how thoroughly he had dominated them through his godly power. But that arrogance would prove costly the next time they met. Pride. We all have it. Now both Aizen and Jin will take it to their graves. Encased in solid ice, Ichimaru couldn't move, couldn't speak. He saw his enemy's approach, recognized the promise of death in his gaze. Shinso fired. Hichugaya was not surprised by this. He had come in at an angle that kept him well clear of that horrific weapon's trajectory even if Jin did make a futile effort. The shaft leapt straight out, veering far wide of his approach. And then it curved. Only a fool would completely disregard such a weapon as this. So when it happened, Toshiro was not taken totally by surprise. He was able to bring his sickle shield up in time to prevent Shinso from laying open his throat. The impact proved nowhere near as strong as he had come to expect. But it served the purpose of knocking him off balance. With the attack blunted, Shinso seized this chance to return to Jin's hand and fired once again. This time her journey was short, as she twisted once more to drive through the side of Ichimaru's open mouth, tearing it free in a burst of ice and blood. As Hiranmaru lunged to run him through the brain, through shredded lips Ichimaru gasped, "Bankai, Makaiso." The stupendous release of spirit energy blew away both the flash freeze and its caster. Straining against what felt like hurricane-force winds, Toshiro Hitsugaya screamed aloud, "Bankai, Daigyuren Hiranmaru." Moments later he was aloft, flying in a circle over the blasted valley's remains. Wings and tail had returned, along with a new icy arm that flexed its claws as though alive. His full power came back as well, and with it the flower petal timers letting him know how much life he had to live. Staring wide-eyed at the sight below, Hitsugaya had to wonder if he would even get that long. Where once there had been a level plain of frozen flowers without ornament, a new structure blossomed. This immense flower thrust out of the earth, a collection of polished steel knives interconnecting to form a multifaceted spire. The world around them was reflected in endless viewpoints from all sides. Within this cubist cairn of death, Jin Ichimaru crouched safe from all harm, protected by the power of his hellish spear. "I'm so high up. Can he spot me?" As if in answer, a sudden prick of pain appeared in his cheek. Blood bubbled up, not even enough to form a trickle. Seconds later, the smallest gash opened on one ear. Hitsugaya reached up to touch it with a frown. He knew how Jin's Bankai worked. Was this all it could manage from a distance? As if waiting for this confirmation, his stomach split open. Moments later Toshiro Hitsugaya hit the ground on all fours trying desperately to freeze the wound and keep any organs from spilling loose. Even as he did his right ear came off to dangle from a strip of skin. When the half-dead youth looked up, he found himself staring at his own reflection in the spear fortress. And there standing next to him, with no indication that he existed otherwise evident, was the image of Jin Ichimaru. "You die now." The madman's lips formed these words without any accompanying sound. So saying, Ichimaru raised his sword and plunged it through Toshiro's back. Even as he felt the new injury open up, Hitsugaya came to his feet with a scream. He swung his huge weapon at the place where Jin should be standing, as though the man were merely invisible. But when an equivalent gaping wound opened up where his sword's reflection touched Jin's, some measure of sanity reasserted itself, and no more did the captain send fruitless self-defeating attacks at the enchanted construct. He was caught in the spell of Jin's Bankai, and any attempt to do harm would be turned back upon the wielder. Toshiro took a firm grip on his sword with both hands and closed his eyes. Hayatan. He gritted his teeth as a phantom blade split one side of his mouth open, then another, giving him a Glasgow smile. Despite this, the blood-spattered soul managed to grit out, Hayatan Hayakaso. A hole in the clouds opened up through which snow began to fall. Toshiro stood stock still, giving no notice to the many wounds both light and deadly opening across his body. One of his eyes was split by a blow that would scar him for life. A hamstring tore even as he felt his liver being punctured. Ghostly teeth took hold of his dangling ear and ripped it painfully off. Yet through all this he made not a sound. And the snow continued to fall. Drifting flakes finally caught upon the surface of Makaiso. Immediately they burst in wintry explosions, forming clumps of purest ice. At the same time, the exact thing happened to Hitsugaya. And still he did not move or speak. The process continued. His body was gouged and stripped, brutalized, and vandalized as though a rabid dog were tearing at him. More ice grenades dropped on both him and the spire. In doing so, they covered the reflective fortress, warping and distorting the images shown therein. Doing so seemed to inhibit Makaiso's power, causing some attacks to be shallow, or curve in strange zigzagging lines over Hitsugaya's skin. Emerald eyes snapped open to fasten on the mirror demon hovering near him, and he roared aloud, There is a person I'm meant to fight, and it's not you. Get out of my way, Ichimaru Jin. The fractured views of their surroundings changed suddenly to form a close-up of a single huge crimson eye staring at him. It then traveled down to reveal a smiling mouth, whose bloody lips said, "Make me, boy." At this point the snow fell too heavily for more to be made out. An instant later there came a blast of cold vapor. When it cleared, Ichimaru's Bankai was entombed in a flower garden of refracting ice. From within a smaller version of this prison, Hitsugaya slid out and stumbled off. His own cold power could not injure him even when turned back by Jin's magic, it seemed. Teetering on maimed legs, he took only a moment to study the buried structure. Then he turned his back on that menace and sat down heavily. Crossing his legs, the snowy-haired prodigy flipped his sword and buried it point first in the soil. His other hand now assumed the classic Taoist meditation position before his face as his one good eye closed. He began to concentrate. From out of the ground behind him a mirrored wall shot forth. Within its depths, Ichimaru examined the world before quickly locating his prey. The vicious fox spirit sauntered over a few steps to stand at his back. Hitsugaya took no notice of him. To the surprise of anyone watching, Jin did not resume his sport. Instead he stood with arms crossed and a frown on his face. His eyes were closed again, and he fingered the handle of Shinso held loosely in the maimed hand. Was that trepidation? Could a creature like this, long used to death and pain, experience anything a sane person might recognize? Casually, some might say warily, he reached down and pricked Hitsugaya's cheek with the point of his dagger. Blood beaded up to come sliding down. Jin touched a hand to his own cheek in search of damage. When his fingers came away with no sign of injury, he grinned a foxy grin. Hitsugaya saw none of this. He had already slid deep into a meditative trance. For 8 years he had endured the torturous attentions of Lord Commander Byakuya Kukaki. This imposing and unapproachable man for some reason took it upon himself to oversee what he called Tashiro's betterment, which involved daily meditation, lectures, examination of treatises, and just plain driving him nuts. There could be no doubt that the 28th Lord of the Kukaki knew a great deal about spirits and what it meant to be a Shinigami. But in terms of making his lessons interesting, his student found him severely lacking. However, this did not prevent the young captain from grudgingly recognizing the worth of such exercises in terms of his development. He was not so proud as to refuse well-intended aid. As a result of this long tutelage, Tashiro had come to appreciate many aspects of his power and himself that he might have neglected otherwise. His knowledge of higher Mera deepened. He could draw upon aspects of the spirit that did not derive entirely from raw power and its application. There was more to death gods than being simple executioners and guides for lost souls, no matter how important those tasks might be. One thing he had found most aggravating and bewildering of all was the concept of barehanded absolution. Long sought after by mystics and those more inclined to esoteric topics in soul society, the idea was that a Zanpakuto did not fundamentally function as a sword. Despite the clear amount of evidence to suggest otherwise, certain scholars and masters of the blade insisted it was possible to purify a hollow or rescue a plus without even drawing blade from scabbard or casting any spell. By finding the true path of the soul cutter, they claimed, one could go beyond any notions of form and substance, whether your own or your enemy's. An intriguing proposal, actually. It was said that a lone death god, having fully mastered this technique and regardless of how weak they may be in terms of spiritual power, could breach the defenses of a hollow even should they be Minos Grande or any breed of Arrancar, and purify the foul spirit instantly without so much as drawing their sword. To his knowledge it had never been accomplished, and there was a brief list of crazies who made the attempt only to find their careers cut short in the belly of a hungry hollow. But Lord Byakuya Kukaki had completed the most comprehensive study of this concept to date. And according to him, it was not impossible. So the two of them had bent their efforts, one more eagerly than the other, to achieving such a profound principle. Tashiro had never come close to understanding what the concept of barehanded absolution meant, much less pulled it off. But right now, he had absolutely nothing else to his name. No weapon in his arsenal could penetrate the enchanted protection afforded by Makaiso. If by some miracle he could successfully pull this off, it just might prove enough to win the day. The miserable bastard was at it again. He could feel new injuries appearing. Resolutely Hitsugaya strove to focus past this, concentrating on the connection between himself and his guardian spirit from which all Shinigami power flowed. He just needed to grasp hold of that nebulous concept for once. Don't let me die following the mad boring example of Byakuya Kukaki, damn it. Even as he thought this, a new sensation settled over him. For perhaps the only time in his life, Toshiro Hitsugaya felt cold. At first he thought it must be his own oncoming death. But with it came a sense of, weight, you might say. A force, pressing down on him, heavy and strong, penetrating his body down to its deepest foundations. Hitsugaya inhaled sharply. Toshiro. I think I'm doing it. Higher in Meru, do you feel? Farewell. There came a humming sound. And with that, Toshiro Hitsugaya felt himself wrung dry. The world turned white before his eyes. Next thing he knew, he was lying on the floor of a massive stone cavern. When he turned his head, it was to find Jin Ichimaru struggling to his feet. The demented killer swayed for a moment, blood dripping down his chin. He began to tremble suddenly as though racked by extreme cold. This sensation was clearly the only thing keeping him from going after Hitsugaya, if the look on his face was any indication. Instead the kitsune spun about and howled, Rangiku. That was when Hitsugaya saw her, standing in the shadow of this temple's great idol. She was bending up from the miniature pagoda which housed their pocket dimension, whose roof had been removed to reveal a small black pyramid. An ebony cylinder stuck out of its side. Staring blearily at this weird sight, a fact dawned on him. He had seen something like this before. It resembled the emergency safety measures deployed during lieutenant trials, when applicants faced off against captains like him to prove their mettle. Once activated, columns of death stone would absorb the spirit energy of all participants. This was to ensure things didn't get out of hand and no one died. Did she just? You promised not to interfere. Jin snarled. He staggered towards Matsumoto, still shivering violently. Perhaps the effects of Bore still lingered now that he had lost the protection of his Bankai. Whatever the case, both he and Hitsugaya had been stripped of Shinigami power for the time being. Shinso now settled back in its sheath, as did Hirin Meru. Rangiku was the only one of them possessing any strength, and she turned to regard her lover with chilly neutral eyes. It's over, Jin, she told him. I'm not letting you two kill each other. At this Ichimaru leveled a trembling finger back at Hitsugaya. He failed, damn it. The kid failed. He couldn't kill me. That means he can't kill Aizen either. He doesn't stand a chance, just like I told you. That's not for you to decide. It was Toshiro who said that, and Ichimaru whipped around to glare at him, eyes firmly shut but mouth worked in a snarl of hatred. The boy captain had climbed to his feet and walked haltingly over to retrieve his missing hand, which had joined them in dimensional travel. The ear took a bit of searching, but he found that too. Now half-blind, gutted and severely mutilated, the broken youth turned to stand stooped over shivering with one hand pressed to his belly. The combat suit he wore had sealed up on its own, and might be the only thing keeping him from spilling intestines all over the floor. But when Rangiku made to approach, he shook his head tiredly to forestall her. No. No healing. You've done enough, Matsumoto. Then, perhaps to avoid any misunderstandings he added, I'm grateful. But this is where we part ways. She didn't appear to know what to say to that, and only watched him with set eyes. From a pocket the lone warrior produced another portable Jigai dispenser. Upon release, the faux body that came out was blank without a Jikangan pill inside. But when Toshiro slipped down into it, he arose completely whole, if somewhat naked. This Jigai would serve to keep him stable until he could reach the urgent medical care he so desperately needed. The Kurosaka Clinic seemed like a good place to start. No need for much explanation that way. He'd just tell them Zaraki got carried away. They'd buy that. Take care of Jin, he told her, wiggling his hand to make sure it was attached. Nice to be able to see again. I'll go wait until you're ready to show me home. He then offered her a tired smile which she tried vainly to return. The sight of his injuries had been more than she could bear. And for that reason, he was alive. Goddess of love, indeed. With that, he turned and walked away. Ichimaru continued to glare poisonous daggers at him. But robbed of spirit energy, he posed no further threat. Matsumoto wouldn't let him do more anyway. That much Hitsugaya felt certain of now. It stood to reason that the emergency measures for the pocket dimension were added in case he looked likely to hurt her during their match. Jin was obviously standing ready to intervene if things looked dangerous. Perhaps he didn't know Matsumoto had a key of her own she was saving for just the same reason? Whatever the case, it seemed he owed her his life. Again. Half expecting a snide comment from Hirin Meru at this, he was mildly disappointed to hear nothing back. It would take a little while for their strength to return sufficiently for communication. Well, that suited him just fine. He had a lot to think about. The trials were over. So Hitsugaya took the path that led out of here. Forever. Behind him Jin watched the victorious youth leave. He made no attempt to follow. There was only hatred in every particle of his body, even when the woman he loved walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder. A sudden twitch might have been him actually attempting to dislodge her touch. But in the end, he could not bring himself to do so. Not to her. He looked at her before slowly shaking his head in disgust. Ranjika then took his arm and guided him back about towards their living quarters. As she did, his lip twisted in a snarl, and Jin abruptly vanished. Hitsugaya took a step. A shadow skittered across the floor, faster than anything. For some reason, his body felt a little heavier than before. Even as he thought this, a dagger pierced his heart. No. He heard Matsumoto scream, and then Hitsugaya Tashiro's life flashed before his eyes. Growing up, with Granny and Momo. Watching the other children play without him. Bidding Hinamori goodbye. Taking his farewells of Granny as he left to join the academy. In less than a year, he was commanding a division. Then came Jin, and Matsumoto. Aizen. All his subordinates. The name of Rukia Kukaki on everyone's lips. Her judgment. The Ryoka. Ichigo Kurosaki. Aizen's betrayal. Grimmjow's pack. The Autumn War. Losing Momo. Victory. Renewal. New life. The Jigai crumpled to the floor, but its owner remained standing, now in spirit form. He looked behind him carelessly, as though not even aware what had been done to him. Pale blue eyes stared furiously back. They reminded him of a hollow for some reason. The Tonto dagger jerked free, and Tashiro collapsed to the ground. You lunatic! A vicious slap saw Jin pitching down to join him a second later. The knife clattered away, and he covered his face with both hands, teeth gritted against the pain as Matsumoto swooped down. Bastard! She screamed, slapping him over and over. You filthy bastard! You killed him! He was mine! He had a life! What the hell is wrong with you? Ranjiku, he gurgled through a broken jaw, you're killing me? She froze, hand raised to strike him again. Without Shinigami power, the only strength Jin could lay claim to came from his hollow heritage, which was nowhere near what Ranjiku could produce. But even that had been sufficient to. This reminded her of what lay behind them. With a furious sob she let him drop and turned to crawl desperately over to where Tashiro's body lay. He was dressed like a Shinigami, with the white coat of a captain bearing the emblem of Leopard Company. Hirin Meru remained strapped to his back. Even the hand and ear he had lost were reattached, though only superficially. Only the blood leaking from nose, mouth, and chest served to tell her Tashiro was dead. Uttering a horrible moan, Ranjiku Matsumoto pulled the body of her former captain into her lap. She cradled his head in the crook of one arm like a mother holding her child. Tender fingers brushed over spiky white hair, touched his face, his lips. Half-lidded green eyes gazed vacantly back. Eventually there was no point holding on. She had to let him go. Carefully, reverently, Ranjiku shut the boy's eyelids and laid him down upon the floor. She took the handkerchief from her arm and used it to clean the blood off his face. She might have stayed there longer, just watching him, fooling herself into thinking this wasn't real. But that was a lie. Upon standing up, all Matsumoto said was, "I'm sorry." After this she turned and strode off. There were things that needed to be done. From his place on the floor, Ichimaru watched her go. At last the former hollow rose to pursue his one true love. He spared not even a glance at Hichugaya's body in passing. He lay on the ground, staring up at leaden skies. It was grey here. And peaceful. The dragon was with him. Just like the first time. Its name was Hyeren Meru. He knew that now. They were in the same place as before. With the dragon watching over him. I am here. He didn't know how to respond. So he said nothing. All is well. The winged spirit lifted its fanged snout up to the sky. Now they were both staring at the sun. A cold, white sun. He watched it. The sun is a circle. But there's more to it. If it only came a little closer, I could tell. Without warning, the great orb loomed over them both. Huge. All-encompassing. Incredible. It's big. Like I thought. And round. But it's empty too. Not a circle. A ring. I see now. The sun was indeed a ring. And when he looked closer, he could tell what formed it. Dragons. 2 dragons, growing and twisting into each other's mouths, like they were swallowing one another. Their eyes turned to look at him. We've been waiting, little one. As have I. Our last master still lives. He might be in for a shock. I know only one master. But he need not have only a single weapon serving him. It ended badly before. So much we almost thought about giving up. I am grateful you did not. With your strength, he might stand a chance. It doesn't usually work like that, you know. We aren't passed down this way. But you asked us to stay. And, well, the 3 of us together, seems rather fitting, wouldn't you agree? Yes. It is. We might not survive. With what we're up against, well. That is precisely why we must destroy them. Then we're agreed. Only one thing left to do. May we? Please do. The pair of dragons then let go and turned their open maws to him. In response, his dragon flew out to hover before them with a graceful bow. One approached his head, the other his tail. He knew what they were going to do. Before they could, Hyeren Meru looked back down at his master. Say my name. He did. Good. And now? The dragons swallowed him. They began to glow anew. Brighter than before. Something was being created. A new sun. But in its heart, there was a shadow. No, not a shadow, a person. A woman. The lady was dressed like a queen. She sat with hands clasped over her stomach. Sadness. That's what he felt when looking at her. She seemed so very sad. Her eyes opened, and she looked at him. A fond smile made that tragic face glow. I know. Her hands stretched out. With eyes that never saw. With ears that never heard. With a mouth that never spoke. With hands that never touched. Only a heart, beating. All this I give to you. With a mother's love. She touched him then. A mother's love. And he took a breath. It came out as a scream. This sound rocked the mountain in which they stood. Ichimaru spun around, as did Matsumoto. It went on and on, building, shaking the walls and floors. With it came a force that sent both of them stumbling back and saw Jin go to his knees. He scrambled up, haggard and shaken. His eyes were wide open, and he could not believe what he saw. Icy gales swept forth in waves of awesome power. They reminded him of monstrous souls like Yamamoto or even Aizen, the ones who could crush you without even meaning to. It all emanated from Toshiro Hichugaya, who had risen to his feet. As Jin watched, he saw one hand draw the Notaki long sword from its scabbard. But now there was something engraved along the blade, a drawing of a dragon, undulating all along its length. Hichugaya held the weapon before his face and turned it, revealing an identical etching on the other side. As he did, his lips twisted in a snarl, and Toshiro abruptly vanished. Jin took a breath. A god flew across the room, faster than anything. For some reason, his body felt a little lighter than before. Even as he thought this, a sword pierced his heart. It felt that way. Because nothing could make him so terrified as the realization that Rangiku had leaped to interpose herself between them. She stood before Jin with arms outstretched, breathing fast and hard while the point of Hichugaya's blade hovered unwavering a hair's breadth from her throat. "Don't!" The golden-haired beauty gasped, tears leaking down her cheeks. "Don't kill him!" The boy standing before her looked like Toshiro Hichugaya. But he did not feel the same, whether in terms of strength or familiarity. There was much more, frighteningly so. And his eyes were darker, almost. Then Hichugaya blinked, and his face went back to normal. His sword dropped to the ground, knees buckling as it did. Rangiku caught him before he could fall. They held on to each other, arms clinging for warmth and verification that the worst had not truly happened. Behind them, Jin could only watch and wonder. Once Hirako was securely tucked in bed, Rukia stole down the hall to stand at the doorframe where father and son were having a little talk. "I wasn't trying to scare her," Kyojaku said as he sat in his father's lap. "I know. But you shouldn't talk about ghosts so easily with people," Ichigo replied, patting that smooth black head. Ever since being shown a painting of Nii-sama when he was that age, their firstborn had insisted on wearing his hair in a bob cut. It made him look like a little noble child from out of Japan's history. This and other peculiarities had left their son a target of youthful teasing from his fellows. Until now, Ichigo had convinced her not to take the matters too seriously. But had Hirako not already done what she did, Rukia might have been tempted to even worse measures against those vile mortal children. "I knew her brother was mad at me. Him and his friends tried to fight me at recess." "They did?" Ichigo glanced at Rukia, silently asking if she'd heard about this. She shook her head no. "So what happened? Did they hit you?" The boy looked down, black eyes narrowing in a frown. "They didn't know karate. I could tell. So I just blocked them without fighting back. I thought if I just didn't let them hurt me, it would be okay." He twisted uncomfortably. "But then they—" "It's not your fault," Ichigo assured him quickly. "Hirako's okay." Jaku raised pleading eyes to his father. "But you got mad at her." "If I hadn't, maybe I ought to have hit them. To scare them." "You did not receive the training you have to abuse others, Shotoku," Rukia interjected with a measure of reproach, using her son's real name as she did only when making a point. "And if everything goes to plan, you're never going to have to fight." Ichigo said this half-jokingly, but apparently it was not what the boy wanted to hear. He sat up wearing an insistent expression that was rather like his uncle. "I can fight. I can protect Hirako like you did Aunt Karen and Yuzo." "Nope." Ichigo wore a merry grin as he deposited the boy back on his bed. "Never gonna happen." Jaku scrambled over to tug insistently at his father's elbow. "Yes." "Nua." "Yes." Pulling with all his strength, Kyojaku still couldn't make him budge an inch. "Okay," Ichigo suddenly relented. The boy paused, his face brightening. "Really?" "No." And with that he began to tickle his son, drawing glad squeals and struggling. With a smile, Rukia left them to it. She was tired, but there were still the books to go over. Running a business in the mortal world could be quite taxing, no pun intended. There were bills to pay, her staff required remuneration, and the necessary expenses involved were nothing to sneer at. Fortunately their little shop ran a brisk trade, and Ichigo had finally begun looking for work outside the kendo dojo. His boss made him agree to stay on part-time, partly because she recognized he had no more desire to quit than she did. This much he agreed to. Hopefully it would not take long for something to turn up. She had grown concerned at seeing how quick Ichigo was to lambast himself of late. His recent admission that it felt as though he was failing to provide for his family proved deeply troubling. When they were out on patrol together, cleansing the odd hollow and seeing restless spirits laid to rest, that was when any concerns seemed to lift, and he behaved like the outrageous rogue she had first fallen in love with. But for all his phenomenal abilities, Ichigo Kurosaka was still a mortal man. He had a life beyond the world of the living, true, but there should not be any impression that it held greater appeal than the one he was born to. Even a Shinigami could appreciate that. Some time spent in the kitchen going over their finances assured the young businesswoman that they had nothing to fear, at least for the immediate future. The recent conversation with Nii-sama also served to offer a measure of reassurance. Her family in both worlds was doing well. Seoul society remained at peace. The halos would soon be empty, allowing all former residents of the City to enjoy their new afterlife accommodations. Considering her current thoughts, it was rather ironic when a hell butterfly took this moment to come flapping through the ceiling and head straight towards her. Surprised, Rukia lifted a hand for it to alight upon. Now who could be contacting me at this hour? I'm upstairs. Her body gave a painful start. The hallway storage closet. We need to talk. The insect courier flapped away, but Rukia did not move a muscle. She sat in her seat, cold sweat dripping down her ribs and eyes wide with horror at the implications. Of all the nightmares her life held, this was surely one of the most awful. And now it had become real. Swiftly she came back to her situation. Drawing a Jikangan dispenser from her bathrobe, she popped a pill, rejoining the world moments later as a full-fledged Shinigami. Rukia then turned to the artificial soul inhabiting her body. Guard the children, she ordered. If anything happens, get them outside fast. Go to the Kurosaka clinic. Pion. Chappa saluted and wasted no time climbing the stairs. Ready for whatever may come next, Rukia Kukaki floated upwards to enter the second floor, eyes and senses raking the house for signs of further intruders. Nothing could be found. This in no way lessened her distress. Could she ever feel comfortable in this place again, now that it had been invaded like this? No. I won't let him chase me out of my own home. That part of our lives is over. The Shinigami drifted over to the storage closet, past her own room where she could detect Ichigo abed sleeping peacefully. If necessary, she would wake him to deal with this threat together. Until then, Rukia resolved to face the enemy alone. She came before the room in question, located right next to Kyojaku's. Before entering, a quick examination confirmed the mirrors in her uniform were ready. Rukia never went anywhere without several on her person. One could never be too careful. Once this safety measure was concerned, she stepped through the closed door. It was a small space, maybe 10 feet wide by 15 long. Boxes of supplies were piled up atop each other. The light bulb had burned out, but a spirit did not need illumination to see. Other than this, the closet seemed empty. Hand on her sword, Rukia took a step into the room, casting about warily. I'm here. Come out. I am. Rukia spun with blade drawn, and there stood Jin Ichimaru. The silver-haired demon's lips twisted in a sneer at finding the blade leveled at his throat. With slow grace, he stepped past even as she turned to keep him in sight, never letting the sword waver from its target. Gracefully the former captain took a seat upon a stack of crates. As had sometimes been the case before, he gave off no spiritual signature whatsoever. Even the stealth forces would be hard-pressed to hide their presence to this extent. Were she not looking at him, Rukia might never have known he existed. His eyes remained closed, but the smile had turned into a grim frown. Glad to see you haven't lost your edge, Rukia-chan. It had been nearly a decade since they last spoke. Not long enough. Why are you here? There was no fear in her words, only cold contempt. It actually proved reassuring to Jin. Showed that he was not wrong in relying on these people, if only partially. They deserved his respect. Or at least, she did. And he had the scars to prove it. To this end, he raised both hands palms up before her, letting his sleeves slide down to show he was unarmed. Ichimaru wiggled the fingers he had left, 2 of which were lost to the very same weapon being pointed at him now. I mean you no harm, he said. The idea was preposterous on its face. Still, while she felt dread at the thought of this beast being so close to her children, it was with utmost assurance that she spoke next. I told you before. We are done with each other. I want no more part of you. That's easier said than done, as I've had cause to learn, he pointed out. Rukia frowned. Something felt very wrong here. His accent. What? It's gone. The sudden realization that this was true proved almost as shocking as anything else. Now regarding him with a new sense of mistrust, she suddenly wondered if this really was Jin in front of her. Looking at him sitting there, slumped with arms resting on his knees, he didn't give off quite the same level of menace she had come to attribute to this undeniably dangerous man. In a move that would surprise many, including herself, Rukia let the point of her sword dip down towards the floor. She made no attempt to sheath it. But even this level of vulnerability would have been unthinkable only a few seconds ago. Will you hear him out? In response, the Kukaki princess lifted her chin, in doing so gaining only a slight measure of height upon her seated nemesis. Explain yourself. Jin did not reply right away. His head turned, fingers twitching restlessly. At last, still seemingly absorbed in studying the logo on a box of candied snacks, the kitsune finally said, I fought Toshiro Hitsugiya. Her eyes narrowed with fresh vehemence. Is he alive? Yeah. One less thing to worry about. But the question remained, what was this all about? You didn't tell them about my Bankai. Rukia blinked at this statement. Reflexively one hand came up to touch the mirror held in her breast pocket. Seeing this, Ichimaru gave a short nod, as though confirming something. Then he simply said, why? The truth dawned. Jin and Toshiro fought, and at some point they must have gone Bankai on each other. Whatever else happened, Toshiro did not use a mirror to counteract Shinso's second release. Doing so would have left Jin without any defense, just as he had been the last time they clashed. Yet here he stood, alive and well. And he wanted to know why. It was a question only she knew the answer to. I told no one how I defeated you, Rukia finally stated, keeping her deep purple eyes locked on his closed ones, because as I said, I wanted nothing more to do with you. He still wasn't smiling. If anything, Jin looked completely confused for the first time she could recall. Like he couldn't fathom what she was trying to tell him. His mouth opened slightly, but any words failed to come out. That silver head dipped. A shiver passed over him as he stared at the floor. Neither of them moved for a while. There seemed little left to do here. Coming to a decision, Rukia cautiously placed Sode no Shirayuki back in its scabbard. Jin gave no sign of noticing this. She turned to leave, hesitated for a moment, but when the man made no attempt to stop her, she turned her back on him altogether. Why didn't you kill me? Rukia stopped. Memories arose, a lone Shinigami sent to recover the means by which their world might be saved, only to find herself trapped with an all-powerful madman bent on causing as much pain as he possibly could. Swords clashed, spells were cast. Despite her best efforts, all hope seemed lost when the killer activated his Bankai. Only the unexpected advantage offered by a gift from a dear friend served to save her. In the end, the Shinigami stood poised to deliver the final blow to this loathsome creature whose very existence seemed like a cruel cut into her life. Her blade was stilled by a voice from beyond the grave, and the revelation that even monsters had things they cherished above all else. Rukia's eyes drifted closed at the memory, and her breath came out in a sigh of frozen mist. Sode no Shirayuki, stopped me? Jin stared at her uncomprehendingly until a sharp suspicion pricked him. Did she? Yes. At receiving confirmation from Shinso, that crouching fox seemed to cringe. Feeling a vague apprehension at confessing even this much, Rukia turned to make one thing abundantly clear, only to come up short in surprise. Ichimaru was looking at her. His eyes were open. And they were bright blue. She stared in disbelief. Once before had Rukia indeed observed this sight, but over time she convinced herself it was a mistake in memory, or some effect caused by him being trapped in his own Bankai. No smile. No accent. No red eyes. The person before her was not the one she knew. While the Kukaki noblewoman gaped rudely, Jin rose to his feet. You and I might not be quit of each other so easily, he told her. His eyes narrowed in annoyance at this admission, but he continued on. And your son is trespassing in the minds of some very dangerous people. But what he learns there could ultimately prove to our benefit. There are secrets only he can unearth. Jin turned away. If you want to win, don't discount our aid. With that he slipped through a wall and was gone. Several minutes later, Rukia finally got a hold of herself sufficiently to head out too. She resumed her mortal shell, assured Chappa that all was well, and soon after joined Ichigo in bed after confirming the children were asleep. Curling up beside him in her nightgown, she slipped an arm around his warm body for comfort. As a whirl as her head proved to be after that experience, one might have thought sleep was a long way off. But in just under a minute, she was slumbering peacefully alongside him. When Kyojaku Kukaki dreamed that night, he did so with purpose. There were many dreams to visit, a selection he never previously made any effort to control. One was as much fun as another usually. But now he had a different goal in mind. Not to run from the ugliness, the scary things that left him trembling in the dark upon awakening. Don't run. Be brave. Seek out fear, and face it down. What do I fear? Almost immediately there rose a weird ululating cry that sent panic surging through him. For as long as he could remember, this was the source of all his dread. But now he also exulted at the possibility. There. That's it. The boy moved in pursuit. He jumped from one set of dreams to another, like playing leapfrog. Father punching out an endless line of ugly bullies who all had the same face. Mother and a woman so alike they must be sisters dancing through the snow. Cousin Noboru balancing on one leg atop a high pole in the middle of raging waterfalls, right across from a short fierce lady with long black braids doing the same, only she was naked. It's louder that way. Gotta follow it. Kyojaku ran in pursuit. Saijin Komamura looked up in surprise from tending his garden of hollow heads as the boy went tearing by. Wait! The dog man shouted, but he couldn't stop. Up ahead loomed a wall, a low black wall topped by raging storm clouds stretching all the way to the horizon. If he could just climb over the top. The determined dreamer jumped. However, when he touched the black wall, it was to find nothing there, and he simply fell through it, plummeting down into the endless void. At first he feared falling forever. But gradually the darkness closed around him until he realized it was a tunnel. Images flashed by, far too many to make anything out, along with a rushing noise like churning rapids. Kyojaku focused on the howling, but it had grown faint. All he could hear now was laughter. The light at the end of the tunnel appeared. He shot out to find himself hanging in thin air over a white, lifeless plain of dust, rocks, and holes. Above stretched the black sky studded with tiny stars. And there was the earth, looming vast and menacing overhead. There was no sound but the laughter, weird and warbling. Kyojaku looked to the source, only to spy a parade of people. Hundreds of them, they marched along chanting and beating drums without making any noise. All carried staves and had strange helmets that curved forward over their heads, but beneath their cloaks wore the black robes of Shinigami. One man sported a large white shield with symbols on it connected by a rope to a rod. In the midst of this procession, on a large cart pulled by chained hollows, stood a gigantic spear bedecked with ropes. Kyojaku followed the crowd until they crested a rise, and saw the source of the laughter. Chained to the ground by string, giggling and straining fit to burst, there sat a gigantic evil wolf. It was so big he couldn't believe it could really be alive. But its head was a white mask just like the hollows, and it thrashed about while tearing its own flesh only to heal instantly. At last the procession reached their destination, encircling the imprisoned creature at a safe distance. The mighty spear came to rest right in front of it, and the hollows were purified before their executioners rushed back out of range. The wolf smacked its teeth at them, presenting the hole in its mouth as though daring anyone to walk in. Drummers increased their pounding to a fevered pace. Those chanting did so even harder until spittle and blood flew from their mouths. As they did, the ropes on the spear snapped. They lit up in trailers of fire. Suddenly where the weapon had been there now hovered a tremendous bird made entirely of flame, flapping its wings slowly. The demon wolf laughed even harder upon seeing this and began pounding its head against the ground like a call to battle. The phoenix dove forth. Its beak pierced the wolf's mask right between the eyes. Instantly they were both enveloped in a column of white-hot fire that rose up into the sky so high it became lost in the glare of the sun. When it died, the spear lay flat on the ground, and the wolf remained unharmed. Only the cracks in its mask were new, a spiderweb of faint crisscrossing lines. It sniffed, glanced around, then uttered a mournful howl before flopping down and going to sleep. If Kyojaku was disappointed to not see the firebird win, its followers were devastated. They wept and threw themselves on the ground. A few even drew knives and slit their own throats. Those who seemed in charge conversed, and at their command, the hundreds of remaining Shinigami joined together and picked up the fallen spear, which they then carried back the way they came along with the shield. Nothing could be heard but the ragged breathing of the wolf. It giggled sometimes but did not awake. The only remaining observer was just wondering if he should follow the departing Shinigami, when movement caught his eye. All around the wolf, dust shifted. When Kyojaku looked closer he realized something was sprouting. As they grew larger it became more apparent what they were. Tiny clumps of hair. Jagged splinters of bone. They twisted and wound together, forming dozens of little shivering refuse that seized upon one another to become even bigger. A few of them got enough bone fused to form what looked like tiny masks which became more distinct as they ate, mewling and crying out in voices as jagged and broken as themselves. Then in between one snore and the next, the wolf screamed, "Isscuu." At first Kyojaku thought it meant him such that he nearly turned tail and ran. But doing so reminded him of why he was here in the first place, and he resolved not to. This proved wise, because he was not the wolf's target at all. Instead it craned its head around and began sucking up the hairy clumps into its hole of a mouth. They shrieked and tried to run, but could not get far before their cannibal sire consumed them, stretching up to his full height and twisting around in gross body contortions that enabled him a full range of motion all the same. Kyojaku stared in horror. He could hear them all shrieking now while the wolf just laughed. Oddly enough, though all the clumps looked alike, he found himself focusing on one in particular. It was small, one of the littlest he could see. And as it hobbled and lurched clumsily away he could almost hear its faint voice, whispering, "Not me." He followed its flight, flopping towards one of the largest surviving conglomerations which looked almost human. This disgusting form stretched out his hands, and a dark swirl began to open before him. Desperately the hairy masked figure looked behind where the wolf howled and barked in delight. It was so close, just a few more seconds. Uttering a snarl, the hairy man drove his claws into the void and wrenched it open. There was barely enough room for him to squeeze in. But just as he began to do so, with a shout of joy, the wolf spun about and took notice of them. "Not me." As the hairy man was about to leap to safety, the smaller one dove forward and slammed into him, knocking its larger brother off balance. It then looked back in terror as its med-parent dove forward laughing. "Not me." Uttering an ugly cry of terror, that small mass of bone and hair flung itself into the dimensional hole. Behind it the hairy man was sucked up with a despairing curse. None of the others made it through before the entrance closed behind it. "Take them and not me. Take them and not me." They fell together down the hole, Kyojaku and the creature. Its bone parts started to pull together into something that looked like horns or maybe antlers. To his disbelief the boy thought he recognized this thing, but just before he could speak a name, its terror proved too much, and it woke up, ending the dream. Komamura was the closest to them, and so he went back there. Kyojaku saw his old guardian waiting with brawny arms outstretched which he floated down into. Saijin caught him to settle on the ground. "Where did you go?" he demanded. Panting, Kyojaku lifted his head and beamed. "The beginning." Together they went to a large dog water amusement park to speak about what he learned. A knock came at the door to her hut, and when Granny went to answer it she was immensely pleased to find Toshiro there. "My dear!" she exclaimed, and gave him a glad embrace. "I'm so happy to see you." "Hi, Granny," he said tiredly while returning the hug. Come, you're just in time for dinner." She turned and went happily bustling about the cottage. Her young charge seemed about to speak, thought better of it, and went to take his seat at the table. In no time there was a simple yet savory meal prepared for both of them. Granny might have gone on fussing and offering to get him something more to eat, but at his insistence they both sat down to enjoy themselves. "Are you all right, dear?" Granny asked at one point when he didn't seem to be eating much. Toshiro looked up from his plate with a distracted expression. "How do you mean?" The old woman settled her bowl of rice on the table. "I just think you look a bit drawn. Did something happen recently?" Toshiro stared at her. Eventually he shook his head. "No. Not really." This quiet declaration did nothing to soothe her protective urges. "Are you sure you've been eating well enough? They've not been asking too much of you, have they? You're still a growing boy. You need your rest." At this a smile quirked his lips. "I've been sleeping, don't worry. I take a nap whenever possible." "Well, That's good. Still troubled, she turned back to her fare. They sat in silence for a while, the flickering of a paper lantern adding warmth to the hut as outside the sky darkened into evening. Granny. Yes, dear. She reached over to help herself to some pickles. Who are you? The chopsticks froze over the bowl of vegetables. When Granny finally looked at him, it was with so much fear he wanted to just drop the topic and claim again it was nothing special. But the time for such things was in another life. A past life. You always told us to call you Granny, he said, favoring her with a gentle smile he could only hope would assure her he meant no harm. Me and Momo both. And I believe you when you tell me that you don't know where she came from. Toshiro then took a deep breath and cut to the heart of the matter. But I never asked if you knew where I came from, or even where you came from. There were tears in his eyes at seeing how frightened she remained. It was hideous, putting someone he loved through this. Still, at last he asked, Granny, what's your real name? Her toothless mouth opened and closed, skinny frame shaking so hard he doubted any words could come out. It was with an effort his Granny finally said, I am Shirabe. Most of the manor's servants knew the head matron only by her title. She oversaw all the admittedly small staff and the large house's upkeep with an attention to detail matched only by her courtesy. A stout, middle-aged woman, none could ever call her a beauty, though some of the functionaries remembered her as a timid, polite young thing brought into service at the express wish of their master. Despite certain suspicions as to the reason behind his allowing this girl into one of his many homes, it soon became clear she was no mere bedwarmer, but a tireless and productive worker determined to do good by all. For this reason none were shocked at her eventual rise to head of the household maids. But that was several centuries in the making. For her part, Shirabe knew herself to be blessed. Others in her past could not count themselves so fortunate. And though she lived in fear every single day, the protection of her master served to allay whatever demons still troubled her, at least in the daylight hours. So when the lord of the house paid an unexpected visit on them one day, and called her into his study, the head matron was horrified to hear his proposal. But master, she gasped, twisting the apron between her hands, black hair coming undone from its bun in her distress. That poor girl. Think of what he might do to her once they are. I know how you feel, Shirabe, he spoke gently, calming her with his words and soft brown eyes. But I assure you, the son is nothing like the father. It's the whole reason this will actually work. I've made certain of it. He rose from behind his desk to approach her. And you are the only one I can trust with this. No one else could be depended upon to understand why it must be done, and why it's so important. That wonderful, beautiful man laid his hands upon her quaking shoulders, his usual good cheer dimmed by a sad frown. We do this for the sake of the dead. If I'm proven wrong, I will see to the girl's safety myself. Of that you can rest assured. They will not harm her. But if you truly feel that you can't do this thing, then I will not insist. No. Her body still trembled, but a new fire crept into her voice when she said, No, master. I agree with you that this must be done. I only hope. Tears nearly choked her next words. That I am strong enough not to disappoint you, or the honored dead. They laid their plans together then. A few nights later, a party was held on the manor grounds. This was rather unusual. Never before had the master held such festivities under this roof. He had other dwellings more suitable for ribald affairs. As such the normally sedate and precise staff were somewhat harried seeing to the needs of their guests. But they were all seasoned professionals, servants of the nobility, and they understood what was expected of them. So the party went off to great acclaim, thanks in no small part to the tireless actions of the head maid, who made sure to coordinate all aspects of the affair with a vigor that belied her age. Wine flowed. Laughter and good cheer abounded, while unbeknownst to the partygoers, a determined woman waited in the wings, her heart hard with hatred. At last a sign from her master confirmed it was time. Shirabe then went to an expensive cabinet and unlocked it with a key she held. She withdrew a platter of several stoppered flasks containing expensive liquor from the Plum Creek Mountain Brewery. Taking a deep breath, the determined maid slipped back into the press. She moved with grace born from lifelong attendance to the elite, slipping unnoticed through the merriment and weaving past drunken bodies. They took no notice of her presence, as was proper. And soon enough Shiraib spotted the target. She drew closer, surreptitiously edging around some swaggering partygoers, and as they neared one another, Shiraib pretended to stagger, and bumped violently into the man, sending the drink he held crashing to the ground. "My apologies, good sir," she exclaimed and bent to begin hastily cleaning up the mess, setting her tray beside her. "Please forgive. You miserable pig. How dare you?" She cringed as the angry man turned the full force of his wrath upon her. At the same time, his wife strove desperately to draw that vicious abuse her way. "Husband, please," she begged, "it was only a small misstep. Pray, let me get you another drink and—" "Watch your mouth, woman." Cringing, Shiraib retrieved her platter and stood trembling as the brute began to viciously vituperate his wife before the whole embarrassed party. She knew nothing would be allowed to come of it, the master would step in should things not go according to plan. But, as he so unerringly predicted, that did not prove to be necessary. "What seems to be the problem, Sakejiki-san?" "This is not your concern, Shiba." Their target had taken the bait. The trap was sprung. After a few moments of posturing, the bully and his long-suffering spouse made their departure. He snagged a flask from her tray on the way out, but Shiraib had anticipated this and deftly maneuvered it to ensure he did not take one of the special bottles by mistake. No telling what a cad like that would do under the influence of such stuff. Moments later her master made his appearance, draped in finery and loudly acclaiming his praise of their young hero. Before leading the other man off, he plucked a bottle from Shiraib's tray. She made certain it was correct this time. Their eyes did not so much as meet for an instant as that lovely soul went swaggering away. And now it was her turn to depart. Shiraib headed back towards the kitchens, pausing to give orders to her fellow servitors. She caught a maid with empty hands and passed off the platter, instructing her to go back and begin serving their guests, but not before palming two of them inside her sleeves. After that she headed off to quickly see to their disposal. These cursed drinks had to be destroyed before anyone else could partake of them. No evidence must be left behind. The master himself would make sure to handle the third, but these were left to her. Sweating and chilled but victorious all the same, Shiraib bent all her thoughts upon this task. It was for this reason she turned a corner and nearly ran into another man, though not on purpose this time. One of the bottles fell from its hiding place in her sleeve, and she felt her heart lurch. Careful, there. Before she knew it he had caught the ceramic flask as it was about to hit the ground. Relief settled on her as she realized this. "Oh, begging your pardon, milord," she gasped, furious with her own clumsiness. "What if he tries to drink it?" "I have to." "No worries." The man rose smoothly upright. He then held the flask out to her with an untroubled smile. "Here you are." Behind square glasses, chocolate brown eyes twinkled merrily. Shiraib accepted his kindness without saying a word. The man didn't feel the need to wait for further apologies, though, and instead strode past her down the hall. Behind him, the head maid stood very still. "It can't be." Tears flowed down her plump cheeks. "It can't be." Still clutching the wine, she turned and stumbled like a drunkard back towards the party. Eventually reaching the hall, Shiraib peered around the corner of one sliding door, ignoring any queer looks afforded her by passing staff at seeing their superior behaving in such an odd manner. A few took note of the liquor she held, and chalked it up to the head maid taking the chance to sneak a few sips on this bright and festive occasion. Such a thing was not unheard of in their line of work. Shiraib cared nothing for idle gossip. Her attention was reserved entirely for a tall, handsome man with curly brown hair wearing the robes of a Shinigami. A wooden badge emblazoned with the symbol of the 5th Division adorned his arm. All this combined would have been more than enough to attract the fancy of any woman, no matter their age. But the only thing she cared about was his eyes. Aizen. A man with long yellow hair in a captain's haori hailed the person in question. "Come over here and settle something for us, will ya?" "Be right there, Taiko," the one called Aizen responded in much more polite fashion. The spectacles he wore flashed, momentarily hiding the gaze behind them. His eyes sparkled. They shone. They gazed out laughingly at the world. They were the eyes of a child. She had last gazed into them before handing him off tearfully to his mother. Afterwards Shiraib turned tail and fled, which prevented her from witnessing the gruesome murders that followed. Not Aizen. His name is not Aizen, you fools. He is Sosuke Takiyaku, the rightful lord of that house. And I am his servant. She had been entrusted with the infant nobleman's care from birth. Seeing that bright happy soul, how could she not love him as though he were her own? When the house of Takiyaku fell, the final victims of the manor wars, many of the servants died as well. But no one bothered to count mere footmen and housemaids. Far more important to confirm the tally of noble dead, whether by their own hand or another's. So when Shiraib fell into the care of Shunsui Kiraku, it was a simple enough matter to hush up her past history and see the young maid ensconced at one of his estates where she could fade from view and no one need remark. After all, many lives were lost in the past few decades, and transition of staff between houses was commonplace. Such a thing raised no eyebrows. For 400 years after the fall of the Takiyaku, the dutiful maid played her part. Master Kiraku had delivered the terrible news of her mistress' death and the brutal execution of young Sosuke along with his father and the rest of the clan. All done at the behest of the King of Soul Society, who sought to cover up his own involvement in fomenting the terrible manor wars that claimed so many lives. In the land of the dead, death hung over every step she took. At first, Shiraib hardly cared whether or not she was discovered. Just a servant, after all. She had played no part in that tragedy. And at times, she found herself thinking it would have been better had she died with the rest. The thought that all these people were going about their daily lives in a world built on the corpse of a wonderful child and his gracious mother seemed far too sick a joke to bear. But the joke was on them. Because he survived. Right there stood Takiyaku Sosuke, the boy she had doted upon and adored from his very first breath. He was alive. And she had betrayed him. Serving the very system that cast him into obscurity, butchering his whole household and seizing their prized possessions to gloat over as if they had a right. He lived, yes, but for how long? If anyone found out, if they learned the truth, they would kill him for real. Murder him as assuredly as they did his father, mother, and siblings. She knew. And they must never find out. Half mad with grief and shame, the head maid slunk away from the party, all the light in her world left back in the form of that solitary shining man. He had arrived late to the party. And thanks to this, while crossing the courtyard of Shunsui's estate, Captain Jushiro Yukatake heard someone weeping. Even over the raucous festivities going on nearby, his ear detected that sound without fail. A part of him wanted to ignore it. Just go on ahead, join the gay debacle, try desperately to hide the burning shame he felt down to his bones. For it had happened again. Once more, Anohana had borne the wrath of their leader, Captain Commander Yamamoto Genri Usaishiji Kuni. And for this he made her pay. As was the old man's will, Jushiro was also in attendance to observe the resulting beating and attend the battered woman afterwards. But per the norm, she had no need of his help. A worthless gesture, like so much else in his life. Anohana saw to her own recovery. She might even show up at the party herself with absolutely no marks of the terrible injuries that had been inflicted on her not even an hour past. This secret they shared, with no gratitude toward one another whatsoever. It was this driving sense of guilt and self-loathing that encouraged Jushiro not to ignore further evidence of pain on the part of another. And worse yet, it sounded like a woman. So resolved to not pile even more disgrace upon himself this night, he stepped off the path and went peering about the bushes in search of that sound. At last he came upon a woman seated by herself heaving deep, wrenching sobs. It took a moment for him to place her. This was Shiraib, a fixture at the estate for many centuries. She ran the place on Shunsui's behalf. He had greeted her a few times when paying call, but that was as far as their relationship went. Nonetheless, every scrap of comfort and compassion went into his voice when he said, "Shiraib." She didn't seem to hear him. After a brief debate on how best to proceed, the captain chose to sit gingerly beside her. His fine-boned hand settled on her knee. There were 2 bottles of rice wine lying on the grass beside her. Had she been drinking? That was very odd. This must be bad indeed. He tried again. "Shiraib, it's me. Whatever is the matter, dear?" His voice finally reached her. The woman came about, flushed with red-rimmed eyes blinking miserably. The first sight of her let him know this was no mere case of alcohol. There was abject misery in every line of her face, such that his heart went out to her even further. Seeing another woman in pain served to wring his heart with pity. "Come," he offered gently. "Tell me what's wrong." He had hoped to be of some help to her. But once again, his efforts were futile. Shirabe only paled and shrank in on herself, despair transforming to fear in an instant. "No," she whispered. His chest constricted with pain. And Yucatec spat up blood. Moments later he was doubled over on the ground coughing wretchedly. Seeing him in pain, Shirabe momentarily forgot her own troubles. She bent by the sickly warrior's side, holding his shoulders for support as he coughed and hacked up an alarming amount of gore. Any thought of going inside for help was swiftly discounted for fear of somehow alerting the partygoers to the risen saint in their midst. So instead she held on to the possibly dying man. When his spasms became worse, Shirabe knew even greater distress. What could she do? At this her frantic eye alighted on the bottle of brandy. With only the thought that drink might serve to ease his pain somewhat, she snatched it up. Helping him once more to a sitting position, she popped the lid and placed it into his hands. Yucatec recognized her intent. Though in truth, alcohol could offer little comfort to his affliction, it sometimes served to lessen the symptoms. No reason to turn down such kindness. And so, wiping blood away with one sleeve, he steeled himself and took a great swig. It nearly choked him, but resolutely he forced it down even as the quality liquor burned his throat like fire. The shuddering ceased. Feeling a bit more in control of himself, Jushiro turned tired brown eyes to the woman hovering at his side. Not trusting himself to speak, he simply nodded in gratitude, to which she smiled back in relief. There was still sorrow in that face, though. It was this that encouraged him to hold the open flask out, inviting her to take a drink. Blinking away tears, she sniffled but accepted the offer. Halfway to her lips she paused, as though trying to remember something. But then another sob shook her, and without thought she threw back the bottle, swallowing half its contents in one gulp. Shirabe coughed violently and covered her mouth. Mercy, but this was strong. Wait, oh, no. Even as she thought this, the flask suddenly grew warm in her hand, as within the manor, Captain Shunsui Kiraka whispered a spell that activated the subtle curse laden on every drop of wine in those bottles. Looking at this previously unremarkable woman beside him, Jushiro Yucatec suddenly experienced the strangest sensation. There was a haunted beauty to those plain features that stirred something within him, letting him know that he might serve to dispel the burden she so heroically labored under should he only have enough courage to make the attempt. Uncertain as a schoolboy with his first love, he reached out and brushed the back of his hand gently over her cheek, caressing the tear-streaked skin in hopes of finding her open to the comfort he offered. At his touch, Shirabe looked over and felt she had never really appreciated this man until now. He was not just a god, a noble or even a legend. He was beautiful, and in need. She could see the pain he sought to mask from the world, manifesting in the horrific illness that laid him low before her eyes. Her heart went out to him for all the suffering he must have endured over the centuries. No man should be made to bear such tragedy alone. The wine fell from her hands. She reached forth to bring that moonlit god's face closer to hers. With smiles of such warmth it melted the heart, man and woman kissed before drawing one another gently down to earth. Shirabe awoke first, and realized what must have happened. After disposing of the wine as originally intended, she knew there was no other choice but to flee. No note was left behind. When Kiraka was informed of her disappearance the next day, her longtime master sadly attributed it to the guilt she must have felt at participating in this admittedly sordid affair. For this he blamed himself, and so made no effort to seek her out for fear of tearing open those wounds any further. For better or ill, the plan had succeeded. The disappearance of the head maid proved a topic of far less interest to the household staff than that of finding the lovely Jushiro Yucatec asleep in a tree without a stick of clothing on. All agreed to keep this matter private, though not without a few blushing giggles from the maids. As for the head maid, she collected what savings she had on hand and fled into the wilds. Or rather, the first ring, which was the safest of all outside the court of pure souls. Shiraib doubted her ability to survive anywhere less civilized than that. Her only desire was to bring as little harm to the people she loved as possible. And short of death, this was the only way. Being a lifelong resident of the afterlife, Shiraib at first could not understand the strange weakness that began to settle over her a few weeks later. At first she thought it must be an illness of some sort. But upon seeking out medical advice, the physician informed her that what she experienced was called hunger, a plight most often attributed to mortals. For the regular souls of the afterlife, such a thing was unheard of. Only Shinigami and those possessing spiritual abilities were supposed to know want. All others could count themselves fortunate that there was one less toil they were required to suffer in the heavenly confines of the Siriti. So Shiraib purchased food for herself. This proved helpful. Until the hunger came again, and she was forced to eat more. And more. And more and more. When she began to gain weight, there seemed no cause for concern. This was reasonable. But after a time, it became clear to Shiraib that the consumption of food was not the cause of her expanding form, but in response to it. For she was pregnant. Months of isolation and fear followed. Her savings were stretched thin, and then exhausted. She took to foraging in the woods for food and learned to grow what fruits and vegetables she could. Odd jobs allowed her to afford the luxury of meat on occasion. But it never felt like enough. Whatever was growing in her demanded so much, it sometimes felt as though it was going to swallow her whole. In spite of this, Shiraib felt no resentment for that hungry life. It was a child, much like little Sosuke had been. And she would see to its well-being in a way that had not been possible for her young lord. Perhaps he would be pleased to learn of it, though she could not see that ever happening. One day out of nowhere, she was approached by a stranger who nonetheless sought her aid. He had a child with him which he begged Shiraib to take into her care. At first reluctant, he promised payment in return for her continued services. And for the sake of both her unborn child and this one, she agreed to accept the babe. The name she decided to give her was Momo, much like the orphan child of legend who sprang from a peach and had high adventures. The monthly infusions of gold proved invaluable, for as her delivery date drew near, Shiraib found herself possessed of a near-limitless hunger. While seeing to little Momo, she could not help but gobble down as much food as she could spare. This was made all the more troubling when it became apparent that her tiny charge also demanded sustenance. Could she be a Shinigami as well? There was no way to tell, and so the devoted woman endured hunger like she had never known for the sake of that little girl. When her time came, Shiraib called upon a local midwife to help with the delivery. Despite this, she nearly died in the attempt. It was like the baby sought to draw as much strength from her as it possibly could before they were parted. She prayed this meant he would be a healthy child, even should it cost her own life. Even this much the former maid was willing to do for the ones in her care. The mother survived, and so did the baby. She named him Toshiro, in honor of his father. Toshiro Hitsugaya. Thus began the twilight of her life. They were good years. The children grew and played together. Momo was a treasure, and her little brother became the light of his mother's life. Early on, she decided to let no knowledge of his ancestry be known to him. And so she had them call her Granny. The strenuous pregnancy and birth had aged Shiraib greatly. In under a year, she went from the appearance of advanced middle age to doddering decrepitude. Her hair turned white, and she had gained so much baby fat as to render her unrecognizable. Over the first century of her children's lives, much of that weight disappeared. The result of caring for two such extraordinary spirits, no doubt. This, too, Shiraib accepted without complaint. Her own needs came second to theirs. Always. Despite being nearly the same age, Momo appeared to grow noticeably faster than Toshiro. Why did not prove readily apparent. But many people misjudged their relationship as a result, assuming that the girl was much older. Granny let them go on thinking as much. She raised her children with all the love they so dearly deserved. Momo could have a terrible temper sometimes, especially when the neighboring villagers treated Toshiro differently over his white hair. It distressed Shiraib to see her beloved boy so ostracized for something that he could not control. Yet he survived. A long life was the best thing she could hope for both of them, safe from harm. But as time went on, Momo began to argue for joining the ranks of the Shinigami. Initially Shirabe would hear nothing of this. They argued to the point where Momo turned that legendary temper on her at times. She could not reveal her real reasons for opposing such an idea. Where Momo went, Toshiro would follow. And once in the deadly confines that lurked behind those high walls, who's to say if the secret of his parentage might not come to light? What if they turned on him? What if questions asked led back to her, and she was forced to divulge the terrible secret she alone knew? That Sosuke Takiyaku lived, and no doubt sought to reclaim his due. But over time, another thought occurred to her. Rather than posing a threat, what if the children's entrance into the academy served as divine providence? Perhaps they were meant to find Sosuke and join him as his defenders. Was it madness to think they might be of aid to him? Perhaps her beloved children could protect the hidden Lord Takiyaku, ensure his own happiness, and more importantly survival. There could be no greater blessing imaginable, that her son might redeem his mother's disgrace and serve as a defender of the true order. So she let them go, with her blessings. The three of them met. How could they not? Shirabe was thrilled to hear Momo wax extravagantly about the magnificent Captain Sosuke during her visits. How wonderful it would be to finally reveal the truth. She prayed fervently for the hour to finally come. One day, without warning, she came upon Lord Takiyaku himself in her home. At first she was overjoyed, thinking he had come to inform her he knew of her service and wished to thank her. But soon it became apparent he had no idea who she was. So with nothing left to offer, Shirabe sang the lullaby that once served to rock him to sleep. This he took and left. The experience was humbling. Worse was yet to come. Lieutenant Momo Hinamori and Captain Toshiro Hitsugaya were both nearly killed by a renegade Shinigami called Aizen Sosuke. When she learned of this, Shirabe could do nothing but weep. For once again, the heavens had proven themselves false. A joke. A cruel, spiteful, malicious jest. Her son, vowing to kill the lord to whom she owed her allegiance. What sick god could find such a thing funny? Shirabe wished dearly that she had died before ever living to see such disgrace. But she lived. On and on, she lived. Because Shirabe had hope. So long as they were alive, she hoped for some sort of miracle that would save both the son she loved and the boy she raised. There had to be a way. There had to. Please. Granny was weeping in his arms as Toshiro stroked her hair. Please, his mother gasped. Please find a way, Toshiro. Please save him. I'll try, Granny, he murmured back sadly. I'll try. He did his best to make her believe, and Granny appeared convinced. If only it didn't sound like such a lie, he might even have fooled himself. Arc 7, Finn. Check the description for the links to the author.